is Road to 2027 right here on Rapid TV every Thursday at 5 p.m. The road is long. Let's walk it together.
From the soil beneath our feet to the tables across the world, agriculture is the heartbeat of Nigeria's future. Yet challenges persist: limited finance, outdated methods, policy gaps, and untapped opportunities. The Green Line is here to change that. A groundbreaking weekly television feature that connects policy with practice, farmers with markets, and innovation with impact. We dig deep into the full agricultural value chain, from land preparation to mechanization, financing, food preservation, exports, and beyond. The Green Line isn't just a show, it's a national development platform. Join me every Friday at 11 a.m. only on Rapid TV, Star Times channel 176, and online at www.rbnradiotv.com.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on Star Times, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a Star Times decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via Star Times app or visit any Star Times office or dealer outlet near you.
Star Times, enjoy digital life.
Meet the men and women shaping the future of Nigeria. Get to know your representatives at the National Assembly. From lawmaking to constituency projects, we'll take you behind the scenes and inside the chambers of the Nigerian National Assembly. Learn about the bills they are championing, the challenges they are facing, and the impact they are making in their constituencies. We'll also bring you closer to the people they are serving and the stories that shape their work. Join us on NAS Watch every Friday on Rapid Television at 7 p.m. So get informed, get engaged, and get to know the leaders shaping Nigeria's future.
Nigeria's economy, the global markets, what does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know, from Wall Street to the main street and of course the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Business Lens as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact. Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Every day, Nigerians pay for services, yet many still struggle to get the service they deserve. When service fails, the cost is trust, the cost is time, the cost is opportunity. I'm Cynthia Yinkere, and this is Customer Experience 360 with Cynthia Yinkere, where consumers, regulators, and businesses come together to ask the hard questions and demand better service, accountability, and solutions. Join me on Customer Experience 360 every Monday at 3 p.m. on Rapid TV, channel 176, on Star Times, because service is everyone's business.
Yes, I'm that girl, your host for Rapid E, right here on Rapid TV, the program that brings you the hits, the laughs, and the moments everyone is talking about. From music to film to exclusive interviews with your faves. The entertainment show that comes alive. Every episode keeps you wanting more. Tune in every Friday and Saturday. The name is Esther. That name should definitely stick. Clock it.
Nigeria's economy, the global market. What does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the main street and of course, the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Businessless as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Meet the men and women shaping the future of Nigeria. Get to know your representatives at the National Assembly. From lawmaking to constituency projects, we'll take you behind the scenes and inside the chambers of the Nigerian National Assembly. Learn about the bills they are championing, the challenges they are facing, and the impacts they are making in their constituencies. We'll also bring you closer to the people they are serving and the stories that shape their work. Join us on NAS Watch every Friday on Rapid Television at 7 p.m. So get informed, get engaged, and get to know the leaders shaping Nigeria's future.
Good morning, Abuja. Good morning, Ekiti State. It is Ekiti Decides, right here on Rapid TV. I am Nathan Williams, and with me in the studio is
Victor. Okay, good morning, good people of Nigeria. And of course, today, Ekiti State will be deciding who their next governor will be. Welcome.
And definitely, Victor, Ekiti State will be deciding who their next governor will be. Will it be the incumbent, or will it be a new leader that will take them through the next electoral, season? And of course, Ekiti State, especially this nation, has seen that it is exactly the way it should be in terms of electioneering, and of course the people, exercising their franchise as it should be. But the question still remains: is INEC, the electoral body, ready? Led by Josh Omopiton, Professor Josh Omopiton. When he came in, there were doubts. And so far, there have been up-cycle elections that have taken place. Some say it has come out well. Some still complain. Others say, go to court if you do not agree on the results. Are the Ekiti State people ready also to exercise their franchise? We've been made known from press releases and statements that sensitive materials have been delivered. And this was done long before now with the help of the military, in terms of ensuring that all polling units get the materials that are necessary for exercising their franchise, especially the electorate. Now, the political party, they are also there. Those that are registered know that they will be engaging in this election. Those that may have been deregistered, and of course have complained, but definitely people are going to the poll. Ekiti people are going to the poll to exercise their franchise. Another question still remains: the timing that has been given by INEC, which is from 8:30 in the morning till about 2:30, will it be enough for Ekiti people to exercise their franchise? That is the bone of contention. At this point in time, Victor, what do you think? Do you feel that this time is due? Because we've always had issues of the beavers and the rest of them.
That's right.
Fingerprints not being recognized, facial recognition having issues, and the likes. How do you think this will go?
Well, with over 1 million voters registered basically in Ekiti State, 8:30 a.m. up until 2:30 p.m. Well, the people of Ekiti State, they are very enthusiastic. They're optimistic because we saw and we heard from them in the street or on the street very recently. But talking about 8:30, up until 2:30 p.m. without the challenges, that are being preempted, basically, that might just be enough for all of the maybe elections to be concluded, basically. But if we have these challenges, which are some of the things that we've seen in the past, I mean, take your mind back to the FCT polls, take your mind back as well to the Anambra governorship election as well. All of this happened within the time frame where Professor Josh Omopiton, was the INEC chairman. In fact, the Anambra state election was his litmus test. Yet, there were challenges as at the time. Exactly. And today, I do recall that beyond Ekiti state governorship election, there are still 6 other states that are going to be having their by-elections as well. Correct. Senatorial elections, basically, which, of course, Rivers State is part of them, Enugu State is part of them, Kwara State, and about 4 other states that are going to be part of all of this. So it means that INEC is not just paying attention to only Ekiti State. Their attention is to 7 different states. Are they fully ready? These are basically the questions that have, that still comes out from the minds of the people. But we had the INEC person, the INEC official in Ekiti State speak yesterday, and she did mention, she said, though the materials are available right now, though it didn't come as early as they had wanted it to come. That was the key word for me there. It didn't come as early as they had wanted it to come, as it did happen within the FCT. But the question is, what delayed the coming of those materials into Ekiti State? Now, have they all gone out to the 16 local government areas of Ekiti State as we speak right now? Now, these are other things that we need to get to find out from INEC. But of course, just like they said, 8:30 a.m., the election begins, right? It begins, and we hope that we don't have all of these rancors, all of the challenges that we've seen INEC have in the past. I think it is about time that they do better, right? They have to actually, the general election is just by the corner. Right,
not far off.
Not far off.
Exactly.
Not far off. Now we've had all of this obstacle coming again from Anambra to FCT polls, now Ekiti State and other states. In August as well, there's going to be another election.
In Osun State.
In Osun State. Now moving on to the general elections. If INEC doesn't get their acts together, doesn't put all of the preparations together, then it means that we might just be having some challenges come that general election. But today, we are going to be monitoring what they'll be doing in Ekiti State and the other 6 states that are having all the by-elections as well.
Beautiful points raised. Thank you, Victor. And of course, other points are there to raise. Other questions are also there to ask. Talking about security and also talking about those whom their interest is always to go and ensure that the election does not take place. All these are concerns that have been raised. We will discuss more of this and also take you through Ekiti State, the history, who has been there and who should be there. That will be after this break.
Every day, Nigerians pay for services, yet many still struggle to get the service they deserve. When service fails, the cost is trust, the cost is time, the cost is opportunity. I'm Cynthia Yinkere, and this is Customer Experience 360 with Cynthia Yinkere, where consumers, regulators, and businesses come together to ask the hard questions and demand better service, accountability, and solutions. Join me on Customer Experience 360 every Monday at 3 p.m. on Rapid TV, channel 176 on Star Time. Because service is everyone's business.
Nigeria's economy, the global market. What does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the main street and, of course, the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Businessless as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Businessless.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Nigeria has been deprived of female leadership and continues to experience gross underrepresentation of women in politics. On the Leading Woman Show Season 1, tagged Election Series, brought to you with support from the National Endowment for Democracy, we will interrogate some of the common misconceptions that we as Nigerians have of women as leaders. The Leading Woman Show will bring together political leaders, culture shapers, and nation builders to promote public discourse on the barriers and benefits of women's political inclusion. Together, we will learn, unlearn, and relearn so we can shape perception and inspire more informed citizens who will be encouraged to vote for a woman in the next general elections. Join me, Abosede Jojagan, on this journey as your host.
Correro, your front row seats to the most pressing issues from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio.
On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's Official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Sister Radio.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
It's still Rapid TV, and it is Ekiti Decides, taking you down memory lane. Ekiti State, carved out of old Ondo State, was created on October 1st, 1996 by the military government of General Sani Abacha, with Ado-Ekiti as its capital. The state is known as the Land of Honor, a name that reflects its people's reputation for education, integrity, and outspoken politics. The Ekiti people are predominantly Yoruba and have historically been strong advocates for progressive politics, federalism, and good governance. That political consciousness has shaped the state right from creation and has continued to define its elections till today. Political history and governance to dates. Ekiti's political journey started under military administration before transitioning to civilian rule in 1999 with Nigeria's Fourth Republic. During the military administration, that which started in 1996 and extended to 1999, we had Lieutenant Colonel Bamidele Otiko. Then from 1996 to 1997, the first military administrator focused on setting up the new state's administrative structures. After that, we had Captain Atonda Yusuf. who took place or who took over from 1997 to 1998. After that, retired Navy Captain Mohammed Bawa took over. That lasted from 1998 to 1999, after which he handed over to civilian government in 1999. Civilian governors, which have ruled from 1999, has extended to date, and that began with Otumba Niyi Adebayo, who was in a political party AD, and that was from 1999 to 2003. First civilian governor that Ekiti State had. He laid the foundation for Ekiti's civil service, infrastructure, and educational institutions. His administration emphasized fiscal discipline. He never took that for a joke. After that, Ayo Fayose, who was from the People's Democratic Party PDP, took over from 2003 to 2006. Ayo Fayose was known for his populist style and direct connection with the masses. His first term was cut short in 2006 when he was impeached over allegations of financial misconduct, a move that triggered years of political turbulence. Now, after that impeachment, Chief Tokpe Ademiluyi, who also was from the party PDP, took over in 2006. He briefly acted as governor after Fayose's impeachment. Tunde Ogushakin took over again, or rather took over in 2006, also served briefly in acting capacity during the crisis period. Fayose, PDP again in 2006, got reinstated briefly by the court before another impeachment. Chief Fumilayo Olayinka, also from the PDP, took over from 2007, which lasted till 2009. He was the acting governor. Then came Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who was in ACN and then later moved to APC from 2010 to 2014. He came in after a protracted legal battle that nullified Fayose's impeachment and subsequent elections. Fayemi's first term focused on education reforms, infrastructure, and restoring civil service integrity. After that, Ayo Fayose came in again, still from the political party PDP, and he ruled from 2014 to 2018. He returned for a second term with his stomach infrastructure policy, which made everyone laugh, but of course that passed the message. He cared about the masses and wanted to ensure that the masses were his top priority. He also instituted direct cash transfers and grassroots welfare programs. His administration was marked by strong opposition to the federal government at that time. And of course, there were lots of controversies. After which Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who moved from the political party he was in to the APC in 2018, he ruled till 2022. He returned for the second term. He prioritized knowledge, economy, road infrastructure, job creation through agencies like BAO and security through Amotekun. He also served as chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum. Now, if you look at these histories, you see what these governors prioritized. After that, Mr. Biodun Yebanji, who is in the APC, took over from 2022 to date. He is currently the governor of Ekiti State. Now, what has his administration focused on? He targeted the BAO's shared prosperity agenda. He focuses on completing ongoing projects that were left undone. Agriculture, rural development, youth employment, and sustaining Fayemi's legacy programs. He is the first Ekiti governor to succeed someone from the same party peacefully without rancor. The state has seen intense political rivalry between the PDP and APC, including the ACN, with court cases, impeachment, and reruns, which has defined early elections. But since 2018, transitions have been smoother, showing democratic maturity. What the people of Ekiti State have always wanted from their leaders? Numerous, you would say. The Ekiti people are highly educated, political welfare, and they are very, very well aware of their political states, and they were also very quick, are also very quick to holding their leaders accountable. From town hall meetings to media debates, their demands have always remained consistent, ranging from education and knowledge economy. As a state with one of the highest literacy rates in Nigeria, Ekiti people expect massive investments, especially in schools, their teachers, welfare and higher institutions. They want Ekiti to remain a knowledge hub with universities, innovation and skilled manpower. The Ekiti people want infrastructure and road networks. Because Ekiti is largely rural and many towns and farm settlements, good roads are non-negotiable by Ekiti people. The people consistently demand intercity roads, rural access, rural electricity and water supply to open up their agriculture and trade investments. Agriculture and jobs for youths has also been their priority, because these children, when they go to school, they come out and they also need to be self-dependent with fertile land and an aerial population. Ekiti people want government support for farmers, agro-processing industries and youth employment schemes. The expectation is that leaders should turn Ekiti's cocoa, rice and cassava potential into real wealth. They have also expected integrity and participatory governance from their people. They have a slogan, Omoluabi. That is a value to them. It is what the Ekiti people want: transparency, accountability and leaders who are accessible at all times. They reject arrogance and demand governors who listen in town hall meetings and keep promises. That is why you see every now and then they organize town hall meetings, and that has always been the way to reach the people. The concept of stomach infrastructure versus infrastructure development debate has also shown how they scrutinize governance style. In recent time, we have also had security issues. The Ekiti people are not sleeping on this. They also expect security and peace. Now, with rising national insecurity, the Ekiti people want protection for farmers, rural communities and highways. They supported the creation of Amotekun, and of course, they expect a continued collaboration between government and traditional rulers, and also the local security outfit. This will boost security and enhance security. They do not joke with tradition. They respect the elders. The state has over 16 organized obas and strong council of traditional rulers. People expect leaders to work with, not against, these traditional institutions that have been created, who have direct communication with the people. In short, Ekiti people have always wanted leaders who combine brain with compassion, governors who invest in education, who build roads, who create jobs, who govern with integrity and respect the people's voice. That expectation is why Ekiti elections are often unpredictable, and why performance, not party alone, usually decides who wins. All polls close today, June 20, 2026. Ekiti people once again prove that democracy is alive when citizens ask the right questions and vote with their conscience. The choice the Ekiti people will make today will determine if education stays as their pride, if rural roads reach every farm, if youth gets real opportunities, and if the Omoluoba value guides governance. Remember, performance, not party alone, has always been top-notch in the Ekiti state. Has always decided who leads Ekiti. Stay peaceful, stay vigilant, and ensure that their votes count. This is Ekiti state. This is their future. We'll be bringing you more updates as results comes in. And of course, Ekiti has decided, will decide, and will continue to decide. We'll go for a short break. We'll come back. We'll talk more, not just on what the people are expecting, but what Nigerians are expecting as well. Stay tuned.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio.
On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
From the heart of Africa, where dreams are born and passion is boundless, a new wave of talent rises. In La Liga, these extraordinary athletes are not just playing the game, they're transforming it.
The man chasing, it's Lamine Yamal! What a magnificent goal that is!
They shine on the world stage. Watch as they redefine football, inspire millions, and make history. La Liga, where dreams become reality.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio.
On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
Nigeria's economy, the global market. What does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the main street and, of course, the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Businessless as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
From the heart of Africa, where dreams are born and passion is boundless, a new wave of talent rises. In La Liga, these extraordinary athletes are not just playing the game, they're transforming it.
Rodriguez, the man chasing, it's Lamine Yamal! What a magnificent goal that
They
is!
shine on the world stage. Watch as they redefine football, inspire millions, and make history. La Liga, where dreams become reality.
My name is Faith Dr. Joseph.
Name is Martha Alu.
My name is Victor Arki.
My name is Divine Alex.
My name is Esther Omen.
My name is Arthur James Brooks.
My name is Godwin Sunday.
I am Ijoma Victor.
My name is Cynthia Agbo.
Josephine Beatrice.
I bet you already know that this is
Rapid Television.
Nigeria's economy, the global market, what does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the main street and of course the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Businessless as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Time is power. Our lives are powered by the sun. As the sun rises, so do we. As we trust it to rise and set without any worries interrupting your morning with our hybrid all-in-one inverter, powering our prosperity and happiness.
Sustainable future, making the shell. Start time solar.
but also nurture what is dear to us, powering trust and support, empowering us to do things that really matters. Star Times Solar, power your life.
My name is Faith Dafa Joseph.
Name is Martha Alu.
My name is Victor Arke.
My name is Divine Alex.
My name is Esther Men.
My name is Arthur James Bruce. My name is Godwin Sunday.
I am Ijoma Victor.
My name is Cynthia Agbo.
Josephine Bitru.
I bet you already know that this is
Rapid Television.
Greatness is not faceless. Greatness has a face. It has many faces. It has over 200 million faces. It has your face. It has my face. Greatness is beyond what we do. It's how we do it. It is the people we do it for. It is never settling, continuously tinkering with an idea till answers to age-old questions emerge. It is our wittiness. It is our speed. It's our energy. It's our heavy punches. It is making melodies from anything. It is in the endless poetry of Nigerian life. Joyful, frustrating, sad, exciting. It's a mix of colors, imitating the breathtaking tapestry of life. It's our defiance of fear and our almost defiant, nearly arrogant presence in the galleries of the distinguished. It is these everyday people creating timeless, priceless art, carving spectacle, crafting history. It is resilience woven into the fabric that we are made of and we wear. Etu, Ashoke, Akwete, Kura. Greatness, the Nigerian spirit. That thing about us that all recognize and still cannot find the right words to describe. Great is Nigerian. Greatness is when Toby Amusho does the 100 meters hurdles in 12.12 seconds and a stunned world held its breath. Greatness is the chicken scratch guitar chords that bewitched the world. A new beat, Afrobeat, from Fela and now to Burna Boy, to Wizkid and Davido. It is the earthy Afro pop of Asha. It's the compelling, beguiling Nigerian R&B of Tiwa and Tenny, and the alternative sounds of Thames, Johnny Drill and Chike. Greatness is how our phenomenal artists are selling out arenas both home and abroad with tens of thousands of people showing up to experience the pulsations of this mysteriously sweet music. Greatness is Kunle Afolayan, Jadesola Oshiberu, Kemi Adetiba, Nazo Nuzo, hitting mind-boggling box office numbers, securing global film deals, and rallying communities. Not so long ago, content was just television, and now digital content is the new oil, with our skit makers, content creators, thought leaders, growing our digital economy. Greatness is Professors Kayode Oyewumi and Musa Yakubu, being listed among Elsevier BV's most productive scientists in the world. Greatness is Ethan Nwaneri at 15, becoming the world's youngest player in the English Premier League. Greatness is Abasi Eneobong, pioneering the inclusion of the African genome in research through 54 genes. And Aisha Tofa, building and nurturing a tech ecosystem through Startup Kano. Greatness is Amina Mohammed, championing the voice of global peace as we take a prominent place at the table. Greatness is Miracle Izuchukwu, becoming the youngest female commercial pilot in North America. Greatness is Faith Odunsi, calculating her way to become the global mathematics champion.
Express 0.00.
2.4 times 10 is minus 5.
Greatness is the pantheon of Nigerian authors. Their stories, our stories, bringing the world into the magic, the pain, the triumphs of the Nigerian experience. Greatness is the unicorns. 6 companies created by Nigerians under 30 years old, now worth over $1 billion each. The stories, the people, Nigeria. Each of these stories of greatness across the globe has you in it, and it has me in it. And we can almost take them for granted. They are so Nigerian. Chimamanda talked about the danger of a single story, where negative stories are used to flatten an individual's experience and overlook the many other stories that formed them. We are our stories. We are not one story, and we must tell these stories to ourselves and to the world. Nigeria is not faceless. It's not an obstacle. I'm Nigeria, and you are too. And we don't stop until we win.
If you're just joining us, this is still Ekiti Decides, and of course this is the off-circle gubernatorial election this day, June 20, 2026. I still remain Nathan Williams, and of course I have
Victor Arke. Welcome back. And of course Nathan has given you the historical background of Ekiti State, as it should be, because it's important while we're talking about the political terrain, we need to also understand where Ekiti State is coming from, as a state. Since 1999 up until now, they've have amazing transitional kind of leadership, and it's been very beautiful. They have their own rancorings in there. Some of the governors came in, court battles and all of that. In fact, you got to see Ayo Fayoshi. After he first turned, he was ousted. Some other person came on board, and then he came again, right? And then before another governor still came on board, basically. So Ekiti people have, according to some of the things that they've kept, they've been talking about, they are very keen on always choosing the person they want part-time. And I think that's also what we might be seeing right now, in 2026 general election.
Exactly.
Will Oyebanji emerge victorious? Because some of our team, they went out on the field and they did that a vox pop, and I was basically watching that earlier. And some of the persons on the street, they were talking about the fact that Ekiti needs someone right now that can actually take them further.
Exactly.
That they need more, from whoever is going to emerge victorious. If Oyebanji wins, they need more from him right now. Right? If some other person wins, they need more right now. Because again, Ekiti, the home of knowledge, basically. So what are they even? What's their investment when it comes to education right now on the current terrain, of Ekiti State? That's what they're talking about right now. And not to do a comparison between Ekiti and Lagos, because that's going to be a far cry, right? Very large one, But they can do a whole lot more, because again, they have the potential to actually thrive in as much as possible. So yeah, those are the things that we're going to be looking at today, basically.
Exactly. And of course, the Ekiti people are very particular. If they tell you they need this governor, they need him for a particular reason.
Exactly.
Of course, I see that Ekiti State has a very strong drive when it comes to education, and they do not joke about that. Is Oyebanji delivering on that aspect? Is that what they are looking at? Is that what they say they want to progress on? Ekiti people are the ones that will decide. Now, of course, we have updates coming in from the field, telling us that not only that the polling units have received the materials, we also have INEC officials who have also arrived, and our colleagues out there are also mentioning that some of the materials arrived early. Like one of them said that INEC officials arrived at the polling unit in Ado Ekiti, and at exactly 7 between 7:30 and 7:40 or thereabouts. And of course, this as also goes to show that INEC are following up with what should be done. But the question is, are we going to be seeing this in just few places or few polling units? Is it going to be the same thing that is experienced in one polling unit that will be experienced in other polling units? it is a question that has to be answered. And of course, our correspondents out there will bring us these informations, and of course, we'll be updating you as time goes on.
Truly.
We'll also be talking about the aspirant as well as time goes on.
Surely.
But definitely we want to update you. What you are carefully, bringing out for your, interest is what is exactly happening in the field. We'll find out more as we continue. And of course, you have other updates as well?
That's right. We'll see that voting has commenced at Ekiti right now as we speak, and that's what our correspondents are giving us right now. And of course, accreditation are also underway as INEC arrives polling units in Ekiti. So it seems like the time that INEC actually gave, they are trying as much as possible to even beat that time, because they did say that the election is going to start at 8:30 a.m. right, and this is just 7:53, and according to report that we have from the feed, voting has commenced at Ekiti in Ekiti State, and that's quite a very commendable thing right now from INEC for today's election, basically.
Thank you so much, Victor. And then while in other parts of Ekiti as well, we also have materials that have arrived, and voting accreditation have also started. It is on the way, and just like you emphasized, Victor, it is indeed clear that INEC is ensuring or trying to ensure that they meet up with the time. Now the question is, if the people are out there, from the feeds you are seeing, you see that in Ekiti, that polling unit, that polling zone, people are already queuing up,
yes,
waiting to exercise their franchise. And of course, we will also be, hoping to hear from our correspondents out there, and to see also feeds of some of these aspirants who will also come out and vote, where they will be going to, and let's see if we can get some, interviews and hear from them, because when the people see whom they want to vote, it has a way of getting to them, and of course, gingering them. For those who may be at home and see those feeds, they will say, oh, I didn't want to vote earlier, but because I've seen, they might definitely want to go out and vote. So these are some of the scenes we'll be bringing you as time goes on. In Ekiti, voting has commenced in earnest, and of course we also believe that more of these polling units report will come in, so that we'll also update you and tell you what the people are also doing. We also have rules and guidelines that INEC has put in place. You don't go with your phone when you want to vote, so that you don't snap and tell if there is anything like someone who is sponsoring, to know if you really voted the person in particular. So those rules needs to be adhered to, and these are rules that INEC has also put in place. We also have observers. We have party observers, those who will be there to also ensure that things are going well, so that they don't feel disenfranchised. In the FCT election that we had, we also had issues where they said some political parties were not captured.
Yeah,
we hope that doesn't happen this time around in Ekiti State, because
definitely
everyone needs their party to be well represented.
As it should.
They are in the field, they want to vote, they want to ensure that their party is well captured. And we also have situations where security issues were lacking in FCT. Now we're talking about the electoral body now, what they have been able to achieve in other elections. The Anambra State election, we have the FCT, area council elections. Some of the loopholes, are they going to fill them up? We had situations where we were told that over 7,000 police officers were deployed.
Right.
But there were complaints by the people that they didn't see the presence of these security personnel. Are we going to see that? Though it was not the present Inspector General Police that was on seat that is currently there at the time. So let's see. Would there be difference? That's exactly what we're looking at. And Ekiti people want to also be protected. And while being protected, they do not also want to be intimidated by the presence of police, military, and the rest of them.
And talking about intimidation, you know, that was one of the challenges as well that some persons actually did complain about, especially in the FCT polls. Because I could remember one of our colleagues mentioning us at the time that whilst they were moving, even as essential workers, because as pressmen, we have to be out there. Definitely. And that's the only way we can actually bring verified information and unbiased analysis here. And, you know, whilst they were moving down to, I think, the Kubwa axis of the FCTs at the time.
Correct.
You know, the presence of police officials as at that time, you know, had to stop them and delay them, right? I also saw some other videos, even from Anambra State elections at the time, you know, where it was also seen that there was some form of intimidation.
That's correct.
These are things, of course, that the Nigerian people are not liking at this point in time, because whenever we come out to vote, it is basically, you know, just exercising our franchise. I mean, it is our right.
Correct.
We decide who leads us part-time. For the governorship or gubernatorial election, the people need to come out to vote, and they need to come out to vote without fear, you know, without any form of reservations. You know, we had the case of voter apathy in the past.
That has always been a challenge.
That's been a challenge, Nathan. And, you know, there are various reasons to that.
Exactly.
You know, some would say that votes don't count, so why come out to vote, right? Some cites the situation of insecurity, you know, and also some cite the situation of police intimidation.
That's correct.
So if all of these are factors why people who are supposed to come out to vote aren't coming out to vote, it becomes a problem, you know, because the police presence there is to maintain law and order, to make sure that the voting process goes smoothly. And that is what their job should be about, right? So if they point out or then seize any form of security threat, they act on that immediately.
Definitely.
But they ensure that they maintain that law, protect the people that are coming out to vote. Their presence should be a motivation to the people, not a demotivation.
Exactly.
In the past, we've seen that the presence of military personnel, police officers have been more like an intimidation, you know, to voters that are coming out. But we do hope, you know, that the Nigerian Police Force, the NSCDC as well, they are going to be protected. They were deployed basically.
Exactly.
They're going to be doing their job to ensure that the people that are coming out to vote come out, you know, in mass. And of course that security presence is there. Recall that we're having security challenges in the country in Nigeria
currently,
you know, and of course even in the southwest, you know, there are certain challenges that we experience, or your state precisely, which is not too far from Ekiti State. So if we see these things happening, so it means that Ekiti people will still have a little bit of fear because of the insecurity. So the Nigerian police, the military, the DSS, the Nigerian Navy, basically everyone has to work together to ensure that, you know, there is peace, to ensure that security presence is really felt in Ekiti State. Like we said earlier on, you know, the Ekiti State governorship election is not just a duly election happening today. 6 other states are having their elections, but of course the big one is the Ekiti State, and that's why all eyes currently are Ekiti as we speak. So we hope that INEC can actually do a lot more better. Security personnel, this is basically a collaboration, and I'm hoping that they did all of this together. Maybe that's the reason why some of the security personnel were deployed earlier on, you know, as it is. But of course, we're going to be watching and seeing what is going to be playing out in Ekiti State today, and of course other parts of the country as the election proceeds. Very
correctly. Thank you very much, Victor. And of course, still hampering on the issue of security, so far I think we've observed that there's been this synergy between the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police Force, NSCDC, even the Navy, in airlifting the materials to each various polling units in Ekiti State. And from what we got from our correspondent who was on ground, he made mention of the materials arriving very early under tight security conditions.
That's right.
And now they have been deployed. They are out there. They are at each polling unit, just like you've mentioned. Has INEC put in those modalities in place? Now, in terms of security, the electorates, or rather those who are going out to vote, do not want to be intimidated.
Not at all.
Voter apathy, it has always been a challenge as well. But we have situations where we've had press releases from the Inspector General of Police who made mention that security personnel have been deployed, and he has said very clearly, talking about IGP or Latunji Disu, that the election will go smoothly. Now, when you have such assurance coming from the security chief himself, that elections will go smoothly, the people will definitely want to believe, of course, and come out and exercise their franchise. That, of course, does not end there. The security chief might make his promise. What about the personnel themselves?
Exactly.
We've seen situations where security personnel have been sent from various states who went outside the line of their duty, and they've been prosecuted,
right,
according to the law that is required in the security apparatus. And we also see situations where the Inspector General of Police has also come out to say that social media content creators should not use avenues like that, where security personnel are carrying out their duties to create content just because they want to have lots of views. Even if the policeman is eating, they are videoing. He's on line of duty carrying out stop and search, they are videoing and all that. It becomes a mechanical thing, and that's exactly what they are trying to avoid. So all eyes now are on the election itself.
Exactly.
So everyone should focus on the success of the election, not the failings. Definitely we know that there will be aspects where we might not, the INEC might not meet up. The security personnel might not meet up. But will there be success in all of this?
Definitely will be.
We wait to see.
That's right.
And we hope to see.
That's right.
Definitely.
Once we were talking about some of the things that the IGP had mentioned.
Very correct.
Nathan, I think Nigerians may be beginning to rebuild their trust in the system again.
I think so too.
So in the past, some of the challenges we've seen and experienced, even without the advent of technology, some of those things actually were swept under the carpet.
Very correct.
When technology came into play, and everyone has access to technology and content creation, the internet basically, people began to hold the security personnel accountable.
Exactly.
And one of the ways to hold them accountable is to actually show what they are doing in the public.
True.
Right? So it is going to be a little bit impossible for the Nigerian youth who is going to be going out there to vote not to video or record, because like I said, trust is already eroding in the system, and Nigerians are trying to rebuild that trust. So you have to be patient with the Nigerian people. So what that means is that everyone has got to be at the top of their game whilst we're monitoring, because the truth is some persons are just looking out for, okay, let us see what they're going to do wrong at this point in time, so that we can hold them accountable. So why don't you, as much as possible, do everything right?
That's your job.
It's as simple as that. I mean, there are times where you need to eat. We understand they're humans, right? There are times you need to eat then. There are times where you need to rest then. But the time for work should be time for work, knowing that you need to protect the people.
Definitely.
Again, I take it back to Anambra State. We saw the videos. It actually went. I think we actually even connected with one of the persons who even made the video where it was recorded that a security personnel, I think they drove in with their van and snatched the ballot box. These are people that were on uniforms,
and they used tear gas to dispatch the people.
So imagine that was not recorded and captured. How would the Nigerian people know? So for that very reason, now the Nigerian police force can investigate that particular individual or that particular officer, and then maybe court martial or whatever the rule is in the MPF. Basically, accountability is a thing, and it's not the first time we're seeing an IGP make promises stating that the election
we will be successful at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, we see that we still have some of those little buckets of challenges here and there. So I think again, I really think it's important. I don't know if there are trainings that the NPF does for election purposes. If they don't, I think they should. If they do, I think they should constantly have these trainings, because it's really important. Because going out there as a security personnel in the polling unit is different from you fighting crime.
That's correct.
So again, like we said earlier on, you're protecting the people.
Exactly.
Right. While you're watching out for any pocket of insecurity or violence going on, and then you curtail it or contain it there. Right. And I just think it's really important that they should work more on building the trust of the Nigerian people on the Nigerian police force, and of course every military apparatus. That's the only way that we might want to keep our phones aside and not record some of the ills that they do, basically.
Even if some might not want to record, we have international organizations that are watching.
Exactly.
They will also watch. They will get feedbacks.
True.
and that is what they're going to use as the election review for the Nigerian authority, INEC, Nigerian government, and see how they use these off-cycle elections. So prepare for the main election come 2027. A lot to talk about and many more to also bring you on election that is taking place today at Ekiti State. It is Ekiti Decide. I remain Nathan Williams. We'll bring you more updates from the field, and of course we also want to let you know that we'll be having guests who will also be talking about some of these issues right here in the studios of Rapid TV. We'll be back after this break.
Forms of movement will be restricted during this election period. The police said measures is being designed to prevent movement of political thugs and other criminal elements that could destroy the voting process. The commissioner for police in charge of this Ekiti election, Bayomi Shogunle, he spoke with journalists during a press conference, noted that adequate security personnel have been deployed across the states, urging residents to come out and vote without fear.
Residents of Ekiti State and also our police officers, we just concluded a training for police officers that will be taking part in this election, and they have gone back to sensitize others. Two important documents will guide every action, every police action. One is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and the Electoral Act 2006, right? 2026. Electoral Act 2026 as amended. So those are the two important documents that will guide police actions and response to issues pertaining to this election. Police, the Nigerian Police Force, will remain neutral and will remain neutral throughout the course of this election. And one thing I want to encourage is registered voters. They should come out and vote tomorrow. Nothing will happen to them. Then let me also use this opportunity again. Although we have issued out a press release, there's restriction of movement, but this restriction of movement, this set of people are exempted. There's examination that will happen tomorrow. We have structured examination that is being conducted nationwide.
He ran against vote buying and other forms of electoral malpractice during this governorship election, noting that security agencies have been deployed rack centers to ensure the safety of election officials and electoral materials.
Regarding the issue of vote buying and ballot box snatching, you see, one of the good parts of the 2026 Electoral Act is that vote trading has been clearly stated to be a criminal offense. So it's not just the person buying, also the person selling. So if you see anyone, draw our attention to it. Members of the public, if you see anybody trading votes, buying or selling, draw our attention to it. We will ensure the arrest of such persons, recover the exhibits, conduct the investigation that we need to take them to court with, and they will be charged to court accordingly. Then ballot box snatching, part of this security arrangement we have put in place. We have put in place specific measures to deter people or anyone that wants to snatch any ballot, any box, to get to do that. And part of the thing is restriction of vehicular movements. So nobody will be allowed, apart from some specific people that have been mentioned, which we all know, no any other person will be allowed to be going about with vehicles, with motorcycles, with keke, any mechanically propelled machine to use it on the road. So then we are also having police at strategic locations, because anybody coming or that intends to go and snatch box will leave from somewhere and walk to the polling unit where it will happen. And when they carry it, they will leave from there to go to somewhere. So we have provided measures at strategic points to prevent that from happening.
Speaking with Rapid TV, the State President Electoral Commissioner Umi Omoseyidemi assures voters that lessons from previous elections have been incorporated to improve efficiency and enhance the credibility of the process.
Voter turnout, because it's you people that always talk about it. So what are your statistics? People always say low voter turnout. Abi, you are talking about the number of people that came out based on the population of the people that register. Right? But you are not looking at the base on people that collected cards. And if you look at that's why INEC is calling for revalidation of voters. Because since 2011, when you have so large number of people on the register, many people have died. And their name is still on the register. Many people have migrated. Their name is still on register. And it was done in that era where it's so easy for you to collect pictures of people, take it to INEC, write their names, and INEC will just register them. And that's why you have so many people that have so multiple voters card. Until we clean the card, we clean the INEC register, we cannot be talking about low voter turnout.
With security agency on high alert, electoral officials in places, all eyes are now on Ekiti State as voters head to the poll to choose the next governor. From Ado Ekiti, Onwuka Kingsley, Rapid TV News.
It's still Ekiti Decide right here on Rapid TV. June 20 is the day, 2026, and the Ekiti people have said we want to choose our leader. Is it a new leader or the incumbent? Of course, talking about Biodun Oyebanji, who represents the All Progressive Congress, APC. They are the ruling party currently, and there's quite a lot to say about APC. You might ask, in what aspect? But let's look at the aspirants. Three major aspirants. We have APC, we have ADC.
Right.
ADC just came in and suddenly they are out there, especially because of the, the chieftains that are there. To begin with, Biodun Oyebanji, from what we have in our archives here, his administration journey spans when he served as Chief of Staff and Secretary to the state government, and of course ultimately leading to his 2022 inauguration as governor. His pitch for a second term centers on continuity. That's what he says. A deeper investment in education. Like I said earlier, the Ekiti people are really invested in education, and of course his curriculum reform is making healthcare a right, not a privilege. That's what he says. But the question still remains, what got done in the first term and what didn't? That's what Ekiti people are asking. Will they vote Abiodun Oyebanji for APC, or will they decide they want to move ahead? We need more. That is what they are saying.
That is it.
Let's get to hear what he asked of his people, because there was a broadcast he did to the Ekiti people asking for re-election. These are the things he has put on the table. These are the things he wants to do. He wants to get back to them, and he wants to continue. So let's see what he told Ekiti people and what he is asking of them in this broadcast.
Ekiti, Ekiti, tí gbòmìnira. Ekiti, Ekiti, tí gbòmìnira. Àwa Ekiti iwájú la ó máa lọ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Àwa Ekiti ọ̀kan ṣoṣo máa ní wá o láéláé.
Ekiti, by this time tomorrow, it will be 4 years since you gave me your mandate in the governorship election that took place on June 18, 2022. In another 72 hours, on Saturday, June 20, 2026, we will be returning to the polls to cast our votes to elect the governor and the deputy governor for another term in office. As we are all aware, I am the candidate of a great party, the All Progressive Congress, APC, in the governorship election. I will be standing for election with my running mate and reliable partner, Chief Mrs. Christiana Munisade Afuye. With her, I will be contesting with other Ekiti compatriots who have equally been put forward by their various political parties as our challengers. Since electioneering began in the current political season, I have moved around the state to seek your support for a renewed mandate. I have met various interest groups, associations, and communities. My team and many volunteers groups have also constantly knocked on your doors and appeared in your abodes to seek your support for our candidature and that of our party. Just yesterday, our party's highest echelons, led by the President, represented by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, DCON, and the National Chairman of our great party, Professor Netawe Yewada, were here to drum support for our party and to seek your renewed support for our re-election. At every call, you have not stopped to openly and passionately express your preference in our candidature by turning out in large numbers in all our campaign rallies. I have also continued to receive words of solidarity, support, and prayer from the stakeholders of our state, far and near. I therefore want to express a profound appreciation to all Ekiti people, home and abroad, for your fervent support and generous endorsement of our aspiration for a renewed mandate. Ekiti, you will recall that during the 2022 electioneering, I campaigned on a 6-point of agenda, which later crystallized into the 6 pillars of our administration. Since we got into office October 16, 2022, we have centered our policy and
This is not landscape. You take your auto rotation button. Is that a landscape? Check. Okay. Alpha.
I'm doing my job, man. I'm a media guy.
It's still Ekiti decides, and of course before we brought you that live feed, we showed you what the Ekiti State Governor, the incumbent, was asking of his people, and of course we'll bring you also what other candidates also said, and of course their portfolios, their everything they say they want to do. These are promises that Ekiti people want to see translate to dividends. And of course we'll be going live now. We have our colleague who is out there, Kingsley Onwuka, will be telling us exactly what is currently happening, and he has with him the Commissioner of Police there in Ekiti State. And if you can hear us, Kingsley. Hello, Kingsley, can you hear us?
As per the regulation of INEC, we are deploying 4 security agencies to every polling unit. And these 4 security agencies is made up of mainly 3 police officers and 1 officer from the
I think we're having network issues there.
Yeah. We're having some technical issues. We'll get a full detail of who is exactly speaking, but we know that from the hint we got is the Commissioner of Police in Ekiti there, and he also was mentioning the deployment that has been carried out to the polling units. That shows that there is security presence. Let's establish that first of all. And from the feed we saw earlier, we also saw that there were police officers who were stationed at different positions. That of course shows that security presence are registered. We also find out more from Kingsley. At this point, I think we're having a little technical issue. Now let's go back to the aspirant. We're talking about Yebanji before we went on that break. Which of these aspirants do you want to talk about, Victor?
Well, let's finalize with the incumbent, basically. Who's been there for 4 years right now.
Definitely.
And of course, he's seeking re-election. And he actually started serving the state first as Secretary General of the state under the then governor of Fayemi, basically at the time. Now, some of the things that he has done now are the things that the Ekiti people would either use to re-elect him or vote for some other person, as we speak. And from infrastructure to healthcare development, these are some of the things that the people have talked about that he has done. But just like I told you on that Vox Pop that Sydney did, the people of Ekiti State are also saying that we need somebody who is going to take us further. which is to say that
Oliver Twist.
they are not satisfied,
exactly,
right, with what is going on right now, you know, with the Ekiti state, basically. But I do think, and I hope, of course, that because again, the whole thing boils down to the people.
That's correct.
Not just the aspirants, right? Exactly. They are there to serve the people, and if their service is not so good to the people, then it becomes a problem, basically, for us, for the Ekiti people, basically. But I think we still have people basically getting ready and of course getting sorted, but once we get ready to sort them out, we are going to be able to connect with them as much as possible. But again, still talking about Oyebanji as an aspirant under the APC. The APC is the ruling party on the national level, and on many other states right now. I think we have over 30 states, right, or close to 30 states that are APC states right now, and with that alone, that gives us that gives the APC, you know, more of an edge, given an edge basically as a party, especially because they are the ruling party. They are there on the national level. They are there in almost 30 states, and they are still the incumbent rather in Ekiti state. So that power of incumbency is going to play out for him. But what he has done for the people and what he hasn't done for the people will be a determining factor, basically. And I love the fact that all right, I think we have Kingsley Omuka back on the line right now before we continue with Kingsley. Welcome.
Oh, you're live.
Yes, go on,
so
sir.
Go on. So good. And what is the update you're getting from your men from the field?
Okay, we're ready. We're trying to reach you guys.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. The updates from across Ekiti indicate that polling units are fully set up, and we are ready to commence the voting process any moment from now, as expected.
So we saw that electoral material have arrived on time, and the security presence is at the polling unit. So what is your word to political talks that maybe might be planning one or two during this exercise?
Well, we've said it, they shouldn't come out.
Thank you very much.
Anybody that tried
that. You can hear him now. We are being briefed by the Ekiti State. So just listen to
me. So we know you monitor the election in Anambra State, and this is Ekiti. What have changed? What improvement have the police done so far in making sure that maybe the issue we had in Anambra is not what we'll be seeing here today in Ekiti?
There was no issue in Anambra. There was no single issue, and if there's anyone you mention it, there was no issues in Anambra. Anambra has been adjudged to be the most peaceful election in Nigeria, and what we are trying to do is that we want to make sure that the election in Ekiti also goes on peacefully, violent-free, without any serious incidents.
Okay.
And that's what we are working towards.
CPS, please, let me just cut you in now. This morning, while coming to the city center, I realized that despite the restriction of movement, the Okada riders are still
the network is still fluctuating there.
Yes.
Because that's the CP, you know, Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, addressing the security challenges there. And he did make mention of something. Wise Kingsley asked him about the security challenges in Anambra State, and he said, in Anambra State, it was all free and fair. There were no challenges there in Anambra State.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. And of course, he's hoping that the Ekiti State election, you know, will also be free and fair without any form of rancors and all of that. That is the hope of every Nigerian right now, right? Again, we do hope, we do hope that you know they can actually live up to these promises right now. Because again, come on, if we cannot come out to vote as citizens without fear, it becomes a problem, you know. But I think we have him back, you know. Let's get to hear him talk again.
Been directed and instructed to look out for vote trading. So anybody involved in vote trading should be promptly arrested, exhibits recovered so as to enable us initiate necessary investigation, required for prosecution.
Okay, what about pardon?
Of course, the interview is ongoing. Just that we couldn't get a clear, signal. But of course, we will definitely get you the update on that interview. As at 8:28, we got an information that at exactly 8:08 a.m. a visit to the polling units.
Small.
I'll
do that after this.
All right,
Definitely.
we'll just quickly have to take a very, very quick break and then connect with the CP just in a moment. So after the break, we're going to do that connection with them. Just do stay with us. This is still Ekiti to the side 2026.
Every registered voter that has PVC that wants to vote, I will urge them to come out and vote. That you are well protected. We have got you covered. Nothing will happen to you. Come out and vote.
So, all right, sir, what is your word to your personnel, especially because we saw it's not just personnel in Ekiti. We saw personnel from Ondo and Lagos. So, what is your word to personnel for them to be professional in carrying out this today?
We have told them, all police officers that we are deploying, they have two important documents to work with. That is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, as well as the Electoral Act 2026 as amended. Those two documents have stated clearly what is expected of us during elections, and we are going to
CP, the final question. Transportation of electoral materials.
All that has been done. I can confirm that electoral materials have arrived at almost all, if not all, maybe just one or two in the over 2,000 polling units in the state. So transportation of electoral material has never been a challenge, and it's not an issue. Right from the start, right from the time we started moving the material,
except in
from CBN to the various local governments, and from local governments to RAC yesterday, and from the RAC to the polling units this morning. Transportation has never been a challenge.
Thank you very much. Now, Imoni, let me just show you our views around what is happening. How prepared.
All right, and that is the commissioner in charge of Ekiti State by-elections. You have heard what he said. He's mentioned about their preparedness so far. He mentioned about how they are going to monitor today's exercise. So far, so good. We are reporting live from the Ekiti State Police Command, where we are now seeing personnel being ready to carry out their national duty today. So this is the update of what is happening in Ekiti State, and this is the update of what is the development so far. We are the police commissioner in charge of today's election, that is CP Abayomi Shogunle. Now he has won.
The network situation there still seems to be a challenge. Kesley. Hello, Kesley. Okay, Kesley, stay with us for a moment before you go. Hello, Kesley.
I'm with you, sir.
All right. Good morning to you, and well done for the good job you're doing right there in Ekiti State. You just spoke with the CP, of Ekiti State there, and of course we've heard a few things that you had to say. But do tell us, you are there on ground.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Kesley. Can you hear us as well? Hello, Kesley?
Yes, I can.
All right. You just spoke with the Commissioner of Police.
I'm with you, I can hear you.
All right. You just spoke with the Commissioner of Police there in Ekiti State, and of course he has assured the people of Ekiti State, of course Nigerians as well, that he hopes that Ekiti State election is also going to be one of the best so far. But do tell us, what is the atmosphere like in Ekiti right now as we speak?
Okay, I'm coming from my hotel room to the state command. Polling unit is open. We know INEC have said the polling unit is official to start by 8:30.
Yeah,
so
true.
polling units have opened. I also see accreditation. Accreditation was ongoing, meaning that after accreditation, voting should commence. So, and the process have been smooth, meaning that in the state capital in Ado-Ekiti, we see electoral materials arriving on time. We know this issue of election with the INEC have been the issue of logistics. So, but what we are seeing in Ado-Ekiti, so the state capital, have not gotten update with what is happening in other local government. But in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital, we saw that electoral material are being arrived on time and accreditation is ongoing. So far so good. The local government, according to what the CP have said, so no cause for alarm. They have not gotten any negative reports. He can confirm to us that the men, they are on ground to carry out their national duty. So this is what is happening in Ekiti.
What's the turnout like? Are the turnout in large numbers right now as we speak, especially in Ado-Ekiti where you are?
So I visited about 6 polling units. Before I visited, I saw low voter turnout. But the 2 I visited, I saw people, they came out in their numbers. So they came out in their numbers. That is where the accreditation is ongoing. The last 4, INEC officials just arrived. They have not started accreditation. So I think maybe that is why maybe people have not started calling their neighbors to come out and cast their votes.
Very important, right?
Very. Because we realized that while you were, speaking to the Commissioner of Police, talking about Abayomi Shogunle, he was confirming to you that everything is in place. Is that what you're seeing?
Hello?
Yeah,
I didn't get that.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Beautiful. Kingsley, this is Nathan Williams. And of course, thank you for what you're doing out there. The question I was asking is, while speaking with the Commissioner of Police, Abayomi Shogunle, he made mention that everything is in place. He also made mention of the number of police that have been deployed. We didn't get that interview. So can you tell us how many police personnel did he say were deployed?
Okay, we asked him. Okay, we asked him based on numbers of security personnel deployed for this exercise. So he is saying that they are not giving out figures. They are not giving us figures. We know what we saw online is 12,000 policemen deployed for this election. But he's insisting that they are not giving us figures. So they want to protect their numbers. Even the press briefing yesterday, that was why he said we do not even see anything like show of force to avoid maybe putting fear to voters via people saying, oh, there is enough security personnel in the state. So people will not come out and carry out their civic right. So they are not giving out figures, but is assuring voters they should come out and vote without fear that the personnel are on ground and their men, they are at alert. They also released their emergency number yesterday for people to call in case they have any issue happening in their location. So there are men in the situation room.
Oh, the network fluctuation.
Yeah, the network is fluctuating, and we can't hear Kingsley again.
All right.
But of course, from what he has said, I wanted to also ask him what about the issue of very important persons, VIP movement, especially because since the Commissioner of Police said the number, that is whatever number it is that has been deployed, which he didn't disclose, will have to also manage such situations where you have people who want to come and carry out other acts. Because from what we got yesterday, examination was ongoing.
Yeah.
So if that was happening, there are some examinations that also happen on weekends, Saturday. So if it is not the electoral body that is saying that election is taking place, which is currently taking place, are there other activities that are not supposed to take place that are taking place? We'll find out more of that from Kingsley subsequently. And we're still talking about the electorate, talking about the aspirants. We've moved from Oyebanji now, and we are moving on to the ADC aspirants. Talking about Oluwadari. Now, a lot of persons have keyed into ADC because of the prominent names that are there.
Right.
Now, will Ekiti people key into this as well? Will they be the type that are easily moved by political parties? Because so far we've seen in Ekiti State, APC have ruled more than other political parties. We even have one of the governors who moved from one of the parties he was and to APC, and that was the same party he was in when he was re-elected again. So talking about Oluwadari Bejide, who is a former High Commissioner to Canada, former Secretary to the Ekiti State Government. He has decades of governance and public administrations across multiple roles. His campaign is leaning into agriculture as an economic backbone, and positioning Ekiti as a food supplier to Lagos and Abuja, and promising to fix the morale and welfare of civil servant constituency that often gets spoken about but rarely spoken to. That's what he said. The experience is his argument. That's what he says. And of course there's a question, is whether he's made that argument loudly enough. That's the question that is in the lips of many Ekiti residents. Now, he is talking about economic reform, positioning Ekiti as food supplier, both to Lagos, Abuja. These are, the major cities in Nigeria. But at the same time, we know Ekiti State to be people who are very educated, and they don't joke with education. Does it mean he's leaving education and focusing on food, talking about exporting, or sending those foods that are being planted, working more on agriculture? They are very, very good when it comes to agriculture. They don't joke with that.
Truly.
He wants to focus on agriculture. Is he leaving education? Because the people say they need more. Will they say, let's go for ADC, talking about Oluwadari Bejide, or they'll go for the incumbent? But still talking about Oluwadari Bejide, the ADC just came up. They've not been there like that.
Well, they have actually.
Well,
more like they are
in terms of
good,
in terms of coming out to be a coalition, and of course having those prominent numbers that are currently there. They have not always been there like that. But currently now they are in the limelight, and a lot of persons are keen into their policies, and they say that these ones are going to really be a formidable opposition to the APC. Do you see this?
Well, let us see what's happening at the national level right now. Well, you talked about
the national level,
because
of course they say charity begins at home. It starts like that and progresses.
Well, the thing is, why I haven't brought the national level? That the ADC on the national level, they have their internal crisis.
No doubt.
They've been going to court back and forth, which led to two of their prominent members leaving the ADC. I'm talking about Peter Obi, Rabi Kwankwaso.
Exactly.
They've left the ADC. They went down to the NDC. Now, they were not just the only two persons that left.
No, of course. There
was a mass exodus.
Followers,
right? They left the ADC down to a different party right now. What does that tell you? It shows that the strength of the ADC, to an extent, just might be weakened. So they might not have that national strength or backing, to even contest fully. When I mean contest fully now, to be a show of force, as against the incumbent party right now.
What if they're going for the individual?
So now
the party.
Let's go for the individual again.
Who is Oluwadari Bejide? Who is he exactly?
Now he has a similar track record to the incumbent governor. The incumbent governor was a former secretary.
Exactly.
He as well. was the former secretary. So they are both public servants.
Correct.
And now he's promising the economic reforms. And then he talked about the fact that the Ekiti people are known for education. Should they have abandoned education now for food? Nathan, without food, can you get yourself educated? Right?
Absolutely not.
So they need the economic reforms. They need the infrastructural development and all of that. But are the people of Ekiti, first of all, satisfied with the current administration, the Oyebanji administration? That is something we need to look out for as well. Again, I told you, whilst we listened and watched Sydney's Vox Pop while he was speaking to some of the people, you know, of course, it was misreaction.
And they were very honest with their opinion.
Very honest. And that's one thing I actually like about the Ekiti people. You know, they kept saying that they are a people who love to do their elections free and fair, and they choose their governor, their leaders, based on the time and the season.
As if they used to have, and from what I read in their history, this town hall meeting they always have.
Yes.
And they went and sat down and had a town hall meeting.
And then they've decided who is going to be their next governor. But these are things we have to look out for, basically, right? And I would take the statement from one of the ladies who actually spoke, when Sydney was on the street talking to the people. And she said that Ekiti people, I've reiterated it so much right now, that Ekiti people needs more. That was what she said. Ekiti people needs more, right? So what that means is that from her perspective, what the administration is doing, they should do more. So if Oyebanji is coming back, he has to do more. If the ADC candidate Oluwole is coming back, no, that's the PDP candidate now. The ADC candidate Oluwadare Abejide, if he's coming in now as a new governor of Ekiti State, he would need more to be done, right? To do rather for the people. And the economic promise is a good promise, right? It's a good campaign promise.
No doubt.
You know, no doubt about that.
Because the state needs
it.
Economy,
You need to grow the state economy.
Improve the economy.
Don't just produce professors, right? Produce professors, produce academicians who can actually now have an economic substance that they can hold on to. And I've just been whispered so that the Vox Pop I've been referencing is available. Let's quickly just get to listen and then hear the opinion of the people talking about who they want and, of course, how they also perceive this administration and other candidates that are contesting for the election. Let's go ahead and watch it.
Why INEC has completed the distribution of sensitive materials across 16 local government areas, the real battles remain winning the trust of the electorate in a state weary of historical voter apathy and tough economic realities. The message from locals is simple. They want a peaceful, transparent process.
This election, I expect it to be very peaceful and without any rancor, without any trouble, without any problem from any quarter. Because I know my people in Ekiti, they are peaceful, they are easygoing. And whoever wins the election, I believe that we are going to support him.
Whoever wins, we Ekiti people, we are going to support him because we are having a single post and so many people are vying for it. Either genuine or counterfeit, one must win, the other must lose.
Beyond a peaceful ballot, many warn that Ekiti is falling behind its southwest neighbors, putting pressure on the next governor to hit the ground running.
Ekiti, presently we need someone to do better. If it is Bao that is coming back, he should just try and do better. Improve on all areas. It's all areas because we are lacking behind. Seriously, Ekiti is behind. We are far behind. I know we can't compare Ekiti to Lagos or Yo and all that, Ibadan to be precise, but at least people know us as, oh, Ekiti, fountain of knowledge, Ekiti is this, Ekiti is that. But we need to do something that will put us out there.
I just want to urge the politicians. This thing must not be a do or die affair because it is a must. Somebody will be there, and anybody that is not fought in to come there should go and relax. It's not like it's coming. So anybody that's in March today, tomorrow, surely that is the will of God.
Meanwhile, a coalition of civil society organizations is urging citizens to turn out en masse. They are also warning voters to remain vigilant against misinformation, fake results, and premature declarations of victory.
INEC guideline was introduced, a few weeks ago, which is not a sufficient time, but at least we're able to examine it and know that those things are guided. The incidents of vote buying, we are looking at that, and intimidation, violence, and also other related malpractices. Those are some of the things that were areas that we're looking at. And then vote, in terms of counting and results management processes, uploading and so on, whatever happens, we will be able to report to see what's the difference between what happened in FCT elections and then we are here now and what have you. And so, we just have to continue. We have no fear that there is a lot of peace, but we need to continue to improve our systems.
For citizens, for INEC as an institution, to be able to put measures in place that will enable, the citizens to come out and vote, building confidence on the institution and building confidence on the process, the electoral processes. These are all cumulatively that will transit to, improvement in the number of turnout. But
the parameters are clear. 14 candidates are vying for leadership across 16 local government areas, spanning 177 wards and more than 2,000 polling units. Now, the stage is set for the people of Ekiti to have the final say. Sydney Okafo, Rapid TV News, Lagos.
Of course, that's the Vox Post I was talking about, and you got to hear what the people are talking, their opinions, regarding the election. But you have an update now, Nathan. Let's get it out.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much, Sydney. I was talking about the restriction of movement, where Kingsley, our correspondent, spoke about what DCP said. A particular number of police personnel have been deployed, and he said they are at the top of the situation. But from what we are receiving right now, we have an update that there is a junior secondary school examination taking place across the Federation. And I'm sure that definitely is affected in Ekiti State as well.
Right.
So, meaning to say, the examination that took place yesterday, there's another paper today, which is currently ongoing. So, what does this say about this election? Is it going to affect this election in any way in terms of number of persons coming out? Because we have, since it is junior secondary school, we must have guardians, parents who will go with their words to these examination centers. Will they have the chance to go out and exercise their franchise? Will it affect them? Is this not clashing or something? What do you think?
Well, it depends on how they run the situation. It depends on how they also go about it. First of all, we established the junior secondary school examination,
exactly, yes.
And so to an extent, it's possible that the students can actually get onto the examination center on their own. And it's also possible that the guardians and the words of the students can as well drop them at the examination center and
go
rush
and
back
vote,
and then cast their vote inside their franchise and then come back and then pick their words. Especially because you shouldn't be spending so much time, right there at the ballots. And the first ones at the polling unit, get down there, cast your vote, and then go, basically. So I think that could be the way they get to, manage the situation as it is, because you cannot stop the children, from writing their examination. Yesterday was a public holiday, in Ekiti State because of the election, and it is not the first time you're seeing that happen. This is more like a national phenomenon right now. Whenever there's an election, a day to the election, there's always that public holiday that has been announced, no movement, everyone just stays at home. Civil servants are excited, they're happy, they get to rest that particular day as it is. But yes, I think that's just the way they should go about it, basically, to carry out their electioneering process in Ekiti.
And another update talking about voters waiting patiently at for the commencement of accreditation, first of all, at an open space in Eremide, besides Market Okpoboro polling unit, as at 8:26 a.m. So this is 8:56. We want to believe and hope. We will still get more updates as to that and see what exactly is going on at that polling unit, because the CP said materials arrived.
Yeah.
If at all, not all places, maybe one or two places that these materials may not have gotten to. So we want this to be good. We want this to be true.
Exactly.
But we realize that sometimes these are not so. because he's not everywhere at the moment. He may have gotten his update, but don't forget, our observers are there. They're also monitoring. They're also knowing what exactly is going on, and they will give us timely reports, timely information. Sometimes these informations may not be accurate as they are supposed to be from the authorities, but the person there,
right,
you know, will tell you the way it is, exactly the way it is. Like where you mentioned in Anambra State, it was one of the most peaceful elections in Nigeria. We want it to be so.
Right.
We want them to be so. So these are some of the updates we are getting, and just like you've explained, there should be a little bit of balance. Definitely, if you have a junior secondary school student who is writing exam at this time, we have students who are 18 and above,
right,
and may likely definitely want to exercise their franchise. So what's the possibility that that student can quickly finish, concentrate, pass exam, which is the major thing he needs to do, or she needs to do, and then still come back and vote, especially since voting ends by 2:30.
It is rare to see a junior secondary school student who's 18,
who's 18 years
and that's the thing. It is rare. However, I'm not saying that they are not there, but it is quite rare to see that.
So in case issues like this, you know, come up, how they can balance it. And of course, I want to believe that, that there are possible ways to handle situations like this.
And I do have some concerns as well. These are 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, about 2,000 polling units.
Correct, from what the CP said.
And the materials have not gotten everywhere. 16 local governments, Nathan. And it's not the biggest. It's one of the smallest, state that has the LGs. Basically. So if we still have these challenges of late materials arriving in a state that has just 16 local government areas, what does that now tell you? Nationally, what does that tell you as well? You know, for other states that have more local government areas that INEC should cover. So again, I think that the electoral umpires, they have to do a whole lot of work, Nathan. They have to really show Nigerians that they are ready for the general elections, because all of this we're seeing in the by-elections, these are litmus tests. These are the things that are going to form the decisions or the opinions as well of the Nigerian people.
Definitely.
So they need to actually pay attention to all of these. It seems small right now, Nathan, but this they say little drops of water makes a mighty ocean.
Of
well,
course.
I won't say the drops anyways making the oceans. But these are little things that, again, like I said, will form the opinions of people come the general elections, right? And if they don't put all of these things together, it goes to show that there is still some form of lack, some form of gaps that INEC needs to actually cover, because it shows that they try to be ready, but they are not fully ready as it is. Well, they did promise that 8:30 they will start the election and all of that, and 8:26. Some voters were still waiting patiently in a particular local government area, and of course, by the time we connect again with Kingsley Onwuka or Sydney, we'll get to know at exactly the time they started their voting. Because right now it's 9:01 as we speak, which is to say that election and voting should have started right now. I mean, should have even gone 30 minutes further, than what we're saying.
And we have just 5 hours
for the election.
For the election to, round up, because 2:30, the moment you are not on the line by 2:30, you cannot vote. That's the rule. But will there be some, leniency and the rest of them? These are some of the questions we'll find answers to while we continue to discuss Ekiti election. It's still Ekiti Decides right here on Rapid TV. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll key in with our correspondent and find out real time what exactly is going on in Ekiti State. Do stay with us.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
The history of the people of Ekiti predates far back the creation of Ekiti as a state on the 1st of October 1996. On a close study, almost all the historical landmarks in Ekiti state tell stories about war, communal battle, fight and rivalry. At the end of every story, there is conquest, which by inference denotes the behavioral pattern of the people till date. Stretching from the state capital Ado-Ekiti through Ikere, the towns and villages, there are clusters of rocks and hills which have historical connection with the people of yore, and in some cases associate them with the nature and indeed tradition. These aged men grew up in this area and have lived with this rock all their lives, but the story they now relate is what has been transferred from one generation to another, because there is nothing to suggest that they were already one when it happened. There is some shadow of doubt which makes it more of mere conjectures, which at best is not scientifically proved or any forensic explanation. But can one erase that belief from the people because it has permeated and planted into future generations? The Ekiti people attached some measures of myth to these rocks, which define the history, methodology, and the traditional beliefs of the people. Historically, the Ekiti people met the rocks here, but how are they formed? It is scientifically proven that a rock is formed when magma, which is found underneath the earth, comes to the surface in the form of lava during a volcanic eruption. The lava solidifies to form the rock. That is science. The people who live by the rocks may not be bothered about what science explains about the formation of a rock, but what is paramount to them is the cultural affinity with these rocks and indeed what they mean to them. This is Ikere, a 10-minute drive from Ado-Ekiti. These are called Olosunta Hills and Orele Hills, directly related to these other clusters called Ugele Hill. All of these rocks are reputed to have played a role in fighting different wars, just as they served as protective shield for the people. If you imagine how that could be possible, these very aged men are still alive to relive the story.
Fún ìdárayá, fún ọdún time tá máa ń ṣe lọ́dọọdún, tí a bá fẹ́ ṣọdún Ògún, eégún yẹn á jáde. Nǹkan tá a bá lẹ́nu bàbá wa nìyẹn pé òbúrò gbọdọ̀ wọbẹ̀. Olóṣùṣà ni wọ́n máa ń ṣọdún ẹ̀ lọ́dọọdún. Ó ní àwòrò tó máa ń àwòrò ẹ̀ wà ní ìsàlẹ̀ odò ọjà lọ ní ládàbọ̀ tó odò ọjà lọ. Ibẹ̀ à ń pa ẹ ní ọlọ́jẹ̀. Àwòrò rẹ̀ ọlọ́jẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́. Nínú nǹkan tí àwọn bàbá wa sọ fún wa ni pé tá a bá ń wá òjò nígbà ògbó dry season yẹn wọ́n á ṣọdún rẹ̀ wọ́n á fún ní èkejì màálù yẹn ẹlẹ́lá ṣẹ̀hẹ́n wọ́n á fún wọ́n á ṣọdún ẹ̀ òjò àárọ̀ tó bá ṣọdún ẹ̀ àwọn tó ń wọ́ ọmọ wọ́n á tọrọ ọmọ wọ́n á gbàdúrà wọ́n á bímọ.
òun ni òjò àjọlọ́gùn ó gba owó oṣù àpò kan 200 naira ó wáyà owó yẹn wọ́n san àwọn òyìnbó wọ́n san sí báǹkì owó tó tán san fún wọ́n san fún báǹkì wọ́n á sọ fún pé ẹnikẹ́ni ò gbọ́dọ̀ gba owó ni ohun tí iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n máa mú ṣe sáyẹn ìlú kẹ́rẹ́ líbí wọ́n ní ọ̀dà nìkan fi dà káàrin ìlú ọ̀dà wọn la kọ́kọ́ dà láàrin ìlọsọkẹrẹ nígbà yẹn ìgbà tí wọ́n ń jagun yẹn gan nígbà tó ń jagun yẹn ó pẹ̀lẹ́ mọ́lẹ̀ ogun yẹn fẹ́ ní agbára wọ́n bá kó àwọn èrò okun sórí okun ọba gbọ́n ló tó gun bàbá pa nígbà tí òun pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ̀ wọ́n jọ jagun yẹn wọ́n náà lè kó tiẹ̀ ó kó tiẹ̀ sọ olùgbà ogun yẹn la parí eléyìí ọlá kógun tiẹ̀ ó kó sílẹ̀ àwa lè yí lónìí eléyìí ti bí kò kó tiẹ̀ sílẹ̀ eléyìí kan máa bọ̀ ọ́n lọ́dọọdún nígbà yẹn.
At Ilukpeju Ekiti, shortly after Oye Ekiti, are these beautiful hills, which involve climbing up to about 4 kilometers to get to the top, and they are indeed beautiful sights to behold.
I'm standing on one of the highest mountains in Ekiti State. It is called Orokeo, located in Ilukpeju Ekiti. You have to trek from the downtown 4 kilometers before you can get to this point. This is one of the untapped natural resources that could boost the revenue drive of Ekiti State. So others from other parts of the world can come here. The mountain is associated with a story that it protects its people during war.
From the top of the hills, we had an area view of Ilukpeju Ekiti and far-flung settlements. The hills are covered by mist which emits from the rocks, sometimes blurring vision, but certainly not diminishing the beauty of nature.
From this position on Orokiewo, we have the area view of Ilukpeju Ekiti, a beautiful sight to behold, and clusters of mountains. This city definitely will help to boost the revenue drive of Ekiti State if the government is serious.
This hill is called Orokiewo War Center. It is recorded in history that Orokiewo War Center, which curators are the Moba descent, is the preserved site of war between the people and invaders from Ilorin. The invaders met their Waterloo at Orokiewo, but at the time of our visit, none of the persons who have the traditional right to enter the war center was available. This lady is a member of a church built on this hill.
You said you know a little bit about this place, these hills and mountains. What do you know about it?
Perfectly Keloi. Perfectly Keloi. Rebound mountain. Perfect Keloi. This mountain.
It's called?
Prophetic Keloi.
Okay, Prophetic Keloi. He is the owner of this church?
So, yes.
Okay. Okay. So why did he come here? Why did you people come to church here?
Everywhere. Lagos State, Kano, Canada, Syria, South Africa. Everywhere. Ekiti States. Everywhere. You look from Ilukpeju.
They come church?
They come church.
Here?
Yes.
So why Prophetic Keloi choose here to build church on top mountain? Why?
Nígbà tí Higher Mountain yẹ, ibẹ̀ wọ́n nígbà tí ogun bá le,
tí ogun bá fẹ́ kó wọn lẹ́rú tó bá ti débẹ̀ ibẹ̀ lógun máa stop sí ìyáyá mọ̀ǹtẹ̀ tá a máa ń lóye orí òkè ọlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́ nígbà tí bàbá lọ tọrọ lọ́wọ́ bàbá lóòrẹ́ àná tó dolóńgbé orí òkè ọlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́ ni orí òkè ibi tó ti ń gba àdúrà tí àdúrà dẹ̀ ti ń gbà kò sí bí ogun bá ṣe le tí wọ́n bá gbé dorí òkè tó bá ti lè gbàdúrà ogun máa ṣẹ́ láì léwé láì lo nǹkan kan omi àti òróró nìkan òun là ń lò ní orí òkè.
Ikogosi Warm Spring is another creation of nature in Ekiti. It is located in Ekiti West local government area. Here, the warm springs roll down a hilly landscape to form a confluence with Cold Spring, believed to be flowing from an opposite direction.
We are at the meeting point of the cold water and the warm water. These two waters are coming from different sources and they are having two different colors.
This is cold. This is the cool water. This is the hot water. See? God.
The local story says that the first person that located the warm water and the cold water was an hunter. His name was Olosun. Olosun, the hunter, came from Ile-Ife so many years ago to attend the annual Hunters Festival at Ikongunwosi. Ikongunwosi used to be the real name of Ikogosi town. When Olosun entered into this forest, in order for him to kill a reasonable big-sized animal to prove his fame as an hunter, he entered into this forest. He did not see any reasonable big-sized animal to kill. But when he entered into this part of the forest, because it was during the rainy season, the first thing he observed was that this place was filled with steam like water vapor. He was surprised, and the climatic condition of this place was different. I mean, it was warm. Then, in an attempt for him to find out what was happening, he decided to stand by one side. After some time, he saw an antelope. The antelope ran to the top of the rock at the source of this water where we are still going. He ran after the antelope in an attempt for him to kill the antelope. He couldn't kill the antelope. He didn't see the antelope because as soon as the antelope got to the top of the rock at the source of this water, the antelope disappeared. So as an hunter, as a famous hunter, he wanted to actually search for that antelope and kill the antelope. His attempt to search for the antelope made him to fall into warm water. It became a surprise for him because he had been seeing waters, but he had not seen water that was so warm like that. So out of curiosity, he decided to trek, to trace the source, the water. He knew that the water was springing out from that point where he fell into the water. So he was trying to trace the length of the water. He decided to enter into the water. He now started trekking inside the water. When he got to this place where we call the meeting point now, he noticed that the water was flowing downwards, but there is another water that was coming from the opposite direction. He now decided, he thought within himself that the color of that other water was different, but he was thinking within himself that that could also be part of the warm water. So out of curiosity, he also went to entered into the other water that was flowing from the other direction. As soon as he left the meeting point, he entered into cold water, extremely cold water. It became double surprise for him. He now decided to trace the cold water. Getting to the source of the cold water, he decided to come back again. he now realized that the two waters are meeting at a point, and each of them are not flowing into one another, into each other.
Oh, this is cold. This is cold, man.
It was the oracle, the Ifa oracle, that related the story of the two waters to them. The Ifa oracle made them to understand that long time ago there was a man called Ogongong. Ogongong means straight shooter, Atamatase. Ogongong came with his two wives to live in this forest. They were living together in form of polygamous home. Ogongong married two wives. The first wife was called Awele Otutubiosu. She was a gentle woman. Awele was easygoing. She's somebody that can tolerate people. She was the type of woman that any man would dream to marry. Whereas the second wife, called Awokpereije, was the direct opposite nature of Awele. She was temperamental. She was tough. She was somebody that is always angry. She's somebody that cannot just tolerate or take any nonsense from anybody. The Ogongong two wives, Awele and Awokpereije, they were quarreling one day. Then Awele, the gentlewoman, does not want to fight. She did not want to fight. She decided to go into the far forest. She lied down on the ground in the forest. Quietly, she changed to cold water. So the cold water is Awele Otutubiosu, cold water, after our gentle nature. When the junior wife, Awokpereije, saw the cold water on the third day of that quarrel, out of anger, she decided to rush to the top of the rock where the source of this warm water is. She angrily hit herself to the rock and she died there. And when she died, her flesh scattered. So each of the points that the flesh of Awokpereije touched became the source of this warm water.
The sources of the springs are natural mysteries better conjectured. These two springs don't mix even at the meeting point. Neither do they disturb the temperature of each other. They both have distinct medicinal and curative values in a symbiotic nature.
The Ikogosi people so much believe in the efficacy of that cold water to cure any type of diseases or sickness. In those days, if an indigene of Ikogosi, because that's the real name of Ikogosi, an indigene of Ikogosi living outside the town, maybe abroad or any state or any country or any part of the, if the person is having sickness that they cannot even figure out why that person is having that sickness, or that sickness is as rejected orthodox medicine. If they bring such a person home, that is the water that they will fetch. That cold water is the water they will fetch to bath the person. And there's something they called Ebita in Ekiti. Ebita means when you are doing something that is bad to the other person. If such a person that they brought from home has not done that thing that we call Ebita, he has not been wicked to another person, and by the grace of God that created these two waters, if they use that water to bath the person, or the person drinks that water, after some time the person will get cured.
The symbolism of the medicinal valley cuts a wide story of nature. This is a tourist delight, but it looks abandoned. The tour guide reckoned that the last renovation was done by Kayode Fayemi, the governor as it then was.
Ikogosi is a shadow of itself now, completely run down from what we did. When I was governor in Ekiti, we used to have 30,000 people in Ikogosi every December. There are 3 Nollywood films, popular films that were made out of Ikogosi when I was governor. Because everybody saw the place at the time as a good spot for whatever they wanted to do. When I was governor of Ekiti State, when I became governor, there were 2 standard hotels in Ekiti. Fountain Hotel and Pathfinder Hotel. By the time I left office, there were 10 standard hotels in Ekiti. You had Delight, you had Prosperous, you had Midas, you had Jewel, you have Coke Hotel, you have 10 new ones. And why? Because people were trooping in when I was governor.
Just by the meeting point of the springs is this conjoined trees which rest on a common root. They have been like these for 95 years, not falling, the leaves are not withering. There is a story behind this.
The existence of the 2 trees there spiritually has something to do with the existence of the 2 waters. The 2 trees have existed at the meeting point of Ikogosi, one spring and cold spring, for 95 years. Biologically, they said there is a symbiotic relationship happening between them. In symbiotic relationship, the palm kernel tree is benefiting something from the timber tree, and the timber tree is equally benefiting something from the palm kernel tree. But talking spiritually, I believe they are a symbol. They serve as a symbol to show that something of great importance is happening between the 2 waters.
Ekiti State is littered with tourist sites, both nature's gift and man-made. The Afeba Balola University is a big citadel of learning, though privately owned, but has become tourist collectors' site, partly because of the delicately manicured landscape and the serenity. This same way, the incumbent governor, Ayo Fayose, talks relishly about the imposing government house, which has deservedly given Ado Ekiti a beauty to behold.
You want to see a governor's office where the environment, the aesthetics is super. You want to go to the High Court, the new High Court, which is equally one of the best in this country. 5-star finish, and I stand to be corrected. When you see the interior, you can only find anything similar to that in Abuja.
The last census put the population of Ekiti conservatively at over 3 million, occupying a land mass of 6,353 square kilometers, bounded in the south by Ondo State, in the north by Kwara, in the east by Kogi, and in the west by Osun. The people are culturally homogeneous and they speak Ekiti, with a little flavor of the languages of the boundary states.
Mutele o, ẹsẹ̀wé. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mutele o, ẹsẹ̀wé. Ipa títù náà mẹ́rọ jírárìá o, ẹsẹ̀wé. Ipa títù náà mẹ́torí lọ́jà ìjàre, ẹsẹ̀wé. Ipa títù ló balẹ̀ mẹ́rin, ẹsẹ̀wé. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mutele o, ẹsẹ̀wé. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mutele o, ẹsẹ̀wé. Manuwe manugungu. Eikula lọ́ni fọ́fá náà ní. Èyí peléke. Èyí peléke. Kété olóṣèlú ra kó. Mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèjádò. Mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèkájò. Ìyẹjọ́ àtijọ́ fún democracy. Oko. Mo rọ́lá o. Mọ̀lálá kò lógun yàgbàjọba o. Èyí peléke. Èyí peléke. Ìjẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹsẹ̀ rè. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹsẹ̀ rè. Oko. Ẹsẹ̀ rè. Kéèké. Ẹsẹ̀ rè. Ẹyọ pàkà ìjà fún democracy. Àrùmọ̀yẹ mi kọ́ lọ. Àrùmọ̀yẹ ọmọ ìṣùkúrú kò kú sí. Àrùmọ̀yẹ olóṣèlú kọ́ lọ. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Manuwe manugungun. Èyíkùlá lọ́ni fọ́fá náà ní. Èyí peléke. Èyí peléke. Kété olóṣèlú ra kó. Mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèjádò. Mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèkájò. Ìyẹjọ́ àtijọ́ fún democracy. Oko. Mo rọ́lá o. Mọ̀lálá kò lógun yàgbàjọba o. Èyí peléke. Èyí peléke. Ìjẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹsẹ̀ rè. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹsẹ̀ rè.
Welcome back to Ekiti Decides 2026, and we are coming to you live as voters in Ekiti State go to the polls to decide who will lead the state for the next 4 years. Well, across the 16 local government areas of Ekiti State, polling units have opened. Voters are coming out and security agencies are on ground to ensure a peaceful process. Where we have Sydney, who is going to be giving us some clear picture of what is happening on ground right now. Sydney, good morning and welcome. And of course, we're going to be joined by Sydney just in a moment to keep you updated on what is going on, of course, in Ekiti State, talking about the elections happening in Ekiti State today. Ekiti people will be deciding who will be their next governor. And of course, up since 1999 up until now, you know, Ekiti people have transitioned from one government or one administration to another. And of course, if you take your mind back to 1999 when Niyi Adebayo was the governor, you know, he actually won under the platform of the AD, which of course was the Alliance for Democracy. And of course, he led the people of Ekiti State up until 2003, where Ayo Fayose became the governor under the platform of the PDP, and of course he won the vote by a margin of 219,906 votes in 2003, and of course in 2007 rather, Olusegun Oni then emerged as the governor of Ekiti State, defeating Ayo Fayose with a clear margin of 477,689 votes in 2007. And in 2010, Kayode Fayemi also emerged as the governor of Ekiti State, you know, via a court victory, which means, of course, that he had a court fight court battle, you know, with Olusegun Oni, and he later won that particular court battle in 2010, becoming the governor of Ekiti State in 2010. And then Ayo Fayose re-emerged in 2014 as the governor of Ekiti State, you know, with still under the platform of the People's Democratic Party, and of course he won Kayode Fayemi then with a vote of 203,090 rather then in 2014. And in 2018 we had Kayode Fayemi, who now became the governor of Ekiti State, and of course he succeeded Ayo Fayose in 2018 under the platform of the APC. And in 2022, Biodun Oyebanji emerged victorious as the governor of Ekiti State, and he's still the governor of Ekiti State up until now that we're talking. And of course, he won that election with a total vote of 187,057, and the SDP came second with around 82,211, and which was around 36.47% gap at the time. Right now, today, Ekiti people will be deciding who is going to be their next governor. From all of the participants, all of the aspirants that we have so far, is it going to be from the APC? Will it be from the PDP? Or is it going to be from the ADC or the Labour Party? Who will emerge the next governor of Ekiti State? Earlier on, we spoke to our correspondent in Ekiti State, Kingston Walker, who also spoke to the CP, the Commissioner of Police in Ekiti State, who assured the Ekiti residents that the elections will be free and fair, stating that the presence of security personnel is already everywhere. Though he didn't give us the figure or the number of security personnel that are being seen within the state, but according to Kingsley, he did make mention that they don't want to show so much of a show of force so that the people will not be intimidated. And while I was speaking with Nathan Williams earlier on this morning in the conversation, we talked about the police intimidation, security presence intimidating the people, which is not what we want at this point in time. We want the Ekiti people to come out there and vote, and as much as possible, vote without fear, vote without intimidation. And these are really very important things that needs to be done at this point in time. Interesting times in Ekiti State as we speak. Very, very interesting time. And do remember, we told you, of course, that the election in Ekiti State today is not the only off-cycle election that is happening. There are other elections going on in other parts of the country. Rivers State will be having their senatorial election as well. Enugu State as well. There's election going on there as we speak. Nasarawa State as well. There's election going on there. But of course, the big one today is the Ekiti governorship election 2026, which of course all eyes are there. And we've been talking about the fact that we do hope that INEC is going to deliver as quickly and as swiftly as possible to ensure that the hopes of the people are being restored. Now we have Sydney joining us from Ekiti State. Sydney, good morning to you. Hello, Sydney, good morning. Sydney is our correspondent, and of course he is currently in Ekiti State and is going to be giving us updates on what is happening in Ekiti State as we speak. Sydney, if you can unmute your microphone so we can get to hear you clearly and then we can talk. All right, of course, we are going to be connecting with Sydney to give us what the voter turnout is like right now in the areas where he has visited, and of course if the polling units opened on time. Of course, we do recall that we gave you some of the updates that some of the polling units were open earlier on when we began to have the conversation, and of course the accreditation were ongoing as much as possible. The Ekiti, we heard of course that within 7 o'clock and 7:30, or rather within 7:30, that the voting materials were already there in Ekiti, the capital of Ekiti State. We're still trying to connect with Sydney, who is going to be giving us updates on the things that are happening in Ekiti State even as we speak right now. Sydney, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Good morning to you, Sydney.
Can you hear me? Just confirm you can hear me. Just wave your hand if you can hear me, please.
I'm waving my hands to you right now. I can hear you, Sydney. Good morning. All right, I think we're still having a network fluctuation right now, and as much as possible we'll try to reconnect with Sydney so he can give us updates on what is happening in Ekiti State. But just give us a moment, we'll be back to give you further updates. This is still Ekiti Decides. Stay with us.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seats to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio. On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
From the heart of Africa, where dreams are born and passion is boundless, a new wave of talent rises. In La Liga, these extraordinary athletes are not just playing the game, they're transforming it.
Rodriguez, the man chasing, it's Lamine Yamal! What a magnificent goal that is!
They shine on the world stage. Watch as they redefine football, inspire millions, and make history. La Liga, where dreams become reality.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seats to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation. Every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio.
On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
It's 2026, where the people of Ekiti State will be deciding who their next governor would be. And of course, we have been giving you updates on the things that are happening in Ekiti State and of course its environs. And joining me in the studio this morning is AK Master Christian and analyst who is going to be dissecting the happenings within Ekiti State governorship election. Good morning to you, and thanks for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Victor. It's nice to be here.
Yes, it's good to have you again.
It's Ekiti design.
And of course, the people of Ekiti State, they have been talking, about what they need and what they want. And earlier on, we played actually a vox pop by our correspondent who is on the field there, monitoring the happenings in Ekiti State. And we got to hear some of the things that the people had to say. One of them was the very fact that one person definitely will emerge winner. And whoever wins, the people of Ekiti State will be needing more from them. And myself and my colleague Nathan, we were talking around about some of the aspirants. I'll just run through. First of all, we have Biodun Oyebanji, who is currently the governor of Ekiti State. He's the incumbent and of course seeking re-election. He's been there, for quite some time. He's been he has served in the public space as the Secretary of State, to the then Governor Fayemi. And of course, he also studied political science in Ekiti State University before he moved on to, on the University of Ibadan for his master's at the time. So some would say that he has been in the southwestern region of the state, and therefore understands what is happening within the southwestern region, of the country, and specifically his state, especially because he studied as well in his state. But some of the things that he has done from 2022 up until now, the people of Ekiti State has questioned that. But you're looking at all of the terrain. Do you think that he stands a better chance, more than every other person at this point?
Well, the people will decide.
Definitely.
Right? And, Ekiti State just reminds me of my service days. I served in Ekiti State.
Oh.
I did my youth service in Ekiti State, and it's a lovely place to be. Okay, one thing in Nigeria system is that is quite so difficult. When you say it has been in Southwest, for a long time, we need to even be realistic in this factor that is always so difficult to defeat an incumbent governor, because and this is APC. We have been assured by the security that will be everywhere to be, and so he has done definitely that the citizens will always want more.
Of course,
we don't want to remain the same. No. Nobody want to remain where they are. So if you have built one school, so we need more schools. If you have built more roads, if you have built roads, we need more. Infrastructures, economy, we need more.
Right.
Where we are, nobody can be stagnant, right? So we need more. So no matter who is coming on board, whether APC, whether ADC, whether Accord, we are the people we need more. But most importantly, where I want to even address is, it's not about if he stands a chance as the incumbent to come back to this state. Is will he allow this election to be a free, smooth run election? Because the power of the incumbent is always there.
Definitely.
So if he has done well, the people will decide, because whoever have done well, people will say, this thing you have done is good, continue. So it's the people that will decide for you to continue. But may we not allow the incumbent authority now influence the electoral process, because that is the tragedy we always see ourselves in Nigeria. It has been the blueprint. So we need this transparency, and INEC will be held so accountable at this point.
Very true.
If both the transmission of the result and everything, so we are watching.
Definitely. I'm talking about non-interference when it comes to the election today. There was a video that circulated yesterday which read that there was drama at the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Ado, Ekiti, and this happened yesterday. It was seen that security operatives reportedly ejected the candidates of the People's Democratic Party in Saturday's, of course, in today's election, talking about Wole Oluyede from the commission's premises. And the reason that they gave was that first, Oluyede had arrived at the INEC headquarters and was accompanied by party officials and supporters to lodge a complaint over what he alleged was the issuance of agents' tags to individuals not nominated by him. But what we saw on the news as well, and I'm quoting the nation Nigeria right now, read that he was whisked out of the INEC headquarters in Ado, Ekiti. What's your take on that?
Let's just face the fact. What is an aspirant doing in INEC office?
If he has a challenge that he needs to lodge a complaint, shouldn't he do that?
There's a process. He has a party. They have agents.
Okay.
Right? There are systems to this. Even is how do we see it that the incumbent governor is coming to the INEC office? What is he coming to do at the INEC office? This is an independent. These are people that is handling the election process.
Right.
So what is it going there to do? There's a process to go all through these things. You have the party is there, so he has a platform he's running from, right? He's running the platform PDP. Is contesting from.
Right.
So what is he doing at INEC office?
He should have been there.
Why? I said, why? What is he doing there? So he should be there. So if there is a complaint, there's a process to launch complaint.
Right.
So an aspirant, because you know why it looks so, how will I put it? Somehow, because we are painting a picture that anyone can get to the INEC. It sounds as if maybe some people can change the story that he went there to go and give bribe to the INEC so that the votes will go to his direction. These are things we need to avoid. So if there is an issue, if there is a complaint, the party has a representative, an agent. The party has an administrator.
Right.
They have a publicity secretary. They have a PRO. They have the secretary to the party. They have all these people that can do this job. It mustn't be an aspirant because it gives a bad note. I can remember the last time, one time we were having an election that we saw an incumbent. I think that should be Anambra State where they were having say incumbent going to the INEC office to. So what for? It is not supposed to be. So launch your complaint through the platform you are contesting from. And also we have agents. There are means to go about this thing so that we will not come to trying to do the right thing and then we are giving people a different note.
So INEC is justified for not letting him stay in the INEC premises yesterday, precisely.
Yes. The incumbent governor should be there. The aspirant should have been there. They have agents that is there.
Okay.
So they should have sent their representative to go and talk about them. In as well that he has every right to launch complaint.
Of course.
You get. I'm not saying he doesn't have the right to launch complaints, but then in this system, we need to avoid some certain things that will compromise the electoral process.
Okay.
So, and I don't want to see it from the angle that he is opposition party from the incumbent, but I'm seeing it from the angle that this is not actually okay.
The right way to go about it.
He should launch his complaint through the party
processes,
or his party agent, or he sent people that need to handle the whole matter.
All right.
It to be handled.
Of course, we also are connected with the CP in Ekiti State, Abayomi Shogunle, and he talked about the fact, basically he reassured the Ekiti people of security presence. And whilst our correspondent was having a conversation with him, he did mention that, well, we're not going to give you a number of police personnel that are on ground right now. But of course, Kingsley also confirmed to us, which you can also find on the news outlet, that about 12,000 police personnel were deployed, or security personnel rather, were deployed, to Ekiti State. But the CP, in Ekiti State did say that, well, yes, they are security personnel, but we're not going to give you a number to how many persons are in Ekiti State as we speak. Do you think that's a good way to go, hiding the number of the security personnel currently in Ekiti State?
Well, if he chose to hide the number of police personnel that are deployed, I believe that he might have he has reasons why he chose to do that. Despite he chose not to give data, that's him personal.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that the person that even sent, like how you got the number 12,000,
right,
is still out there, right? If he chose not to give the number of policemen deployed, that's fine. But then let's look into it. 12,000. Let's work with 12,000 police officers. This is just a state. I believe that up the 12,000 will not, at the end of this election, we'll begin to hear touts of these bad boys or political agents snatching of ballot box, destroying, and the adjunct staffs, all the coppers, their lives in danger and everything. So I love it that as he has confirmed that there are security presence.
Yes.
One thing that baffles me most times when they said security personnel on the field. If you have been in an election ground on a polling unit, it's called that most police personnel they talk about that is deployed, they don't even have guns. They are not equipped. Most time I've seen in election where people that will come and carry the ballot box, the policemen are without even they have only their stick,
baton.
Their baton. That is what I think. Is that what they will use to defend the ballots if there is an attack? So you see, it's not just telling us that they have deployed police officers. Are these police officers equipped to protect the ballots, to protect the voters, and also to protect the INEC officials? So let it not be you go to a polling unit, you are seeing a civil defense, you are seeing ICPC, you are seeing nobody is equipped. How do you figure out danger? How do you control the situations? So they will now have the ones that parade and everything. So I think not just deploying officers, but deploy equipped officers,
which is very important as well.
Which is very, very important, because most times these boys, they'll come to a polling unit and they say that if the person, your enemy, is more equipped than the person that will fight the enemy, so the enemy will defeat. So they will carry the ballot box, because the police officers are not equipped. So it's not just deploying security men, it's about deploying equipped police officers.
All right, we also got a report from our correspondents on the field right there. They said that there were early voter turnout in several locations in Ekiti State. But at 7:30, 7:40, it was already reported that voters were already at some of the polling units, and specifically at Ado Ekiti, they were the materials were ready within 7:30 and 7:40. Now, for you, does this suggest a highly competitive election, or simply just a normal election day enthusiasm?
No, I always am so happy when Nigerians turn out to go and vote. I am always excited. But most times, you see, when some persons come, just like this Ekiti State now. I thank God that INEC told us that by 8:30 votes commence. But I'm so happy that even by 7 o'clock, 7:30, some polling units, especially in Ado, they have commenced voters accreditation. Is a that is how it should be. We start at this 8:30, we kick start the voting. So if they have arrived 7 o'clock to do the normal preparation to the voting and everything, is good. And you see with the report we saw that voters they started lining up.
Right.
So people came out. So it means people, citizens of Ekiti State, still believe in the system that their vote will count. So let's not disappoint them. I believe somebody said it is. I think he said if INEC arrives now, somebody will start calling their neighbor and say, vote has started. And so if INEC comes early, people will begin to, before you know it, people begin to call their relatives who is at home that the vote has started, and they will come out and vote. And I will give INEC in Ekiti State, I will give them the kudos at least, for starting up the election earlier than even the scheduled time. And we trust that as I'm giving them this thumbs up, I will not come back to give them
a thumbs down. We hope so as well. But we see, of course, that in the Ekiti State there has been over 1 million registered voters as we speak, and these are the people that are supposed to come out and cast their vote and of course decide who the next governor of Ekiti State will be. But for you, what turnout threshold would you consider politically significant at this point in time?
Mr. Victor, in these voters, because when INEC told us that number of registered voters increased from 939,000 to 1,559,000, right? My concern was even the people that have collected their PVC. Now, if 1,059,000 and I think 38,000 persons registered, and INEC said that 1,029,000 900,000 persons have collected their PVC. You will see that. So the number of people that have registered is equivalent to the number of people that have collected their PVC. Right? So, and I will be expecting that today, in the turnout to vote, that the voters, at least if we can have 900,000 voters, will be a good number that people turn out. Because why I said 900,000 is because we need to factor out that out of this 1,059,000 persons that have registered in Ekiti State, most of them might not be in Ekiti State right now as we speak.
Right.
Most of them might be workers. Most of them might be in FCT. Most of them might be in Lagos. Most of them might just traveled, and most persons might have deaths might have taken place.
Okay.
So we believe that we'll watch out what INEC is going to come up, and that is we would watch to know number of accredited voters. Then we'll be able to ascertain if it's equivalent to the number of voters that we will receive. So the voters and the registered voters, because we are looking at now at the number of people that have collected their PVCs.
Right.
So it's no longer the people that have registered. So people that have collected their PVC. This is where we're going to focus our concentration now. That the number of people that have collected their PVC, which is 1,029,000 persons, that we are looking at, that during this voting in accreditation, that we'll have a closer look to know people that collected their PVC, are they the same people that casted their vote, the number of persons.
So your threshold is around 900,000 people. You're expecting to come out based on your own analysis in Ekiti State today.
Yes, that's my own submission.
All right, looking forward to seeing what that number is going to look like, of course, in Ekiti State. But again, you see that several reports have actually framed this contest around the APC, the ADC, and the PDP. These are the three parties, and of course the candidates there happens to also be the three major candidates in Ekiti State, basically. Now, from what you have observed so far, do you think these three candidates are truly the big wigs, in Ekiti State, or you think as individuals first of all, or you think that the platform they are standing on is what is pushing them further, to become the very prominent contenders for the election?
Let's say I won't just put this thing down to APC. We know that APC is already the incumbent.
In the state.
The incumbent in the state. If you look at Mr. Oyemi, which is Accord Party, he has a very good chance, and we're expecting that. I believe that if this election is free and fair, ADC might pull weight, and we won't forget the Labour Party. So, but for me, what I see is majorly the APC and the ADC, who is even pulling his weight. But the PDP, this PDP issue, I don't know how to even call about it now, because
the national issue
I am looking at. Yes. So is this PDP in contesting in Ekiti State the faction part of the
FCT minister
Wike,
or
the Turaki faction? Where is this land? Because this thing this is where I have always a challenge, because if now the faction of Wike, if he is under the faction of Wike that is contesting, Wike is working for APC, would there be a loyalty to say PDP to win election in Ekiti State? Or will APC have the upper hand? Why I'm saying this way, because we know Wike. So if some persons, I had a discussion yesterday with one of my friends, and he was saying, because I was asking him, I said, tomorrow is election, and how is the Ekiti State, because me and him we have been in Ekiti State for a long time, for more than 1 year. And even when we finished our service, I stayed a little bit, and then so he said, so who will get the power tussle? Will Wike fight?
Right.
And campaign, and we didn't see Wike campaigning, go to Ekiti State and campaign for PDP, which he is the Oga
of course of the PDP,
because we saw the Vice President Shetima in Ekiti State talking about Oyebanji campaigning and everything. So I was expecting Wike to go down to Ekiti State, as he knowing that he is now the champion of PDP. But I didn't see Wike. Wike is more like Port Harcourt, Rivers, and FCT.
Yeah.
He works PDP. He is the PDP's chairman leader in Rivers and FCT.
Right.
So I was expecting to see him campaign and talk more about this Ekiti State election and talk more about his party, PDP. So I don't see the confusion will make people to not rightly going think towards the PDP.
That the confusion, I'm talking about the PDP crisis, basically.
PDP crisis.
Because, of course, Wike's factor is there. We do understand that. But again, the candidate of the PDP is also a person represented there in the Ekiti State. And I'm sure that as a member of the community, people within the Ekiti State also knows him. They know his trajectory. They understand what is done for the people, of Ekiti State. And, of course, the positions that he has occupied, in time memorial. Yes, he did mention, of course, that the APC used their incumbent power and their influence to flood into Ekiti State, which, of course, is what any political party would want to do, wanting to maintain and retain power within the parties. Currently, the APC has more states, where they are governing. As we've seen that there's been a mass exodus of defections from the PDP, from the ADC, from the Labour Party down to the APC. That, of course, has given them a threshold, and they might not want to lose that. Hence, they have to put all their force in supporting their candidates in the various states, specifically now Ekiti State as we speak. But you talked about the Labour State, the Labour Party's candidate, Oyebanji Olajuyin, who by training is a medical doctor, right, an academic and politician, political figure as well, and he's from Ekere in Ekiti State, and he has been a professor, of ear and nose and throat surgery, an associate lecturer in the anatomy, there in the Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital at Do Ekiti, and he has published quite a number of books. Again, he's someone who is seen on ground in Ekiti State. But you said something, if the election is free and fair, that it is possible that the ADC candidate might emerge victorious. Have you seen or perceived any form of electoral malpractice coming out from Ekiti State that made you made that position earlier on?
Why I said, listening to the incumbent governor is broadcast about assuring, his broadcast about today's election.
Yeah.
Which he centered more of his broadcast in campaigning, asking the people to still bring him back.
Yeah.
I was expecting a governor that will come and give the people the assurance that they will be safeguarded.
Okay.
They will be guided, and he expect them to come and exercise their franchise and do the right thing. Now, the governor campaigned and told us what he has done so far, and then told us about His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, and everything. So, for me, Labour Party, Mr. Wole, I don't know if I called his name well. I've known him during the time when I was serving. He's a medical doctor.
Yeah,
he's a medical doctor, and he has been the Minister of Health. I think he was one time. During my services here, I so much heard about him, and then I believe that if he wins, if he emerges, the possibility are there. There are chances there, right? Because
what chances, basically? Chances of him emerging victorious.
Emerging victorious. No, every political. I don't want to sound like believing or giving it to the incumbent, right? An incumbent can be defeated.
Very true. I was saying that happened over times as
he
well.
allows a free and fair election. Let the people decide. If you have done well, let the people to decide. Of course, everything. Because I was actually looking at their political
history or trajectory.
Yes, what they want to achieve. What is their campaign strategy?
Talking about that campaign strategy, what Labour Party candidate did say that Oyebanjina Olajuyin, that's his name, and he said that if he wins, if he becomes the governor of Ekiti State, that he's going to bring integrity, competence, and compassion to governance. These are the three key things that he made mention of.
Yes, I will agree with him in that sort of compassion, because he's a very good doctor.
So, okay.
Now the compassion. No, now I'm trying to analyze him based on his field, because it takes compassion for you to be in that field, right? It takes compassion for you to even know the pain of a patient.
It's arguable, you know, but go ahead.
No, it's arguable, but this is my own aspect. I'm just trying to look into what he is saying.
Okay.
What he promised his people. Do you understand? So I will agree with him. Everybody can come and tell us that he has compassion. There's nobody here now that will come and say I'm very wicked. You get? I have not seen anybody, any politician, that will come up, even the incumbent. Nobody will come up there and tell us that I will not be transparent. It is when they enter into the office, we will not be looking for the transparency.
Right.
We will not be looking for the compassion. And you know, it's so sweet when they campaign, when they tell us your vote matters. Your voice, I will speak your voice, I will do this for you people, I will water you people, I will fire you people, I will do everything for. It is when they enter the seat, we want to know. So if we check their record, so if I want to check Wale's record, I'm going to check him based on what he has done before now.
Okay.
When he was a medical doctor, when he's in the medical field, what has he done? And I would like Ekiti State citizens to really vote who they know that his achievement is traceable. There's a traceable achievement. Choose somebody that will. The incumbent, we have seen him. People have seen him. There are other aspirants that might have a good background, a good workflow. What they have achieved so far. Oboyemi is a philanthropist.
Yeah,
he has helped many people. He has done a lot of infrastructure, not being a governor, right? So these are things Ekiti State people will be able to look and say, okay, for this person to do like this, he has done like this. We have seen this. We believe that he will do well, and I'm going to vote for this person
based on philanthropy.
Based on what we have found out. No, I am saying from my own angle, right?
Okay.
I am not in Ekiti State. I'm not there to vote.
Yeah, you're saying from the outside.
So I'm saying I'm talking to Ekiti State people. So they need to look well and check. It's not about an incumbent governor. It's not about the money you have received, or if you have given, they have given you money, or they have given you anything. It's not about the bag of rice. It's not about the campaign promises. It's about what you have seen so far that have turned out in this aspirant.
Okay.
And then you can take your decision.
Well, you kept mentioning, you kept talking about the Labour Party's candidate basically, but again, if you look at Ekiti State today, the contenders, just like I said to you earlier on, are centered around the three major political parties: the ADC, the APC, and the PDP. Which is to say that if you look at that particular order, that these three parties basically are like the three parties that the people of Ekiti State are paying attention to. Maybe because of the party, maybe because of the individuals there. But let's talk about youth participation in election. Ekiti State also has a large number of young people in the state. All right. Do you think that the youth involvement has a very massive role as well to play when it comes to choosing and electing their leader today?
Yes. And the youth have a lot to play. And in Ekiti State, I believe that the educated ones we'll be able to ascertain who and who is okay to lead Ekiti State to the heights that it needs to be, maybe from what it is now to a better trajectory. Now, if you watch well, I would say, like you mentioned about the three political parties.
Yes, the APC.
The APC, the PDP, and the ADC. Now, it's centered around based on popularity, right?
Yes.
Most times, an individual might not be known, but the party platform might be what might project them. And you have seen in this period that in Nigeria now, it's no longer about the political party. It's based on the individuals. So if people see an individual who is accountable enough, who is their choice, they will go for it. So it's no longer based on this is the prominent party. It's not APC, PDP, and ADC is the only party that will have. There is Labour Party have one time, like in this country, have a wave. Yes, by the help of P2B, making that
2023 election.
Yes, 2023 election. So,
but do they have that wave in Ekiti State? That's something you should also look out for. Is their presence strong in Ekiti State as we speak now? That's talking about the Labour Party.
The Labour Party.
Yes.
As I said, as long as the platform is concerned, the Labour Party is still a big name in Ekiti State.
All right.
It's about the individual who is, because most persons, you know, what's that happened in election is that, or during campaign period, is if a person, an individual, an aspirant, is not the people's choice, it gets to water down the party platform.
Okay.
Most times, the party platform becomes more prominent when we don't even know the individual, the aspirant that is contesting on that platform.
Remember the consensus. Remember the consensus as well that INEC brought on board. Most of the parties adopted it rather, you know, which is to say that some of the aspirants that are coming here, which the Labour Party is also one of them, right? He actually won the ticket based on a consensus vote.
Okay.
So which means, of course, that stakeholders of the party all came together and spoke to every other person. You have to step down for this particular person to go. I think the same thing also happened, you know, within the APC. The same thing happened within the PDP. So you're talking about the people's choice, basically. But this is more like the party's choice. And there are going to be aggrieved members of the party who wanted to be the flag bearers of these political parties. But of course, because of consensus, they had to step down, or they were asked to step down. And because they are part of the party, they have to step down, basically. I think the PDP candidate contested under the platform of the ADC in the last election, but right now he's in the PDP, you know, contesting on the platform of the PDP. Waiver defections here and there, you know. So when you talk about the people's choice, there's also the consensus factor to consider.
Mr. Victor, the consensus factor is just for the political party.
Of course.
The decision of who rule the state is primarily the people's choice.
Okay.
You get?
But the political party then presents the people to you.
The political party presents the people to me.
Right.
Do you get? So it is not, if you serve me food, I'm the one that will accept the food. So if the food you are serving me is not a good food for me, I have the right to say no. Right? So this is how it is. The consensus, I'm not against the consensus or whatever, any person that have to step down, even if you're the chairman of anybody that want to step down for anybody, can step down for anybody and have a consensus. That's a party system, right? The consensus is for the party.
Yes.
Nobody is saying that the consensus is now, all the political party aspirants now should now step down. We have a consensus now. Let this person, let Wale be the winner of this election. No, it is the people that will decide. The party have done their consensus and said, this is the person we are presenting to the people. So it is the people now that will look into the persons that the party have use their consensus to bring out for us, and we are going to decide. So party consensus does not concern the electorate. So the voters decide who rule Ekiti State. So the power belongs to the people. They are the one that will cast their vote. So it's not about the consensus.
All right.
So whoever that is consensus and bringing any person to the people, that's fine. So do your thing. Party system and party have done their own work.
And the people will select.
The people will decide.
All right.
And you know how we're saying, he said, Ekiti decide. Ekiti is the people.
That's very true.
They decide who will win and be.
Who is going to lead them.
Lead them.
But looking beyond today's vote, looking beyond today's election as well, what implications could the outcome of today's election have for political alignments ahead of the 2027 general elections?
Now, Mr. Vito, if you ask me, this election today, Ekiti State, has a lot to tell Nigerians.
Okay.
One, especially INEC. The transmission of results, how the beavers worked, if there's a smooth run of beavers, everything happened today till the point of contact will tell us if actually INEC is ready, so that we will now know it will pave a way for INEC to gain the integrity. I think INEC should also use this opportunity, this period, to gain the integrity of Nigerians, the trust of Nigerians. Because however they do this, let it not be that there are atom and ways of rigging and INEC accepted that and everything. It will still tell, because it will affect Osun State election is coming by August.
That's right.
Right? So it will tell us how the look of how Osun State election will be. Are you seeing now?
Yeah.
So INEC has a role in this part to tell Nigerians we are trustworthy.
Yeah.
To make this work, everything. Let there be no glitches. Let the beavers work. Let the transmission. So it has a serious effect. So the election today determine if Osun State election will be free and fair.
Okay.
If the INEC is capable, the INEC, we are hoping, if they are capable to handle a free and fair election in Nigeria.
All right, so let's take your mind back to the Anambra State election and the FCT Council polls, because we just want us to do a quick review and a quick assessment of what INEC has done under the leadership of Professor Joash Amopitan, who is currently the INEC chairman now. Do you think that from what he has been able to achieve in Anambra State and the FCT, that the elections have been free and fair?
Mr. Victor, the FCT election is not a free and fair.
Why do you say so?
Because we saw even some persons people were denied access to go and cast their votes. Me and you, we were here, we saw some polling units, Gwagwalada and everything, how the election was going, even to a point that security outfits, the arm we're supposed to protect our ballot box, we are the ones that came to snatch ballot box, the ballot, and nothing happened. We had an ad hoc staff come up to tell us what they passed through during the election in FCT. Wike, FCT Jagaban declared a curfew. That you know that most of persons that come to the Abuja municipal areas to cast their vote are residing Asket, like Manaba, Nyanya, all those Aziz. There was a curfew. We saw a report where one man was saying majority of persons that come to Abuja to vote, they know the system. They know where majority of residents in Abuja, where they are. So there was curfew. So how many persons left their area in Manaba to come into the FCT, come to the municipal to come and cast their votes? So, and you can't tell me that it is a free and fair election where the FCT minister himself told aspirants, said, don't worry, just do your thing and leave the rest for me. It's there. So I can't say that the FCT election was a free and fair election?
Based on the
disparities that we saw that went around it, the disparity of voters. How many persons came out in FCT to vote?
Okay.
How many persons? And they did, and you know how the whole thing went and everything. So I will not use FCT to justify that INEC has been trustworthy. INEC wasn't transparent enough
in the FCT polls.
In the FCT poll.
Run down to the Anambra election.
The Anambra State election. I would say Anambra State has been this trajectory of ABGA. Right?
Yeah.
Is quite, when you go to Anambra, if you have stayed in Anambra State, you know that is likely like any political party does not even have a say, does not have that view. Anambra, if you go to Anambra, is more like the ABGA party, is more like the party that they held so well. Right? So, and if you check what happened and the whole thing, APC aspirant creating the chaos that happened during the Anambra State election, APC and everything. People were saying, the incumbent want to frustrate the whole election, want to take over, the breaking of head, the fight. You saw the fight that happened between the APC candidates and the PDP candidates. So, all those things, I cannot be able to be. I believe that the Anambra State people have taken their decision in as much that during that period of the election, Mr. Charles Soludo he started very, very well. He started very well as in his first tenure. He did very well and everything. And the people of Anambra State will still hold him accountable.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, if you're going to rate INEC's previous performance based on these two elections I've just mentioned,
in Anambra State election, I will rate INEC 7 to 10.
All right, and then
in FCT election, I will rate INEC 2 to 10.
All right, so we'll be looking for your ratings, of course, after the Ekiti election has been decided. But what result would genuinely surprise you? What outcome will surprise you from Ekiti's election today? What
will surprise me is if an incumbent does not emerge.
That is going to surprise you.
So that is what will surprise me.
Okay.
It's not about who wins. It's an incumbent losing Ekiti State election.
Okay.
So it's what will surprise me. But we know how most times this whole thing pans out. So that is the surprise package I will get today, to hear that by the incumbent governor was defeated and another political party. But that's how it's supposed to be. When the people see that you didn't do well, we want to try another person. They vote in and let the person's vote count, let the people's vote count.
All right.
We know how it is. So the surprise package that I will get today is
the incumbent not winning.
Incumbent losing the election.
All right, thank you so much, AK Master Christian, for your time with us this morning. Let's quickly go on a break, and after we come back, we're going to be joined live by Kingsley Onwoka, who is in Ekiti State right now as we speak. Do stay with us.
From the heart of Africa, where dreams are born and passion is boundless, a new wave of talent rises. In La Liga, these extraordinary athletes are not just playing the game, they're transforming it.
The man chasing, it's Lamine Yamal. What a magnificent goal that
They
is!
shine on the world stage. Watch as they redefine football, inspire millions, and make history. La Liga, where dreams become reality.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio.
On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio.
On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Nigeria's economy, the global markets, what does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the Main Street.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment, thought-provoking discussions, and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live. Caesar Radio. On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
Your host for Rapid E, right here on Rapid TV, the program that brings you the hits, the laughs, and the moments everyone is talking about. From music to film to exclusive interviews with your faves, the entertainment show that comes to life every
anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Greatness is not faceless. Greatness has a face. It has many faces. It has over 200 million faces. It has your face. It has my face. Greatness is beyond what we do. It's how we do it. It is the people we do it for. It is never settling, continuously tinkering with an idea till answers to age-old questions emerge. It is our wittiness. It is our speed, it's our energy, it's our heavy punches. It is making melodies from anything. It is in the endless poetry of Nigerian life, joyful, frustrating, sad, exciting. It's a mix of colors, imitating the breathtaking tapestry of life. It's our defiance of fear and our almost defiant, nearly arrogant presence in the galleries of the distinct Afolayan, Jadesola Oshiberu, Kemi Adetiba, Nazo Nuzo, hitting mind-boggling box office numbers, securing global film deals, and rallying communities. Not so long ago, content was just television, and now digital content is the new oil, with our skit makers, content creators, thought leaders, growing our digital economy. Greatness is Professors Kayode Oyewumi and Musa Yakubu, being listed among Elsevier BV's most productive scientists in the world. Greatness is Ethan Nwaneri at 15, becoming the world's youngest player in the English Premier League. Greatness is Abasi Eneobong, pioneering the inclusion of the African genome in research through 54 genes. And Aisha Tofa, building and nurturing a tech ecosystem through Startup Kano. Greatness is Amina Mohammed, championing the voice of global peace as we take a prominent place at the table. Greatness is Miracle Izuchukwu, becoming the youngest female commercial pilot in North America. Greatness is Faith Odunsi, calculating her way to become the global mathematics champion.
To express 0.00. 2.4 times 10 is by minus 5. Correct.
Greatness is the pantheon of Nigerian authors. Their stories are stories, bringing the world into the magic, the pain, the triumphs of the Nigerian experience. Greatness is the unicorns, 6 companies created by Nigerians under 30 years old, now worth over $1 billion each. The stories, the people, Nigeria. Each of these stories of greatness across the globe has you in it, and it has me in it. And we can almost take them for granted. They are so Nigerian. Chimamanda talked about the danger of a single story, where negative stories are used to flatten an individual's experience and overlook the many other stories that formed them. We are our stories. We are not one story, and we must tell these stories to ourselves and to the world. Nigeria is not faceless. It's not an obscure concept or a dream hiding behind the waving of a green, white, green flag. Nigeria has a face. It has many faces. It has over 200 million faces. It has your face. It has my face. What is a dream without a dreamer? You are a hero in this great story. Your name hasn't been mentioned yet, but it will be. You haven't caught the headlines yet, but you will. Oh boy, you never blow yet, but you go soon blow. You know it. I know it. I know you won't stop trying. You won't stop trying. I know you won't ever give up. You know you won't ever give up. How do I know? I'm in Nigeria, and you are too. And we don't stop until we win.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Nigeria's economy, the global market, what does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the Main Street and of course, the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Business Lens
as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
From the heart of Africa, where dreams are born and passion is boundless, a new wave of talent rises. In La Liga, these extraordinary athletes are not just playing the game, they're transforming it.
The man chasing, it's Lamine Yamal! What a magnificent goal that is!
They shine on the world stage. Watch as they redefine football, inspire millions, and make history. La Liga, where dreams become reality.
My name is Faith Dr. Joseph.
My name is Martha Alu.
My name is Victor Arki.
My name is Divine Alex.
My name is Esther Omen.
My name is Arthur James Brooks.
My name is Godwin Sunday.
I am Ijoma Victor.
My name is Cynthia Agbo.
Josephine Bitru.
I bet you already know that this is
Rapid Television.
Nigeria's economy, the global market. What does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the main street and of course, the marketplace. Get the answers you need every week on Business Lens as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
I'm doing my job, ma. I'm a media guy, and I say my.
states to make a firm commitment to peace before, during, and after the 2026 gubernatorial election. Our party just concluded a tour of the 16 local government states and violent. Ekiti State will be 30 years old in October 1st this year. This is the first time in the history of the state that an election will be a few days away and we have this kind of peace. So I stand to make a commitment that after signing this peace accord, and like the INEC chairman said, it's not the signing that is important, it's the character of those holding the pen. And I believe strongly in that. And I can attest that fellow contestants will do everything to ensure that if truly we want to serve our people, we cannot dispatch violence before and after the elections. So I stand to make a commitment on behalf of the government that I'm leading and other contestants that the election will be peaceful, because it's only in an atmosphere of peace that we can actually serve our people. I commend the NPC for doing this, and I hope that other aspirants will also align themselves to the spirit and to the letter of the accord that we have signed. Once again, I thank you all. God bless you.
Leader preserve democracy. It is the character of the leaders who hold the pen. So as we are holding the pen today, it's not just signing, but it is the character. If campaigns are characterized by excitement or subversion, the process is compromised long before the first ballot is cast. I urge all candidates to cascade the spirit of this peace accord down to their grassroots party structures. Let your followers understand that leadership won at the expense of human life and public trust is a hallowed victory. Through the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security (ISS), robust proactive measures have been institutionalized to guarantee the safety across all the 2,445 polling units and at the collation centers. Let me reiterate our stance against vote trading, vote intimidation, voters intimidation, and thuggery. Any individual or group of people seeking to subvert the sovereign will of the Ekiti electorate will be met with firm, unyielding hand of justice. People of Ekiti State have historically preserved a legacy of intellect, honor, and civility. I call on you to protect this reputation you are known for in Nigeria. Let this election serve as a master class in democratic maturity and an encouraging prologue to our grander projections for the 2027 general election, where our manpower requirement will scale to a massive 1.4 million active staff. This for us as INEC, the obstacle election in Ekiti State and even in Osun State will definitely be a mirror for Nigerians to be able to measure what is going to happen in January 2027. So that is why it is important that it's incumbent on every one of us to ensure that we have a seamless electoral process during this election. By signing this peace accord, we are not only affirming our dedication to non-violence and mutual respect among all stakeholders, but we are also sending a strong message to our citizens that democracy strives when peace prevails. Each one of us has a part to play in this process, and I urge all political parties, their candidates and supporters to adhere to the principles of this accord. Let us work together to ensure that the upcoming election is remembered, not for division or discord, but for its spirit of unity and pursuit of common goals. Let us demonstrate to the world that Ekiti State is a beacon of hope, resilience, and democratic values that we have been in the past. Let us work together to ensure that June 20th is remembered not for division, but as a triumph of the Nigerian spirit. May God bless our collective efforts and continue to guide our nation towards enduring peace and democratic process.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the signing of this peace accord is a strong reminder that elections should be a contest of ideas and service, not conflict and division. Democracy thrives best in an atmosphere of peace, tolerance, mutual respect, and adherence to the rule of law. As security agencies, we recognize the enormous responsibility placed upon us to support the conduct of a peaceful, credible, and transparent election. I therefore wish to assure all stakeholders that the Nigerian Police Force, working in collaboration with other security agencies under the Interagency Consultative Committee on Electoral Duty, has made adequate security arrangements to ensure the secured environment before, during, and after the election. Comprehensive deployment plans have been conducted for all the local governments, the wards, and over 2,400 polling units across the state. Security personnel and operational assets will be strategically deployed to guarantee the safety of voters, electoral officers, election observers, and all citizens participating in the democratic process. I wish to affirm that Nigerian police will remain professional, impartial, and fully committed to the protection of democratic values throughout the electoral process. Our personnel have been adequately briefed on their responsibilities and rules of engagement, and will discharge their duties with civility, fairness, and respect for the right of every citizen. While security agencies will continue to play their parts, peaceful elections also require the cooperation and sincerity of political actors, the candidates, supporters, and indeed every stakeholder. I therefore urge all parties to uphold the spirit and letter of this peace accord by conducting their activities peacefully and placing the interest of
Welcome back. This is still Ekiti Decides, and just a few moments ago we just played the peace accord that was signed by the 16 political parties in Ekiti State, which of course the INEC chairman was present, the Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu was also present, and of course all political parties were present to sign the peace accord, agreeing that during and after the election they are going to maintain peace in Ekiti State. My name is Victor Ake, and of course right now I'm being joined by the beautiful Cynthia Agbo. Good morning to you, Cynthia.
Good morning, Victor. How has it been?
Oh, it's been beautiful. The trajectory, the conversation centered around, of course, the Ekiti governorship election.
Absolutely. It's actually a great one. You know, like they will say when you get to the Yoruba land, Ekaro, how hope you guys are, you know, in high spirits, because it's another opportunity to choose who's going to be your leader for the next 4 years. I'm very much excited about elections, and we've been seeing the updates coming in from Ekiti State. We've been seeing our reporters on ground trying to give us one or two things when it comes to security, the candidates, and I think we just heard that the governor is about to cast his vote. But I think we'll bring that when we have a clearer picture of it. We'll bring that to the screen. But I think that the Ekiti election is against popular opinion, that is not very highly contested due to the fact that everybody is just anticipating that it might just be the APC, might just be the current governor, you know, Tunisi. But the question now is, it left for the people of Ekiti State to decide if they really want to keep, they still want to maintain the person who is there, if he has treated them well. I mean, if you don't treat me well, I won't want you anymore.
Of course.
But then again, that is also dependent on a number of things, like number of voter turnout. We could tell from past elections that Ekiti have not exactly enjoyed massive turnout when it comes to voting. So in the last election, Ekiti, it's recorded that Ekiti had about only 36.5% of turnout for the votes, and that is about and the last registered voters for Ekiti was about 987.647. You know, number of people that had their voters, you know, registered voters for Ekiti. But this time around, there's a higher number, so it moved from that number to 1.something million people for 2026. So we are expecting to see a greater turnout. But from the videos we've been seeing, I do not want to conclude, right? I do not want to speculate, but one thing we know for sure is that there is an increase from 900 and something to 1.something million, you know, in Ekiti. So which now makes us like, okay, fine, people actually went to register. So the next thing would be coming out to vote. Is the number from 36.5% going to increase, or it's going to remain that way? I am very particular about that number because it's going to be a huge test for the INEC. We're going to know how the 2027 general election is going to be, because if we don't okay, am I talking a lot?
Oh, go ahead.
So I just so love elections. So my yeah. So if they're not able to pull this very successfully, it therefore means that it's going to be shady. Because in 2023, Ekiti actually delivered a large number for the APC. They delivered very well. So the next question is going to be: are they going to deliver in this election for their governor? And let us see who's going to come out. But I love the contenders. It's so unfortunate that you discussed it without me. You discussed the contenders without me.
I have to give you the moment to talk about them, basically. But you said something in passing, right? You mentioned that in 2023, the APC in Ekiti State delivered, you know, for the national level.
At the national level.
Do recall as well that in the course of the election, the campaigns as well, the APC on the national level went down to Ekiti State. Could that just be a way of saying, well, you delivered in 2023, let us deliver in 2026? But of course, our fingers are crossed to see what the outcome will be, you know, of course, regarding the Ekiti 2026 election. And just like you mentioned, the turnout has actually been very early. You know, I mean, they started the whole thing. INEC said 8:30. That was the time that was scheduled for the election to begin. But, you know, people were already out as at 7:30. At Ekiti precisely, our correspondent were on ground, of course, and they sent in the reports at 7:30. Voters were already out there at the polling unit, and of course materials were ready, you know. But we also heard some complaints that in some LGs, local government areas, that the materials were not available, and that also brought up some form of conversation. This is just 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, and we're still having delayed materials going down to some of these local government levels. I did mention projection for 2027 general election. What do you make of all of these projections now?
Okay, so before we do our reporter on ground, Sydney, I would like to say something to you, Victor. Yes, Ekiti, it may not have so many local government areas, but one thing about Ekiti State that it's very wide.
Yes, it is.
It's very, very wide. So the movement from, in fact, I would tell you that I was very surprised to see that people were already outside by 7:30.
Yeah.
Because it did it as at yesterday. The environment didn't look like they were going to be so enthusiastic to come out today. So seeing people out by 7:30, the sun shining.
Yeah.
It gave some form of encouragement, right? And so it just tells us that, oh, right, these people want to do something. But then when it comes to proximity, it doesn't really have such close proximity. I remember the last guest you had was talking about Anambra and the likes. One thing we must agree is that in Anambra State, they have close proximity to certain places, and so materials will easily move, right? But in Ekiti State, it's not exactly like that.
Is it bigger than Anambra State?
I don't have the size and width top of my head, but there's a distance. So let's take Sydney. Let's take Sydney very quickly.
Sydney, good morning. Welcome. Hello, Sydney. Can you hear us? If you can, please.
So far so good. Thank you so much. So far so good. Everything here has been peaceful. There has been no issues at all regarding the votes that is coming on or going on here right now. Everything is peaceful. I just spoke to some different INEC election observers, and according to what they said they visited about 20 different units, polling units. Everything has been peaceful, and according to them, they said this has been one of the freest election conducted in this state. And right behind me here now, you can see what is happening. The crowd is much. You can see there is a lot of people here voting, and everything has been peaceful so far. There has not been any issue at all. Everything is going on smoothly. You can see the crowd. Everything is going on smoothly in the governor's polling units. There is no issue. It's been just peaceful. Everybody is just casting their votes. And the whole thing, that, according to the information I got from the officials here, they said that the whole election accreditation, everything started around 8:15. That was when accreditation started. Then voting commenced here officially around 8:30. So far, everything has been peaceful. You can see the queue as well. And the most interesting part of today's voting here was a man of 86 years old came out and cast his vote. And we were asking him, why do you have to come out despite your old age? He said he has to exercise his franchise, not because of him, but because of the future generation of Ekiti indigene. Over to you.
All right.
Okay, Sydney, I would like to find out, there have been speculations of vote buying. Have you witnessed any of such where you are?
I did not really get what you said, but if you're talking about security, the security here is fine. Most of the security agencies here, they are just relaxing, making sure nothing is happening. I can see that it's as if my audio is poor, but I'm trying everything possible to raise my voice so everybody will be able to hear me. But what is happening here, like I said earlier on, everything is peaceful. The number of accredited voters here, I don't want to speculate of something we are not sure, because none of the officials are willing, because of the crowd here, none of them have been willing to let us know the exact figures of how many people that have been accredited here to vote. So for now, I think that's the updates I have for you.
All right.
Over to you, please.
Okay, Sydney, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me, right? Okay, so I'm asking about vote buying. There are speculations of vote buying. Have you heard or have you witnessed any of such where you are?
Sydney?
Well, honestly,
all right. I think I think he's having issues with the network there. Yeah.
Okay. He seems not to be hearing us very well, but we're trying to ascertain the speculations about vote buying, which was hinted around some places right there. It would have been so great to let us know. He used the term, he said, the security officials are chilling.
Right. They're just relaxing.
They're just chilling.
And of course, which is a good thing as well, because when we had a conversation with Kingsley Onwuka, he was speaking with the CP there, and he talked about the fact that security personnel are practically everywhere. But of course, he mentioned that the number, is something that the CP has refused to make known to journalists or even the public as it is, which is to say, he confirmed, he assured, and that's the CP right now, assured the people of Ekiti State that there's going to be ample security in the state. Perhaps because there are no pockets of insecurity or challenges, they've got to chill and relax and also observe and watch what is going on within the state.
Well, we can only say that for sure by the time we get to hear feedback from other local governments, other areas in the state, because there might be peace in one area, doesn't mean that other areas will just be filled with peace and tranquility. So that is one thing. So, well, now that you can chill, please do chill. But make sure you be, on high alert, because a lot of temper is going to fly. A lot of people will want to express displeasure. And when it comes to the issue of vote buying, until when we're able to confirm that there, from the reporters on ground, that there are cases of vote buying here and there, and we have proof of that, then we can definitely elaborate on it. But would it be something surprising, especially in the Nigerian election? Well, that's left for you watching to say yes or no. but let's just give you an update that while this election is going on, there are actually some political parties who are not happy about certain things. I mean, yesterday the SDP did complain about the fact that there were rumors, spreading that they had withdrawn from the race, and their spokesperson did come out to say, no, we haven't withdrawn. We're still very much. Now, there is a negative effect of stories like these, of rumors like this, because it just dampened the morale of those in that particular political party, and they are accusing the APC of spreading these rumors. They dismissed the reports yesterday, and they said, according to the National Public Secretary of the party, he said that his governorship candidate, which is Ambassador Isaac Alade, remain in the race and would participate in the election. And he's saying that they were duly listed on the ballots by the INEC, and that everything was they signed the peace accord ahead of the poll, everything, and that he was surprised to see this report. And then he also accused INEC of denying it access to upload the names of its polling unit agents for the election. So they are accusing both APC and also the INEC of sabotage at different points. So these are just some of the things happening. Now, according to him, he said SB remains committed to participating in the election and providing credible alternative platform for the people of Ekiti State. Show me an election where there is only one contender. I mean, that's not a proper election.
Never. And that's why it's called a democracy. You have to have other parties come on board and, of course, also test their popularity and their strength in a state or the country generally. And of course, talking about some of the irregularities that we've seen or heard about, just yesterday I was having that conversation with my guest that was here earlier on, and we talked about the fact that the PDP candidate, he was in the INEC headquarters in Ado-Ekiti. It was reported that he was whisked away by the security personnel in INEC. According to him, he went there to complain that some of the names that are that's been put together for his party were names that he did not nominate himself. But of course, he was not given a listening ear, according to the report. Rather, the security personnel in INEC had to take him away from the INEC headquarters, which of course is also causing lots of reactions and conversations talking about the transparency, credibility of the election in Ekiti State, with all of these pockets of certain irregularities that we've seen being reported thus far.
Well, and it's a good one, but what I also want to add to this conversation that we're having now, since we're talking about candidates, is that it will interest Nigerians to know that in the history of Ekiti election, there is no incumbent governor that has, successfully won a re-election in the state. And so if we have Oyebanji come back again, it's going to be the first in history. In 1999.
Very true.
Right. So the big question now is, will he be able to write his name in history? Will the people of Ekiti State, give him that honor of being the first, to have a re-election? It takes a whole lot, and it leaves me wondering, why haven't there been a re-election? Could it be that those who have been there over the years have not done enough for the people to say, okay, you have to come back?
Almost immediately.
Yeah,
because they do come back eventually.
But not immediately. Yeah. So if this happens, it's going to be... So I think we know that earlier we had a rundown of some of the candidates, but let's look at them, all over again. Let us see who are these strong contenders and what makes them actually strong contenders. What have they actually done, to really warrant them coming? We have people from the PDP, we have people from the ADC, we have the man from the incumbent already, and
the Labour Party.
The Labour Party. Let me ask you, Victor, first of all, do you think that the Labour Party, the SDP, and these other political parties, do you think that they have the right number to take out the power of incumbency?
Well, I think first of all, from what we've seen in Ekiti State, 3 major political parties right now are at the forefront, which is the APC, the incumbent, of course, the ADC, and the PDP. So these are the 3 political parties right now that it seems, you know, all of the votes will be shared amongst the 3 of them.
Yeah.
However, there are still going to be some pockets of votes, you know, shared around to other political parties. And so, to answer that question, we already see that these are the 3 main political parties, and of course, the 3 contenders from these parties are the people that Ekiti State, you know, citizens will be looking out for right now as we speak. So I doubt the possibility. I think it's going to be very surprising that any of them could actually emerge, even come second or third, talking about the SDP or the Labour Party, because of the popularity of the PDP, the APC, and the ADC in Ekiti State right now as we speak. And do recall, one of the challenges I see maybe within the PDP is the national saga that they are going through right now.
Okay.
But will that affect them in Ekiti State? That we're going to find out, of course, as the election proceeds.
Okay, so one of the things I always look out for, okay, so as you can look at this, if you check your screen, you will see the governor, the current governor, about to cast his vote right there in his polling unit, and it's a good one. Would he be able to win his polling units? That's a very big question. That is him right there, about to cast his vote, and everybody is watching. And you know how he's always like, once he did that, they will all clap for him.
Definitely.
And then it's very possible that he's likely going to have a media briefing after he's done casting his vote. So I'm sure our guys are on standby to ensure that once he's ready to talk to the press, after casting his vote, we would immediately take it. While that is going on, let us also let you know that Oyebanji is very fortunate enough to be supported by 4 of his predecessors, that is Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Ayodele Fayose, Segun Oni, and Otumba Ni Adebayo. And it will also be interesting to know that it has never happened before in Ekiti that 4 of former governors united to project a single candidate, which is why a lot of analysts have said that the atmosphere in Ekiti for this election is not exactly cloudy. It is very predictable. The tension is not
as high as it
it's not so anticipated or so high like you don't know what's going to happen, because it's almost like the big forces are supporting him. But he is basking in the euphoria, you know, of power of incumbency, his performance, and also goodwill from the people. That's what he's banking on. Well, let's see if the power of goodwill is going to work for him. I think that we should just, you know, connect with the clip and see if we can get anything, and also wait for the interview at this point in time.
All right.
Canopy. I don't want us to crowd this place. Stand up soon.
Are you missing out on interviews, music, entertainment?
Thought-provoking discussions and more? Don't sweat it, man. We've got you covered. No matter where you are, be part of the action 24/7, online and live.
Caesar Radio. On Facebook, it's Rapid FM Umahia. On Instagram, it's official Rapid FM. And on X, it is Rapid FM 965. Tune in to Rapid 96.5 FM or listen to us live on our website at www.rapidfm965.com or radiogarden.com. Better yet, get our mobile app from the Google Play Store. Catch the pulse of the Southeast on Rapid 96.5 FM, the sound of your city.
Hey, Oyanam, all Caesar Radio.
But the governor has casted his vote there in Ekiti State, and of course that's in Ekiti. That's his polling units, of course, and then we'll be looking forward to giving you the results. And when he eventually addresses the press, we are going to be linking up, with the Ekiti people to keep you updated. But you have an update right on your screen.
Oh, okay. So I think the main update is something that just dropped in from Abayomi Shogunle. He did talk to media persons where he talked about the fact that everything is going fine in the election. Voter turnout everything is still growing. And then when it comes to controversies across, he did mention some places when it comes to Flashpoint, because he was asked questions about Flashpoint where he said yes, there are Flashpoints and there are areas of interest where there been heightened security concerns as well, he mentioned. And he confirmed that adequate resources had been deployed to those locations where there were where they preempt any violence. He also talked about the fact that elections are not entirely free of controversy, when he was asked questions about the emerging allegations that some police officers had not been paid their allowances. Now, this is a very huge concern, and he did admit, he said, this is not true. I will not accept that allegation. He said, he also stated that no formal complaint of electoral fraud had been registered by mid-morning. As we speak, we have not received any reports of vote buying or related incident. Now, this is a bit dicey, right? If people are saying that some persons have not been paid their allowances, and he is saying no, that is not true. He will not accept the allegation. No formal complaints have been sent in for electoral fraud. Now, these are two different conversations. Exactly. Electoral fraud versus allowances for security operations. These are two conversations. Maybe he needs to listen to that question again and he needs to answer it, because they do not correlate. Not at all. So we would expect that he really gives pressmen the right answers for the right question, because it would not be assumed that he doesn't want to answer the question. That's the assumption that is going to be. So we're still keeping Africa Call to see if the governor is done voting. Let us check if the governor is done voting, so we can have a bit of a conversation.
All right, okay. The vote is still ongoing there, in Ekiti State. Perhaps the pressmen are also still getting ready to get the governor's speech, basically, and of course his interview. Okay, that is going on right now.
All right, so let's now connect to get the interview of the governor as he talks to pressmen this time around. If we can get a clear footage of that, it would really be great. But if we can't, then we just have to move on to assessing some of his achievements, and see how worthy it is for him to come back, since the party is so determined that he's going to work with the goodwill of the public. If we're able to connect in that conversation, let's have it. If not, let's see if we can have some.
All right. Of course, majorly some of the things that he has done, centers around the infrastructure expansion, and that's one of the things that the people around Ekiti State have talked about, so often. But just to remind you as well, Sydney did a Vox Pop where we talked to a lot of persons in Ekiti State, and one of the things that they said that was so prominent, I've reiterated this so much this morning, was the very fact that the people of Ekiti State, as we are mentioning, that they want more from whoever will be emerging. In fact, one of the ladies who spoke said, if Oyebanji, re-emerges as the governor of Ekiti State, that they want more from him. In other words, whatever he has done, he's got to do a lot more better, for the people of Ekiti State. And now, when we're talking about the infrastructure expansion, some of the things that we can see being displayed is the road rehabilitation and the new urban rural road links across the state. The major projects which included the flyovers, the ring roads, and the inter-community connectors, and then the ongoing transport and logistics improvement tied to state development plans. These are some of the things that we've seen him do, and the people of Ekiti State have also talked about. And then they moved on to the healthcare development as well, and they talked about the renovation and the upgrade of the general hospitals across multiple LGAs, the expansion of primary healthcare centers, and the ongoing construction of a major medical facility at the Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital. Keyword there is that it is still ongoing.
Okay.
Perhaps they wanted to finish that particular project. I know the Ekiti people are known for education. And so in the education sector, what is done is the rehabilitation of the public primary and secondary schools, statewide, according to reports here, and the investment in learning infrastructure and school facilities. These are some of the things that he has done, for within his time in office. Also, agriculture is somewhere he also touched, because we also see that that Ekiti people talked about it. They said that he had support, and of course we can see that on the report as well, that he has supported agribusiness hubs and youth-focused enterprise initiatives, within his first tenure, and also the development of value chain projects that are aimed at job creation and food production. And one of the contenders did make mention that if he emerges as the winner or the governor of Ekiti State, that he was going to concentrate on the economic situation of the state. Perhaps food and education is something that the Ekiti people are looking into majorly. But go ahead.
Okay, so the thing, it's quite interesting because you did mention that in the Vox Pop, one of the person we spoke to said there were more. I think that one thing that is blessed in and engraved in every human's DNA is a strain of Oliver Twist.
Right.
All right. So we always want more. We always want more. And so, but the thing now is, what you're wanting more, you have to be able to separate your needs versus your wants. Now, this is how I describe a functioning governor. A functioning governor, I try to put side by side your total allocation to the state versus what you have on ground. Right. So if, let's say, for example, you're giving 2 naira for your state, and what you're doing for the state is just 1 naira. What happened to the remaining 1 naira?
Yeah.
That is how I describe a governor who is functioning. Yes, there are a number of things. He has signed a number of legislative reforms. Like we could see that he signed the Ekiti Administration of Criminal Justice Second Amendment Law and the Local Government Administration Amendment Law to strengthen local government and embrace restorative justice. People hailed him for that. You mentioned something about agriculture, healthcare, and also let's not talk about workers' welfare. Some people have hailed him for good workers' welfare in terms of consistently championing the civil service welfare by ensuring the prompt payment of salaries and pensions, releasing over 6 billion naira in gratuities and providing palliative transport services to ease workers' living costs. Right. The question now is, what was it like before he came? Right? That is how that is how we compare. Now, when it comes to agriculture as well, yes, he has actually done a lot here. It says that he has, been able to advance rural development by clearing over 5,000 hectares of farmland, providing 50% subsidies on seedlings, tractors, and rolling out 100 kilometers of farm-to-market rural road rehabilitation project, which is good. Now, if people are going to their farms, they need a good road. But let's look at security. What is it like in security?
Yeah, in Ekiti State.
What is it? What is it? Because sometimes a person can be giving you the bare minimum, but because you're not used to something good, you feel like a person's giving you heaven.
So much,
giving you so much. And so yes, these are all good things, but is it enough for the people to bring him back? And then let us now look at the other contenders. What have they done? Because you know how we say in our local way, the devil we know
is better
than the angel. We don't know. So I'm definitely sure that by the time we have our guests much later on, we can be able to, you know, get their perspective on some of these issues, like activities, like consolidating your position, your achievements, coming back. Now when you come back, you know that there's this ideology of when you come for your first term, you do all the work. When you come to your second term, you do all the enjoyment. Do we want to bring you back to come and enjoy, or you're still going to be willing to work when you come in your second term? Because we wouldn't want a case whereby the people of Ekiti begins to complain a few months into his return to say, oh, this is not what we bargained for. We thought maybe as you did this in your first term, you'll be able to do it in your second term. We do not want gnashing of teeth and wailing, you know, because there will be, humans will always complain when things are not going well with them.
Very true. You know, looking at his trajectory as well, he's been in the public service for quite some time, being the Secretary of State, you know, to the governors at the time, Fayemi. But he also has a similar trajectory, you know, with the ADC candidate, Bejide, who also was the Secretary, you know, to the governor, you know, whilst he was still in office there. So if you look at that, a lot of persons are trying to juxtapose, you know, their trajectories. And for the three major contenders, one thing that stands out, or that is quite similar amongst all of them, is the very fact that they had their education within the southwestern region, you know, and some of them actually are still, like Bejide, who is a medical doctor, you know, still serving within the Ekiti region, right? Went to school in Ekiti State, also went down to OAE. So all of them are just within the southwestern region of the country. And that has also brought lots of conversation stating that, well, these people are close to home. And they understand the pain. They understand the needs of the people. But now the question is, who understands this better? Right? Who does the people now understand more than they understand the needs of the people?
Or rather, we should be saying, who do the people trust more to have a better understanding of their needs?
Exactly. And these are the things that we're looking forward, you know, to seeing as it is. We've seen some youth come out as well, just like Sidney mentioned, an 80-something years old man was out there to cast his vote, and when he was asked, why take the stress to come out as an old man? And they said, well, this is not just for me, but for the future generation, which means that we also have the elderly who wants to secure the state for the future of their children and their grandchildren. Who then would they pass the baton to? Is it still going to be the incumbent, or is it going to be the other contenders of this particular election? And these are things as well that I really want to see happen anytime. So you mentioned, of course, that it's rare to see the Ekiti State governors, you know, get re-elected almost immediately. That reminds me that Ekiti State gubernatorial election has also been marred, you know, by certain controversies, you know, because we can still remember when Fayose was ousted at some point, you know, it was also based on a court battle at some point in time. One of the governors, not Fayose now, I think I've missed that particular fast, right? Let me quickly get that. That was the court victory now by Kayode Fayemi, rather. You know, he actually won against Olusegun Oni. You know, that was basically a court victory for him as at the time. And do recall that it was in 2003, Fayose was first governor, and then Olusegun Oni came in and then won him, and then Kayode Fayemi won Olusegun Oni in the court battle, and then Ayo Fayose came back and defeated Kayode Fayemi, you know, and then Kayode came back and then became governor again, you know, and before Biodun Oyebanji became governor of Ekiti State. Now, who is the major force that can now either oust Oyebanji from governance? Is it going to be the PDP candidate, or is it going to be the ADC candidate as we speak? But fingers are crossed, and the election just gets more interesting as we speak.
Yeah, another thing I want to add before we go on a very short break is the fact that in every election we are always looking out to say, okay, are you prioritizing your people living with disabilities and also the elderly? Yeah, aside from the man who Sydney talked about, I also saw an 81-year-old woman who actually went to cast her vote earlier today, and she said from where she cast her vote everything was fine, which is good. Let us now look at the numbers when it comes to people living with disabilities for Ekiti governorship election. So we had, the number says that 2,077 eligible persons with disabilities are expected to participate in the Ekiti governorship election. Another question will be, when measures put in place, to accommodate these people. It's one thing for you to say, I want my vote to count. Another thing to put measures in place for these people to be able to move around and cast their vote, maybe to the nearest polling unit close to them. And so it would be a great it will be a great movement if we say that people with disabilities did not face any challenge. It will be a plus. It will be a great addition to the INEC and of course to everyone who put the election together. That's what we're looking forward to. Well, at this point we'll go on a very short break, and it's still election, it's still Ekiti Decide 2026. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm doing my job, ma. I'm doing my job, ma.
State today. But of course, I will be having that conversation all through this morning and up until now, Cynthia.
So while we wait to see what Joash and his people are going to pull off in this state, because like I said earlier, it's going to be a huge determining factor of how 2027 general election is going to be like. So are they going to impress us and carry first position, or is it going to be like a typical Nigerian election where there is always marked by irregularities, complaints, vote buying, insecurity, and the like? Some people disenfranchised. Is that what we're going to see? Well, so far we've not had really serious issues coming from the state. We're going to be having a guest very soon right here, but for now we're going to go on a very short break, and that break you will just see one or two things about the state. Enjoy that part, but I also put clips at interval about what's going on in the state, and the next time you see us here again, you will see us with our guests having a conversation, the huge potential that Ekiti State has, especially today that they have to choose a new governor. Don't go anywhere.
The first thing that strikes you is the total change in ambience when you drive into Ekiti. If you drive in at night, it's even more striking because the street lights this city used to sleep at 7 p.m. This city is still on most days, midnight. It's improved the economy of the city.
Much of the credit for the rapid transformation of Ekiti State goes to Governor John Kayode Fayemi, a visionary leader who many here say has lived up to his campaign promises. 3 years ago, he said, "As I am ushered into the governor's office in Ado-Ekiti, make no mistake about it, I will ensure that you, the good people of Ekiti State, own this government."
That mission statement underscored the need for all of us, Ekiti people, to come together and move away from the path of disrepute that had accompanied governance in the previous years. It was the years of the locust.
In order to restore government credibility and reclaim public trust, Governor Fayemi's administration set out to make poverty history, to provide the greatest good for the greatest number of people, and increase the general well-being of the people of Ekiti State. This simply meant that fulfilling campaign promises would require transparency, accountability, prudence, creativity, visionary leadership, and a new way of governance different from what had characterized the administrations of previous professional politicians.
My campaign was about restoring the honor of Ekiti, restoring the integrity of the land, and the way to do it was not to put myself forward as having all the answers to the problems, but aggregating those answers and being the captain in a ship of very competent people all around the state. And that was the way we fought the struggle.
With the goal of reversing an almost decades-old trend of neglect and deterioration in key sectors, Governor Fayemi's 8-point agenda promised to democratize governance, modernize agriculture, improve infrastructure, promote qualitative education geared towards the development of human capital, provide free healthcare and social security to disadvantaged sectors of the state, ensure industrial development, develop tourism, and promote gender equality.
Clearly, governance has become more democratic, it has become more participatory, which was our objective, to ensure that the people are actually the architects of their own fortune. So no longer do we prepare budgets in this state without the input from the communities. Probably the only state where that happens. But we do not just stop at that. We also let the communities, through their own towns' unions, embark on self-help projects that are funded by government, but only by providing the money.
Transforming Ekiti State has not been without challenges. Governor Fayemi inherited severely deteriorated public infrastructure, a massive debt of 42 billion naira, and an ineffective revenue and tax generation system.
Before I became governor, the previous 7 years, we had 6 governors in 7 years. So that could give you the sense of instability that the state had experienced.
In short, transformation that would genuinely impact the people of Ekiti would require radical change across multiple sectors. To get a sense of what is going on infrastructure-wise in Ekiti State, there is no better spokesperson and champion than Governor John Kayode Fayemi, who many residents simply refer to as JKF.
We're no longer the Ekiti of old that wants to hide ourselves. Even in our excellence, we refuse to project ourselves. We refuse to sell ourselves to the world. For too long, we've hidden ourselves under the bushel. If you are in a valley, nobody sees you in the valley. If you are on the hill, everybody sees what you're doing. But with that comes a heavy dose of transparency. You can't go up on the hill without showing yourself up to the world. You must be ready to open yourself up for scrutiny.
Transformers to boost electric power supply have been installed in many communities. Some towns, such as Okeako, that have never had electricity are now connected to the national grid. For too long, Ekiti State was rarely ever mentioned in the league of highly developed Nigerian states.
If any good thing comes out of Ekiti, the shock that is often expressed is one that befuddles the mind, as though we are meant to be permanently in the dungeon as far as excellence is concerned.
Under Governor Fayemi, Ekiti State is focused on the present and also the future.
Advancements in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, in ICT. This is the destination of choice in tourism. But you cannot have any of those things if the infrastructure is not in top shape. It's when you have the right infrastructure that you can demand of people that they invest in you.
In the capital city Ado Ekiti, everywhere you look, there is construction going on. If you've not been to Ado Ekiti in the last 3 years, you may just think you've arrived somewhere else. A 12,000-seater multi-purpose pavilion, a museum, a state-of-the-art convention center, and an ultra-modern cineplex are all under construction.
When we were running for office, the one point we made very clearly to our people was that another Ekiti, a better Ekiti, a modern Ekiti is possible, and we will witness it. Our idea is that we need a place where students, we have a lot of students in Ekiti, and they're always so idle because there's no recreational space. We have a stadium that has been there for as long as I can remember, for as long as I was in high school. It seats maximum 4,000 people. Our public events, parades, Children's Day rally, National Youth Service Corps orientation, everything gets done inside my school, my old school, tiny pitch. It's an embarrassment. We're 17 years old.
The multipurpose pavilion will be used for major public functions, parades, religious events, and music concerts.
It's 12,000-seater pavilion and much more beautiful than Tafawa Balewa School. We are in the big league. We belong to the big league.
The Idoile Water Project, commissioned in 2012, is one of 5 mini water treatment plants that have been built in the last 3 years. It currently provides nearby residents with almost 2 million litres of clean drinking water each week, according to production manager Rotimi Bello.
If people are taking pure treated water, eventually their lifestyle will change, because healing, going to the hospital and all those things will be reduced if people are taking treated pure water.
Sir Thomas Omoyadigbe has lived in Idoile for more than 70 years. He says prior to now, residents only had one other source of water.
Omi abẹ́ omi tó wà nínú igbó láti yá pọn mi. Kò sí omi tí ò dáa mọ́, a rí omi dáadáa mọ́, inú wa dùn.
Since 2011, more than 540 kilometers of roads have been constructed around the state. An additional 80 kilometers of roads have also been constructed in local governments under the 5-kilometer road per local government scheme.
We are situated on Atikonko Road. It used to be a single-lane shanty town inhabited by the Hausa communities. But what we have done as at today, we have dualized the road. If you were here 3 years ago, you would be amazed. This used to be it used to be a red light district. You know, we had hemp smokers, we had prostitutes. We have tried to make it as clean and as urban as possible for the state.
Expanding and dualizing roads has not been without challenges.
There was resistance, and the inhabitants of the area, mostly the Hausa community in Ekiti state, in Ado Ekiti, Atikonko area actually, did not believe that the state government would compensate them. So what we did was, we did not move them immediately. We made sure that their checks were given to them. We made sure that their relocation was ready and suitable. Then we moved in and bulldozed all the shanties around.
Chief Olusegun Famuagun, the Shashera of Ado Ekiti, is one of the community leaders and residents of the Atikonko area affected by the government's urban development plan.
Well, 4 years ago, when I was installed as the Shashera here, I had to write several letters to both the local government and the state government. The road was very narrow and so congested that you could spend maybe 2-3 hours trying to get by through this bypass to the post office and to the palace. They made promises and pledges, even during their campaign days, that they were going to reconstruct the roads. But I never knew it was going to be into this magnitude. For the good of the community, half of my palace was demolished. And it is acceptable by me because it is good, it is in the good interest of the community. Now we are better off. We have a smaller place, but we are now exposed to a cleaner environment, better road network.
We've made the capital city look very, very urban. Ado Ekiti used to be like a glorified village, but what we've done, we have dualized the entry points into the state capital, Ado, to make it more presentable to any would-be investor that would want to come and do business with the government.
A massive ongoing legacy construction project is the new governor's mansion, complete with a helipad that will replace the guest house Governor Fayemi currently resides in.
There are those who would argue, why is Governor Fayemi spending money on building a government house on the hill? When you are passionate about legacies, symbols are important. Symbols are as important as substance. If you know our culture very well, the first thing a Yoruba man will tell you is, Irini sini sonilojo. If you put us in the dungeon, we will be treated as dungeon people. If you put us on a pedestal, people will respect us for who we are. And we're pedestal people. We're intelligent people in Ekiti. Everybody acknowledges that. This is the fountain of knowledge. So why then do we hide ourselves? I'm a very private person, but about this, I'm very public. Because Ekiti has to be first among equals. We must project ourselves, but on the basis of tangible evidence of quality. That, for me, is what is important.
From pavilions to convention centers, malls and cineplexes, road networks and mini water plants, Ekiti State is forging ahead into the future at rapid speed.
We're fixing our gaze on the future. That's why we're doing stuff that might not even matter to the ordinary eye in Ekiti. Laying the fiber optic infrastructure, developing an economic knowledge zone, because for us, that's where we're headed.
For generations, the people of Ekiti State have had a passionate love for knowledge and education. While raw data may be difficult to come by, it is often said that there are more PhDs and professors per capita here in Ekiti State than anywhere else in Nigeria. In this southwestern part of Nigeria, knowledge is king. The development of human capital and the love of knowledge is passed on to children at a very young age. Secondary institutions such as Christ School and Mary Immaculate in Ado-Ekiti were once the gold standards of education in this beautiful, scenic part of Nigeria. These and other schools in Ekiti have produced many of Nigeria's best and brightest. But over the last 20 years, as in many other parts of Nigeria, the quality of education here has taken a nosedive. Failing grades have skyrocketed.
We've had one of our toughest challenges in education. Remember, this is the fountain of knowledge in Nigeria. One professor per household. That's the tradition that we came from. But I'm afraid to say, when I became governor here, we had lost that edge. Things had gone pear-shaped. We were ranking very, very low in public examination, particularly in secondary schools.
No longer could Ekiti State lay claim to being the fount of knowledge. No longer could its elite schools depend on a once glorious history.
My own school, one of the top schools in Nigeria, when I came into office, my school had 20% pass rate in WAEC examination. That was the first exam that was done when I became governor, 2011. In 2012, my school had 9% pass rate. 9 as in 9, before 10. 20% in 2011, my first year in office. 9% in 2012. And 2013, 100% in Christ School. Of course, when I became governor, that first year, we had to really go into a brainstorming session. Yes, we had our agenda. We were going to offer free education, compulsory qualitative education. We were going to focus on vocational and functional technical education. We were going to do something about the tertiary education sector to improve it. But in Ekiti, that's not such a big deal. I mean, we've been enjoying free education here since 1955, in the days of Obafemi Awolowo. So coming in as a governor and saying you're going to do free education, to my people, is really water off their back. They don't see what is extraordinary in that.
The first task of Governor Fayemi and his administration was to identify the systemic problems responsible for the state's educational decline.
Low teacher quality, lack of the necessary incentives, the learning environment was crappy. Whether you did well or not, you had automatic promotion. So we stopped that. We introduced a compulsory examination in SS2, a statewide compulsory examination. And if you fail the compulsory examination, you are not going to be presented for the main SSC examination. The first set that took that examination were the ones who took the WASC exams in 2013. And that's why statewide, we had a result of about 70%. And statewide, we had schools like Cry School, like Government College Aede, like Government College Emory, scoring 100%, meaning every single pupil presented for WASC in those schools made 5 credits plus English and mathematics.
The Subeb Model School in Ekiti has been rated one of the top elementary schools in the country. It is fast becoming a model for what is possible in other parts of Ekiti.
Teachers are well paid compared with other states, and the school too is good for any pupil because we undertake holistic education here. You get to the library now, you feel that it is a state library, not even for primary school level.
Today, 48,000 laptops have been provided to every SS2 student in Ekiti State. Each computer is fully loaded with electronic curriculum for every subject.
In the global environment, competitiveness is going to be dependent on technology. So we entered into a partnership with Samsung Engineering, and we offered solar laptops to every secondary school child in senior secondary school, and extending it further to the junior secondary school.
The transformation of Ekiti State's educational system in just under 4 years is not limited to access to technology, e-based courses, enhanced teacher training, or improved staff welfare packages. For decades, many of the schools in Ekiti State had fallen into disrepair. Broken windows, collapsed ceilings, unpainted buildings, rot and decay. Today, almost 200 secondary schools and 100 primary schools have been refurbished in a serious attempt to create conducive learning environments for the younger generation.
When I was still in SS2, we had a building that is, if rain is falling, the ceiling will start dripping water. It was like hell. Immediately, students start shifting their chairs from the position of the dripping center to a particular, thereby causing problems to other students and distracting the teacher's attention in the class. That made it very miserable for us. But after the renovation of these classrooms, anytime we have rain falling, we don't even feel the discomfort there. We feel at home, going through our lessons, listening attentively. Even though the darkness, even if the weather change, we don't care because we are in a very comfortable place.
We have this building renovated by this government. The hall that has been abandoned for several years with mighty trees and snakes there. If you go and see the hall now, very beautiful. Then we have another building, a block of 4 classrooms that is being renovated too. In fact, it was completed last week. Very beautiful. The school has taken a new turn.
Today, there is an air of hope and optimism in the air. Ekiti State's education transformation
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism.
All right, welcome back. It's still Ekiti Decide. The people of Ekiti State are out there to vote for who is going to lead them for the next couple of years. And of course, our guys are on ground to give us the update. We're meant to have an interview right now with one of the coordinator of the Novel Perspective Observer, who are right there on ground. And aside from that, we also have a guest in the studio who is also going to be giving us an overview analysis from his perspective. And of course, my guest sitting right here in the studio is Mr. Achike Chude. He is not just a journalist of repute, he is also a public affairs commentator and also an observer. So which means that we're going to be enjoying double dose of all the analysis, clear point thoughts of the elections, and of course INEC in general. Because you remember what I said the other time when I was talking with my colleague Victor, I did say this is going to be a huge determining factor of what 2027 is going to be for INEC. It's so great to have you with us this beautiful afternoon, Mr. Achike.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right. Once we are set for the observers over there in Ekiti, we'll definitely link up. But for now, let's start this conversation right about now. I'm sure you've been following up with activities from morning till night. What do you make your general perspective of this particular election?
Well, you know, one of the things that people look out for is the general ambience surrounding that election. And that is whether it is relatively peaceful. And it is important because for you, when an election is ushered in by periods of tranquility and peace, then there is a possibility that you might not have so much voter party. Because, you know, sometimes when the environment is hostile and violent, and when there is potential for violence, there's always a natural inclination for people not to want to get involved. They want to stay back. But that's not an indication that people will generally, you know, turn out. The reality is that, you know, over the years, especially after the 2023 election, public confidence was eroded so much. And of course, testimonies of various NGOs, both domestic and international, was to the effect that there are things that went wrong with the election. But, you know, so from that moment, after that election, INEC had a very big hurdle. INEC's credibility was at stake. And so, INEC, if there was any group, anybody that had a point to prove, it was INEC, it was not Nigerians anymore. Because Nigerians actually came out. Of course, generally, especially in the presidential election, it was quite low. It's been low for quite some time. You know, but, so INEC needed to up its game to give people, you know, renewed confidence that perhaps they could get it right once more. And we must not forget again that when we began to shout in the past, before the 2023 election, that Beavers is a game changer, that Nigerians should come out, especially the younger generation should come out to register and then to vote. And that gingered a lot of them. You know, that gave them that impetus to believe that, yes, perhaps they could make a point. They could make a point in that election because we had said, not just the media, the civil society organizations had said Beavers was the game changer.
That's true.
So that convinced a lot of people to come out. But there was a basis. We did not make that statement in the air. That statement, Beavers is a game changer, was based on 2 elections, gubernatorial elections that took place in the country then. The first one was in Anambra State. The second one was in this Ekiti. After these 2 elections that were relatively said to have gone down well, we began to say, yes, perhaps INEC is getting it right, and we began to encourage other Nigerians. So we have done the Anambra election. Now we are doing the Ekiti election. So let's see. We've been getting reports this morning from various people in the, since today about the number of people that are turning out and the rest. But like I said, you did indicate that this election might be an indication of what might happen in 2027 to some extent. Because it is not exactly the same stake. Yes, among the politicians, especially the gladiators on the field, they have everything to fight for.
True.
But in terms of the national election, the stakes will be much, much higher.
Higher.
And when the stakes are higher, the tendency for a greater desire for manipulation of the process is higher, because there are too many interests.
Okay, I will pause you where we talk about manipulation. We are going to be covering so many sites today, but just to give you an update that there have been announced an extension of the polls, extension of close of the poll, which of course from the INEC is saying that due to the heavy rainfall in most areas within Rivers Southeast Editorial District and late commencement of poll was recorded in some of these areas, and so they are going to be extending the polls. Just to let you know that of course there are by-elections happening in other places, not just Ekiti State's election is happening. So from 2:30, which was the time recorded for end of voting, to 3:30. So you still have a chance for people in these areas. You still have a chance to vote. I can hear the sounds as though we have the connection ready for the people in Ekiti to connect with us, the observers on ground, that is the Northern perspective. If we have that, let's quickly have that conversation so that our guest in the studio can also share his thoughts on some of these things that have been mentioned right there. I can see that we have Honorable Jim Okolo, who is the coordinator for the team right there in Ekiti State. Good afternoon. Hello, Sydney, can you hear me? Okay, Sydney, if you can hear me, I understand you're standing with Honorable Jimmy Okolo. He is the coordinator for the observers over there for Nueva Perspective. Please, if you can hear me, let us know so we can have a smooth conversation. Honorable Jimmy, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you now.
I don't know if he can hear me or I'm not the one who can hear him.
Can hear you now. I don't want to put somewhere.
Okay, Honorable Jim, can you hear me now? So we can get your view of what you've observed so far at the elections.
I can hear you now.
All right. Great to have you join us this beautiful afternoon.
Noise on the bottom. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I've stopped hearing her.
Okay, I think he's.
I can't hear you anymore.
I think he's having trouble hearing me, but although I can hear him,
Press something here.
It seems he's having troubles. So while that is getting fixed, let me turn to my guest here. Okay. While that is getting fixed, let me continue with my guest here. You talked about irregularities, you talked about manipulations, your last sentence, but...
Yeah, not with regards to the Ekiti election, because the thing about elections is that you might see pockets and flashes of irregularities. And then you might see also pockets and flashes of good conduct by INEC officials, and then maybe the security personnel also. That will not give you a full picture of what has gone down. You know, so that for instance in 1 or 2 wards or 1 or 2 polling units that you see vote buying, it's not an indication that there was widespread vote buying.
Okay.
So what you do is to look at percentages based on the collection of incidences. So if you have, and then these incidences, when you get them across the various maybe local governments, then you'll be able to have a proper assessment and be able to be definitive, you know, in determining the level of compliance, the level of good conduct by maybe security personnel, the level of malfeasance and manipulation or anti-electoral you know, act activities by participants, by stakeholders. You know, so you could have these pockets, and that's why at this moment we cannot until we begin to results begin to trickle in and begin to get information. It's too early.
It's too early. Okay.
In fact, it's from 4-5 o'clock that information begin to come in from the field, from the various people that have been sent out, you know, to observe elections, depending on the organizations that have sent them out. And then you now begin the process of collation and, you know, tallying of these incidences to determine whether it was widespread or whether it was just something that happened in a few isolated spots. Of course, well, nobody is talking about a perfect election. We are talking about an election that is reasonably free
and fair,
you know,
and credible.
And credible. And that's what people have always talked about. Nobody has ever talked about perfect elections. It's always about free, fair, and credible. You know, so in this instance, perception is important, you know, about whether an election has gone on relatively well or not. But like I said, for you to have a definitive, because what we used to do, for instance, at the Nigeria Civil Society Station Room, once we get on ground, we begin their civil society organizations. We begin the process of visiting many parts of the state.
The state.
If it's a governorship election, for instance, we send people in different directions, look at the ambience, look at the environment, is it peaceful? You know, and then at their pockets, and then we have meetings with stakeholders. We also have meetings with INEC officials as much as is allowed. We go to the various INEC, especially the state headquarters of INEC, to look at the level of preparation, and in most cases, what they do is, I mean, they know that the civil society, you know, is very, very important in the electoral process, because after all, they are the ones that give them accreditation. So they tend to respond to them on their needs, the questions they are asked and all that. They tend to be candid about that. You also visit security agencies. Security agencies are usually very, very forthcoming when it comes to, you know, questions about their activities, what they have done, have they, you know, deployed well, and all that. And you give your observations to the security people. If you feel that there are areas where you did not see security personnel, that you should have security personnel, you also report to them. So all of these things are the well, you have pre-election activities, you have activities on the day of the election, and then on the basis of what you have seen, maybe the previous day and so on, you first issue, and I'm talking about the Nigeria Society Station Room, we issue a preliminary report at the initial stage, our perception, our impression of the environment, our impression about the level of awareness of the election and the electoral process by the people, you know, and then the level of, or the threat. There are those that would also measure threat and look for black spots in that, you know, in the environment itself and all that. So we look at all of these things. That determines what we put inside the preliminary statement that we make out to the public.
All right. Let's talk about something. All these are very, very valid and very, very important. You've raised a number of points where I would also want for you to also expand on them. You talked about voter turnout. It has been said on record that during the last election in Ekiti State, there was only 36.5% voter turnout, according to observers, and that is from this same report that you're talking about. Only 36.5% of voter turnout, and so we are anticipating to see a better turnout in this particular election. But now something very important is the fact that the number of registered voters has grown from 987.647 in the last election to 1 million in this 2026. That is the registered voters. So we are expecting a larger number of turnouts. What do you think could be, if we don't have an increase in the turnouts from 36.5%, what do you think are the factors that might be that led to a lesser number?
One could be that perhaps the politicians have not mobilized their people well to come out in the election, for the election itself. Don't forget that the people who are the greatest beneficiaries of elections, if they win, are the politicians. It is their primary responsibility to mobilize their supporters, to go out to the polls to vote for them, as against voting for the other party. You also have other organizations, civil society organizations, that also play a role in voter education, voter awareness, also trying to mobilize voters because it is their civic responsibility. You have government agencies, for instance, like the National Orientation Agency. They were quite criticized in 2023 as not being effective. But I think that we've seen a movement, better movement in the direction of, more effectiveness. So they are also supposed to, look for ways to also get the voters, the citizens, the public to also be involved in the political process and all that. So all of these things go together in trying to bring people to the polls. But however, one other thing that could be a source of mobilization or demobilization of the voting public is the inability of the government of the day to deliver on the promises it made to the people. Because these are the things that encourage people. If people, for instance, are suffering so much under particular governments, they will just believe that their votes do not account for anything. Because the politicians get in there, they do whatever they want to do. And so when politicians perform, when they behave well, the tendency that they will drive people to the polling booths is always very, very high. If they have not delivered, the people are going to ask themselves why they should waste time voting for people who are not interested in their own welfare and their own interest. So these things are important. Then what has happened in the past is also very important, especially in the recent past. And I talked about the question of the glitch of the 2023 election, which a lot of Nigerians up to date are very, very suspicious of. Up to today, INEC has not deemed it fit. They have not come out to actually tell us what happened, why that glitch.
That glitch.
Yes, happened. They have not done any serious forensic, exercise as regards that particular election. So these are the things that might tend to keep people away from the polling unit. But the most critical of all of these things is the ability of the politicians to mobilize their supporters to go and, vote for them. Obviously, you talked about 36% or so in
36.5%.
The last time, yes, election took place in Ekiti. Not good at all. Of course, it's better than some states. In the first term of, was it 2019 when Star Soludo, or 2019, thereabout, became governor. And there was a very abysmal 12% turnout of voters. And that was exceedingly very poor. There was a slight improvement. I think
in the
about
last
18 or 20%, voter turnout. In terms of improvement. Then Ekiti, yes, Ekiti is trending towards the national average when it comes to presidential election, because if my memory serves me, out of around 90-something million, then in 2023, about 80-something to 90-something million, about 27 million or so voted. 27 million voted in the presidential election. That's trending around.
They had the highest
percentage. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
for the party.
Yeah. So of course we know that it's not a good thing, because we want a president and we want a governor that obtains more or less generally accepted universal mandate from the people of from their constituencies or their states. That is also good for good governance, because the more the people vote for you, the more support you have. Even when you run into troubled waters as an executive, once they have seen the effort that you put in towards governance, the tendency that they will support you, through thick and thin, is always higher, because they have seen somebody that they believe is working in their best interest.
All right, that's also good. One of the interesting things that I saw when I was, looking through about Ekiti is the fact that there have not been an incumbent win a re-election since 1999, which means that all their governors have served one term and then go, yes, there have been a rotation, but not win outrightly. So if the current governor is able to pull a re-election, it's going to be the first since 1999.
It's a peculiar situation, really.
Yes.
It's also, a strange situation in the context of Nigerian politics, because there's always a tendency for the incumbents to come back. Always. If you look at all over the country, most incumbents, especially at the level of a governorship,
they always come back.
Election, they always come back. So it's the peculiarity of Ekiti, and also the peculiarity of the opposition at a specific point in time. In that state. Ekiti, in the past, some of these things you talked about, at such moments, there have been very, very serious competition for jostle for political power at that level, at the governorship level. It's either, a Fayose and a Fayemi, or a Fayemi and somebody else.
It out.
That they are fighting. So it's usually resulting in terms of the victory also. So I don't know. I'm not exactly sure that the same thing would repeat itself. I'm not exactly sure that the candidate of the PDP, who is the closest challenger among all the 13 governorship candidates, I'm not sure that he is strong enough to actually mount a definitive challenge against the governor.
When you say strong, in what terms are you speaking of strong?
In political terms, in his ability to upset the apple cart. It's because, okay, for instance, the last election in Anambra State, I think it was clear that Soludo was going to have a comfortable victory, because you had the phenomenon of the APC, the opposition party, not doing so well, not doing everything to unseat a rival political governor, candidate from a rival political party. In fact, the candidate of one of the candidates of, I think it was the PDP or so, was complaining that he was not having enough support from the APC.
Yep.
And of course, the intrigue in the governorship election. Soludo, who is in the opposition party in Abga, has been very supportive of the president, who is an APC candidate. And so there was this thinking that the APC, they don't give so much support to his own candidate, because they wanted Soludo to win, who has shown himself to be a friend of the APC government at the center. And then, but this last election in Anambra, that was why we did not have any serious competition in Anambra State. It was almost a given that Soludo would take it easily. For Ekiti State, I don't get the sense that the PDP candidate Oliede will mount a very, very significant challenge, especially, stemming from the fact that his political party has been embroiled in crisis, especially since the beginning of this year. It's no longer the same PDP.
Yes.
They no longer have the same machinery. They no longer have the same attraction and the same pull that they used to have in the past.
Previous years, yeah.
So the strength of your political party will determine the level of support you get from members of your political, party.
Help us clarify something. People have always argued that yes, the political party may not have the strength at the national level, but there are some parties that are still very strong at the state level, at their local level. Do you think that those who believe in that pattern of thoughts have anything valid to hold on to?
Yes, but it depends on context. Because you see, the thing about it is that you could have a governorship candidate in a state that is very strong, even though his party at the center is not up to scratch. It's not as strong as it used to be, like in the case of the PDP. But what it means is that, this candidate, apart from being strong on the ground, must have very deep pockets. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it boils down to how much you have and how much you're willing to expend. You have, party agents to pay. You have votes for those of them who engage in vote buying. You have votes to buy. It's practical.
There have been speculations about vote buying here, even though we're here to confirm that.
Yeah, I mean, because it's the reality. We have, everybody talks about vote buying and vote selling nowadays, and it's been on for the past decade.
Yes.
We have been, in election observation, mode for quite some time. We see these things practically in the field. So when the politicians are making their computation for how much they are going to spend, they are not just looking at radio adverts and posters everywhere.
They're looking at vote buying.
They are not just looking at monies that they have to pay party agents. They have to provide a lot of money for the people whose vote they are going to buy. And then of course you have a steady market. You see people now cajoling politicians and telling politicians that their votes are here for sale. I know these things it's unfortunate, it's sad, we preach against it every time, because we know ultimately it undermines our ability as a nation to move forward. Because by the time the politicians spend this kind of money on you, they are going to remember how much they spent. And they are going to take triple or quadruple of that amount of money.
Of that amount.
So tomorrow when you are now arguing that the politicians are not doing anything, they are irresponsible, they are this. Also remember that their responsibility stems from their irresponsible behavior to put them in power when they bribed you. So these are some of the things that we also have to look at. And that's why I say that a candidate might be very strong, maybe not national, in his state.
In the state.
But he must have very deep pockets. And the reason he has to have deep pockets is that political governorship elections are financed from different angles. The candidates brings money. The party brings money. Where is the party bringing money from? The party is not a business enterprise. It's not a commercial enterprise. It doesn't do business and engage in business and then make profit from it. They get the money from the treasury of most of the states in this country under the control of these parties. That is what is happening. And I remember, Muhammad Buhari, the late president, one of the things he did when he became military head of state was that he jailed a lot of these politicians. And what did he jail them for? He said they were using state money, public money, to run elections. Yes, and unfortunately, he came to power. And then nobody is going to tell me that the same thing did not happen under his tenure.
All right, so we're going to go on a very short break. We're still trying to connect with the observer right there on the ground, but there's still some areas that I would also want my guests to touch right here. A lot. We'll talk about involvement of the elderly and of course people living with disability. Several times when elections like this take place, we also have people complaining that there was no enough preparation for people living with disabilities to be able to cast their vote, because of course they are also citizens of this country. They deserve to have a voice as well. And then we'll also expand on some areas when it comes to the incumbent, because it is being said that this is the first time that you are having 4 former governors supporting one particular candidate, which now reduces the powers of the contenders, because they probably don't stand a chance based on the analysis that some persons are giving. But we'll talk about all this and more when we come back from this short break. It's Ekiti Decide. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, sir, I know you, everyone here knows you, but the world and Nigerians would like to meet you, your name and your designation, sir.
Yes, I'm Dr. Bumi Omosheyindemi, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Ekiti State.
Thank you so much for joining us on Rapid Exclusive.
Thank you for having me.
So now, the D-Day is around the corner.
Sure.
Can you let us know what preparation INEC has put in place that is going to make these elections properly done the way Ekiti indigents expect?
We love it. Thank you so much. You should know that election is a cycle. So the moment you finish one election, you start preparation. And we have prepared enough. We have done the voters registration. We have brought out the list of candidates. We have done voter education. We have done preparedness assessments. We have had a press review and so on and so forth. And for now, we have moved our non-sensitive material to the local government. But today, which is the final icing on the cake before the election, we have moved the sensitive material to local government area, from where they will be distributed to the rack center, and from the rack center to the polling unit on Saturday morning. So we are fully prepared. And on issue of security, we have been having meetings with the what they call it, ISES, Intra-Agency Consultative Committee on Electoral Security, which consists of the police, DSS, civil defense, immigration, road safety, and all the security apparatus, ICPC, FCC. So we've been mapping such strategy for a long time, not just now, on how we are going to have a successful, free, fair, transparent, and inclusive election in the Ekiti State.
The way you just said this now shows that everything has been totally put in place.
Sure.
But before you get to this stage, I know there are some challenges you encounter along the line. So what are those challenges? And have there been measures?
The challenges have been overcome. So I don't go back to look at challenges again. So far I've overcome it. Okay. Challenges are stepping stone towards successful conduct. So I've been able to overcome those challenges. So I'm not ready to go back to those challenges. I'm forward looking to have a very successful election in the Ekiti State. So those challenges have gone. So we are forward looking.
Okay.
Yep.
Sir, I don't know if you have the figures now. Can you let us know how many cards that the PVCs that has been released and how many people are in your record that yes, these are the people that we have recorded that are eligible for voting?
First of all, I just to let you know the total number of registered voters, which is 1,059,336 or so. So those are the people that have registered. And as of today, the number of cards that have not been collected, because we are talking about the past registration since 2011 and with the current registration. So those are the number of people that we have. But as of last week, we did what the people were collecting voters card. But the chairman came last Thursday and extended it to 3 days so that people can have opportunity. So what we are doing is that we are trying to aggregate, and by the end of the day, we'll be able to get the actual figure of the number of cards that have been collected. Okay? So I don't want to guess. And also, you people always make mistake. You talk about voter apathy. You talk about low voter turnout. What are the difference?
You are the expert, let us
know. No, I'm asking you.
I'm a journalist.
Okay, the voter turnout, because it's you people that always talk about it. So what are your statistics? People always say low voter turnout. Abi, you are talking about the number of people that came out based on the population of the people that register.
Yes.
Right? Yes. But you are not looking at the base on people that collected cards. And if you look at that's why INEC is calling for revalidation of voters. Because since 2011, when you have so large number of people on the register, many people have died. And their name is still on the register. Many people have migrated. Their name still on register. And it was done in that era where it's so easy for you to collect pictures of people, take it to INEC, write their names, and INEC will just register them. And that's why you have so many people that have so multiple voters card. Until we clean the card, we clean the INEC register, we cannot be talking about low voter turnout. You must have your statistics. And in Nigeria, we always talk about 250 million people. How do we know we are 250 million? Where is the birth and death record? So we are getting things mixed up. And that is what people want to be drumming. The Nigeria population of 250 million, number of so voters, only so, but they have not sat down to do the proper statistics to know the actual figure. And it has been affecting our development. In other parts, like in South Korea, what do? They have birth and death record. The moment you attain voting age, they will just shift your name to the electoral board. That this person has got to this age of voting. So you can easily use your ID card to vote. It's a simple thing. Okay. But if you try to do it in Nigeria, they will think something else.
You know, this thing you're saying was you know, about 3 months ago or 4 months ago that this whole thing came up, and Nigerians was like, no, that anyone that is going to come vote will be those that are alive. That's the whole thing was all around social media. Sure. But now, just like you said now, that the media always talks about the total number of those that are registered, not talking about those that are collected. Now, in Ekiti now, can you tell us how many people that have collected?
That's what I've asked you earlier.
That you said, you give or take, you guys let us
so know. Based on the number of voters cards, that's what you should know, number of people that didn't come, voter party.
Yes.
So that one will determine apathy of the people. That people are pathetic, they don't want to come and vote, despite the number of people have this card.
Okay. I hope in the future we'll look for ways to at least give it enthusiasm for Nigerians to believe in the electoral system to come and vote, because a lot of them don't usually do. Some of them.
It's because the point. Okay, I'd like to hear you.
Some of them said they believe their votes don't count. That is why they don't come out to vote.
And it's because you have negative mindset.
And you said something now that you have done some campaigns, some awareness rather. Let me use that word.
We have done a lot
to make a lot of people know. Yep. But that is well said. But sir, this year's governorship election happens to come in a new dimension. We are out of the major. I'm sorry. I'm using this word. We all know that APC and PDP are seriously locking their head. And in Ekiti, we have about 3 senatorial districts, the North Central and the South. Now, the Southern have been clamoring that they have not had any opportunity to occupy that position now. You are the rec. Where do you think this vote is going to be very competitive? Because we know...
I don't understand. I'm not a voter. I'm not an analyst. I'm an umpire. So that question doesn't go for me.
Okay.
Ask another question.
Okay, sorry about that. Now, sorry about that. Sorry.
I don't dwell into politics. I'm an umpire.
Yeah.
My own is to provide the environment for people to come and choose their the best thing they want.
Yes,
it's not my own to do analysis. So go and tell your professor at the university to do political analysis.
You're very diplomatic the way you respond to it. Because I was trying to draw you back to the challenges you said you have run away from. But you caught me before I even got there.
I don't know.
So that's very, very smart. As if you read my mind.
Yeah.
Well, all well and good now, sir. Ekiti people are expecting something from their government, and they're also expecting INEC to do the best they can for them to have a free and fair election, I have to say. Just like you said, you are ready to give them free and fair election.
Yeah.
On my part, that is all for now. But if you have any other thing you want to say to the world, for them to know that yes, INEC is an institution that is still respected just like the way it stands, because a lot of people lost hope according to what.
And the point is that all our activities have been open. At least everything we've been having, the bringing out the guidelines, nomination of candidates, campaigning for the people, mobilizing people at grassroots, it has been an open affair. And we did the same thing today. Political parties came to inspect. Abi? So that is openness. And based on that, I'm appealing to Ekiti people to come out en masse and vote for the candidate of their choice. That is the only voice they have. Their vote is their voice, and they must use it very well. And one thing is that people must start waking up to their citizens, their responsibility. You know, we always talk about rights. How many people talk about responsibility? You cannot claim right without trying to put up responsibility. You must have a responsibility before you can claim a right. And it's part of your social responsibility and civic duty to make sure you participate in the electoral process. And the way you can participate in the electoral process differ. It's not everybody that wants to contest. It's not everybody that wants to campaign. But you must have your PVC and use it as a weapon to vote during election. You understand? Citizens fighting for rights, not looking at their responsibility, that's not good citizenship. Other parts of the world, you will never enjoy benefits if you don't vote.
I think that's all from me. But
thank you.
Famous.
Yes, sir.
can INEC also do a program whereby to sensitize Nigerians and let them know that their votes actually count?
They've been doing that for centuries.
And if you have been doing it for centuries,
yes.
What else can you improve in means for Nigerians to believe that yes, their votes count?
It's by providing credible election, and the beavers is a game changer. Your vote will count if they capture your face on the beavers, and you have your name, and you press your ballot paper, you dump it inside the ballot box, and they count it and upload it. That's all. It's so simple. All right.
Good conversation right there, but a couple of triggering moments for myself and Mr. Chike right here, which of course I would want him to share his thoughts, especially when Sydney was asking him, to shed more light regarding to the conduct and how the process is going. But it seems as if he was using some terms like the pathetic, which may not exactly be what he meant. Probably he meant to say apathy, and then it turned out to be pathetic, because when you use the word pathetic, it means you're calling the people of Ekiti State pathetic, and that is not a very good word to use. But Mr. Achike, let me get your thoughts. What do you make of that particular conversation right there?
Well, I think he was oscillating between trying to be civil and trying to be bullish. I mean, that's how he came out, looking. Well, again, he was saying something about, when he was talking about the views of Nigerians, that there is low voter turnout. And he tried to establish the fact that you cannot talk about low voter turnout for as long as you have not done something about the register, that you also need to know the number of people that have collected PVCs. Because if we say, okay, maybe 1 million people have collected their PVCs, have registered in Ekiti State, if you have about 300,000 people voting, then it means, from what he's saying, or from what the public says, it means that 30% of the people have voted. But he says it cannot be. That what we should be looking at is not the number of people that have registered, but the number of people that have picked the voters card.
The voters card.
And that we should use that to determine voter turnout. But that argument might stand, and they might not stand, because when 1.2 million people, for instance, have registered, you expect that a very high number would also come out and participate in the process. So whether they do the actual participation, physical participation in the election, or whether they did not collect their voters cards, you still say that we had 1 million or 1.2 million people registered voters, whether they collected their cards or not, and that they did not, this number of people turned up in the election, it still amounts to the same thing, that there is low voter turnout.
I do have some counter thoughts, which is based on what was put out by the INEC regarding what he said, right? So he's saying 1.2, but according to what the INEC is reading, 1.58 for the registered voters, which of course has seen an increase from the previous 2023 election. And now they've also revealed the number of collected cards, which is 1.2. So 1.2 is the number of collected cards. And then,
so that means his figure is wrong.
Exactly. So that was why I would say we do have some kind of, it's either he is not well informed, or he's not willing to give the response. And also, you talked about the cleanup of register. He also said, INEC also talked about the fact that the number increased, which is following the continuous voter registration exercise and the subsequent cleanup of the voters register. So all of these things have been done. So why is he not giving us a clear response?
Well, the issue is, even when he's saying that, because what he was trying to say essentially is that more people have died. If people have died, then you might not have that same number, because, and that's why you need to do voter revalidation. But at the same time that people are dying, people are joining the voting rank. People are picking up, are registering to vote. So that kind of reduces the effect on people who are no longer on the voters' roll because they have died. You know, so that counters it really. So he should also look at that other aspect too. Of I mean, based on the fact that as people die, they are also being replaced by people who are, you know, coming of age and who are also voting.
Of course, of course. And so what it means now, according to INEC did say that the 1.28 PVCs, the chairman of their Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Kudu Haruna, said 1.28929 PVCs had been collected, representing 97.1% of the registered voters.
No, it's amazing. If that number has been collected by the people, it's amazing. And I think it is 97. It's exceedingly very high. So that shows a desire to participate in the process. But would we have this number of people coming out to vote? No. If we have 50% of that number, you know, that will represent about 600,000 voters, or votes cast in the election. That would also be very, very great. So let us see what is going to happen at the end of the day. But anything above the 36% and all that, I mean, that was witnessed in the last election is obviously a bonus. And so what that means is that it would appear that voter apathy did not really work in Ekiti State. If you have more people turning up for that election compared to what happened in the last election, then that will be positive. That will be a positive movement.
All right. You talked about coming out to vote. The spokesperson for the APC did say that all Oyebanji just needs is to have a 500,000 and he's going to have a landslide victory in the elections. That was his comment.
Okay, and he didn't say when he talked about Oyebanji perhaps getting 500,000. He didn't talk about the PDP candidate perhaps getting 500,000, 600,000. because while they are working to get 500,000 for Oyebanji, the PDP people will also be working to get a similar number or something higher than that. So we will see. I mean, they have. I want to believe that they've been doing their work all this while, canvassing, for votes, and then let's see how that will translate into this election. Let's also see whether we can say that this election has been relatively well conducted. And that is also very, very important, because if you don't do that, somebody goes to court and locks up the case in court for quite some time. And we must get to a place in this country where courts no longer decide the result of elections in Nigeria. Results of elections should be decided at the ballot box by the people. It's not after each election you go to the court and then the court will now decide what happened in the polling unit. I don't think it is right. We have too much litigation, and over the years it has gotten worse. And that's how you also know whether you ask yourself whether we are making progress in our electoral system, in our democratization process, in elections proper. But,
But let me ask you, you have mentioned legal happenings after every election. We've always seen that in Nigeria's election, but at the national level or at the state level. Do you think that Nigeria can ever have an election concluded without any legal tussle?
Well, it's possible now. It is possible, but I think it depends on the conduct of the election by INEC, and then the role that the security agencies also play. Because you see, yes, there's this tendency to say that Nigerians are sore losers. Nigerian politicians are sore losers. Whenever they lose, they will look for an excuse and all that. But the reality is that when you give them an excuse, they will take it. So you must make sure that they do not have that excuse that they will use to denigrate or deride the way the election was conducted. So what do? You have to try to make sure that the election is seen to be relatively free, fair, and transparent and credible.
Yeah.
Once that happens and it is done in the public space, it becomes difficult for any losing candidate, even before his own supporters, to make a claim that he was cheated and he was rigged.
All right.
Because if it's transparent to him, it's transparent to his supporters. And it is some of his supporters that will go to him and say, Oga, we also see this election.
This election.
You understand? You lost.
Okay. I've just been informed that we have a vote buying video which just got to us. You know, we talked about that earlier. Let's have that on the screen. So this is a video that came in. Incident of vote buying. Don't forget that this morning we did mention it earlier today that there were some rumors of vote buying incident, which we were actually saying that can we ever have an election in Nigeria without vote buying? Let's hear what the soundbite says.
It's never done. Go and vote for whosoever that you want. This is our time. There's no talk. I'm not a talk. I'm not a talk.
Have you heard that sound that say, give me my money? Okay, so that is what is happening. So these people are complaining that the funds probably did not go round. You know, when one person has been given the money to share and some persons didn't get the funds. And so we have had this speculation, and then now we have a video to ascertain it. I mean, Mr. Achike, thank God you've seen that. I mean, does this just tell you, oh yes, this is a typical Nigerian election?
It's also a reflection that there's a violation of the Electoral Act, because it's a crime that is being committed.
Yeah.
The buying and selling of votes is something that is also punishable by either imprisonment or financial sanction or both. You know, and it's also a reflection of the sorry state of the Nigerian nation itself. The fact that hunger has become a dominant pastime in the country, and that the politicians, these unscrupulous, unethical politicians, keep on taking advantage of the pauperization of the people, which they caused in the first place, and then use it to devastating effect during an election. And so you find people who have kept, politicians who have kept the people hungry for 4 years. After 4 years, they come back to the same people that they rejected for 4 years, and then give them a token of 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. And then the people begin to see these politicians, who normally should be seen as their oppressors, they begin to see them as their benefactors. And you see them showing some signs of loyalty to the people that have kept them poor. So apart from the issue of ignorance is the issue, apart from the issue of poverty is the issue of ignorance. And lack of political consciousness and awareness that these monies that we're talking about is not your money. Where did you get this money?
This money.
And why are you offering us this money? For what purpose? But we forget that by the time they offer you this money, you can't go back and complain that these politicians are unscrupulous, that they're incompetent.
Because you were a beneficiary.
They're not delivering. Because you're a beneficiary. Because you also are part of the people that subverted the process. And so you do bad in order for good to be done. It doesn't flow like that. And so it's unfortunate that it's happening. And, I don't know how many people have actually been prosecuted. Every election cycle, the EFCC is warning, the ICPC is warning, we deal with you, we do this, we do that, and then exactly the same thing they are warning against also happens. Sometimes being aided by security agents and all that. So it's a reflection of the state of anomaly in our politics, a reflection of the death of intellectualism and political consciousness, and the reflection of the poverty that has assailed our people, north, south, east, and west of Nigeria. Because the vote buying is happening in the southwest, it happens in the southeast, the north, west, northeast, and all the other parts of this country. So the politicians have one mantra when it comes to election: win at all costs. You know, so even if it means subverting the process, they will subvert the process, and then we know the consequences when they get to power.
You know, when it comes to the vote buying incidents and how money exchanges during these elections, I'm always very curious. We definitely have security operatives on ground who probably get tip-offs when it comes to, oh, money is about to change hand here, or there's a particular party who is sharing funds for its people through this means. Because I remember, I think, was it the 2019 election or 2023? One of the elections, I was out there on the field. I remember that one of the security agencies got a tip-off that in that particular location, someone was about to disburse funds to voters, you know, to aid their voting. And they got the tip-off and they went directly to the hole. It was very dramatic because they went directly to the hole where the money was hidden. And they brought it out, and after that entire process, I think that was 2019, thereabout, yes. And so I start asking myself, so why are we not seeing those kind of tip-offs, you know, happening here? Because I'm sure those measures should have been put in place.
Look, the tip-off is just a minor part of it. What happens to the people that are involved in it? Because, you know, scripture says that once a crime goes unpunished, the heart of the people is filled with rebellion. Somebody has done it, made benefits from it, gotten away with it, so why can't I do the same thing? So when there is crime and there is no punishment, then we are asking other people to also involve themselves in crime. So, you know, the people, there's a tip-off. There might also be tip-off about people who you know, put that money there and who are paying out the money. Then the arrest of such people should also automatically lead to the arrest of the people who have given them instruction, who told them to go and do this. We also need to go after the godfathers. We also need to go after the people who are providing this money and sending out these boys to subvert, or these women to subvert the process. That is not happening. Several people that have been caught breaching the law, the Electoral Act, most of them get away without any punishment. And I know that civil society organizations have always held the police responsible for that. They bring up, they take the INEC chairman to task over it. And the INEC chairman will tell you that he has no control over the prosecuting agencies, over the police and all that. So the police, you know, are the ones that will have to do what they have to do, arrest them, take them to court, and INEC maybe might bring evidence against such people. But until the police does their own part, there is not much they can do. The police also has a lot of explanations and excuses and reasons why they are not able to do their job of prosecuting these people. I think it's also part of the reason is why INEC wants to wash his hands completely of prosecution of election offenders. That's why INEC has been behind the scene, also promoting this idea of an election tribunal where cases of violation of electoral act, you know, provisions of electoral act will be brought before that tribunal and appropriately tried, so that INEC doesn't get itself involved in such things.
All right. It has been a great conversation, Mr. Achike, you know, this beautiful afternoon, assessing everything when it comes to the Ekiti elections happening, where the people would decide if they are going to maintain Oyebanji or they want to test the new waters. It all depends on the decision of the people. As we get set to wrap up, Mr. Achike, I'd just like, what will be your final words? What do you think that you want to leave in the minds of the people of Ekiti as they choose a new leader today?
I don't know whether my advice would be to the people as they choose a leader. They do that with a lot of expectations. They do that. The reason why they come out every election period is that in spite of the feelings of disillusionment about their country and about their state, in spite of their feeling that the results sometimes have already been decided in advance, you know, they still come out because there is this small scintilla of hope that perhaps this person will get it right, perhaps this person might be the right person. So if it's a new person, the challenge would be to provide better governance, better leadership, you know, for the people. To give the people that sense that their votes was not wasted, that their time was not wasted.
It's not wasted.
And then if it's the governor that is coming back, to also look at what he has done, to see whether he can improve on all of those things, to try to make the lives of their people better. Because ultimately, the Constitution has given us a path to governance. It says that the primary duty and responsibilities and obligation of the government is one, security. The other one, the welfare of the people.
The people.
Once you guarantee the security of the people, the safety of the people, which most governments are not able to guarantee nowadays in Nigeria, and then you also take care of the welfare of the people, Nigerians are not asking for too much.
True.
Believe me, Nigerians are simple when it comes to issues of governance. Nigerians will even provide excuse for a government that has not done very well. If he builds a bridge, he does one or two things, you see them boasting about the performance of that governor. And when you put it to that Nigerian, that this governor is also stealing money, have you seen the cost of these projects? The Nigerian will provide an excuse. Nigerian will
at least he did a breach.
He say at least the one we did there before, waiting in do.
Waiting in do.
You understand? And again, this issue of now where person they work, now they chop. They try to justify these things. They're not asking for too much. Yes, as our political system, you know, develops and we become more politically conscious, we get to that level where people will tell you work and don't take common because it's not your own. So they will no longer make such statements about now where person they work, now they're in the job. They will tell you that you came to us, you told us you wanted to do this and you wanted our support. We gave you our support. So go and do the job and don't take the money that belongs to us. We're evolving, we might get to that level yet, you know, but politicians need to get their ass right. They are the greatest danger to me today, to our democracy. They are the ones that are supposed to be the greatest beneficiaries of democracy. They are the ones that subvert it. They are the ones that raise the specter of people doing things that are undemocratic because the politicians are failing. They should remember what is happening in other parts of the world, especially in West Africa, where, and we are saying that we want to continue to have democratization, you know, and that they need to work assiduously to discharge their duties and responsibilities and obligation to the people. That's what I have to say.
All right. I mean, Mr. Achike wasn't here earlier when I did say something with my co-host. I said, how do I rate a performing governor? Let me know how much is allocated to your state versus the value of what you have done for the state. That is how we measure. If you have 2 naira and what you've done is only 1 naira, then what happened to the remaining 1 naira? That is how we rate a performing governor. But thank you so much, Mr. Achike, for having a broad conversation with us and sharing your perspective. We're going to go on a very short break, but don't forget that we're still on Ekiti Decide 2026, and we have more analysts coming here on this platform to share their thoughts, to give us different perspective, and hopefully we'll also get our reporters on ground to also talk. So the network seems to be a bit terrible over there, but we're going to find a way to figure it out. Don't go anywhere. It's still Rapid Television, 170 Hard Times. My name is Cynthia Agbo.
I'm doing my job, ma. I'm a media guy and you're seeing my branded vehicle.
Any sùúrù káwọn tó wà lórí láì ṣe tán ẹ̀yin náà ẹ̀ bọ́ síbẹ̀ 8:30 to 2:30 ni so any sùúrù ṣe báwọn èèyàn ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dìbò yẹn àwọn èèyàn ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní.
Excuse me. I guess you're supposed to tell me first.
I'm doing my job, ma.
Then you should let me know that, oh, you are here from so so.
I'm in media Ghana. You're seeing my branded vehicle.
Then you should let me know. That's the proper way to do it.
I'm doing my job, ma.
Then you should let me know that, oh, you are here from so so.
I'm in media Ghana. You're seeing my branded vehicle.
Then you should let me know.
Ekiti Decide 2026. Welcome back. I hope that you're following up activities happening in the states where the people will decide who is going to lead them in the coming years. Is it going to be the incumbent, or are they going to be testing another person to say, let's see the angel that we don't know? Let's see what this person can do. Now, I do have a new set of guests right here in the studio, and they are going to be talking to us about, you know, from their perspective. One thing you need to know that in every election, there are always observers. And just to also brief you that INEC released a statement saying that there's going to be an extension of the voting process. It was supposed to close at 2:30, but now they've been extended to 3:30. Just to let you know that it's not only Ekiti that is currently choosing leaders. So we also have some constituency seats. Nasarawa State, that is Nasarawa North Senatorial District, Ondo South Senatorial District. For Enugu, we have Enugu North Senatorial District. For Rivers State, we have Rivers South Senatorial District. In Kebbi, we have the Zuru State Constituency State Assembly. And in Kano, we have the Dawakingudu Warada Federal Constituency House of Representatives, which all of these places have to be considered, which necessitated the move to extend the time to 3:30. But before then, I was having a conversation with our guest off camera, and we were talking about the fact that they're extending the time to 3:30. What happens to people who have not been able to vote? Are we going to disenfranchise them, or what is going to happen? That was, you know, brewing a great conversation, and I said to myself, it is important for us to start the conversation on that note. Now, joining me this afternoon in the studio is two gentlemen. I have Comrade Emmanuel Iyanda, Coordinator, Research Team Leader for the YADEI Initiative, and I also have Mr. Anthony Ola Olusegun, who is also a member of the YADEI research team. It's so great to have both of you join me this afternoon.
My pleasure.
All right. First of all, you are very ready to dish out. I'm sure you have some grievances of how the election is going, but let's start with the closing of voting, you know, that has been extended to 3:30. And you were saying something along the lines of, if that is the time, we follow what INEC has said. Isn't that going to disenfranchise some Nigerians?
Thank you for having me. I bring greetings to my fellow Democrat in Ekiti for turning out today to decide the future and destiny of Ekiti people. It's all about democracy. It is said to be government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is not civil war. Democracy is not civil war. And it's not a license for poverty and underdevelopment. It's all about a place to decide who to govern us. And by that, people should use their conscience to vote because of their future, their children, and the economy of Ekiti. I will say that INEC is an institution of government that operates with laws, rules, and regulations. And before this election, I am aware a whole lot of voters' education have taken place. So what is this all about? This is our rule, this is our guideline, this is time for vote. Like PVC collection, there is a day stipulated for collection of PVC. So if you are coming after the expiring date, I think you are the one misbehaving. INEC is not responsible for your lawlessness. And lawlessness is not an excuse in the face of the law. I think if INEC as an institution says this is our timetable for the election, and before now, via the education department, it has been publicized via various medium, platform, medias, and all of that, even possibly local channels, town criers and traditional rulers and town house meetings. And that's a lot of advocacy and voters' education have taken place. That guide voters to behave in accordance with the rules and regulation of INEC, not coming out with sentiment or grievances that maybe voters start from 8, 9, accreditation maybe 9 to 10, voting start by 10 to 3, 30 or 3, and you are coming by 4. I think that person is not a law-abiding citizen. And INEC should not be blamed for that.
Okay.
That's my take on that. So lawlessness is not allowed. So we all follow, we are governed by constitution, by law, and we are bound to, as electorate of voters, we are bound to follow the rules and procedure of voting for each our party or candidate as.
So let me ask you, comrade, what happens, at what point are there supposed to be some concessions? So let's say a person gets to, the person is on the queue, you know, at 3:30. Are we going to say, go back, it's 3:30, no more voting? Or you are going to allow those on the queue to keep voting? The
man or the voter, the electorate, eligible electorate on the queue, before maybe 3:02 or 3:29, a minute to your 3:30.
Will still be allowed to vote.
Will still be allowed to vote. But that one's struggling to come from the house and arriving 3:34, 3:35, I must vote. I'm in Nigeria, I'm protesting. No.
Okay.
We don't allow that.
Mr. Ola, what do you, Mr. Anthony, yes, what do you say about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, for me, I think there are a specific number of persons that have to be accredited before you can vote. So once you have been accredited, you cannot just come early in the morning and just join the queue. There are processes to which you have to follow before you can actually get your votes casted. So once this number of persons have been fulfilled, or you have a specific number of persons that have been accredited, you should tend to work with those specific kind of number of persons. So for INEC to, by themselves, say, okay, we are extending the time, I think it should be part of the due processes that they thought was diligent for them to actually make sure that nobody was actually disenfranchised from the process.
Okay, let's now talk about Ekiti now properly. Comrade, are you from Ekiti State?
I'm not from Ekiti State. Okay. I'm from Middlebelt, Nigeria.
Okay, because you kept saying our state, so I wanted to be sure.
No, Ekiti is our state. I'm a Democrat.
Okay.
So every fellow Democrat voting there is my friend, is my brother.
How about you, Mr. Ola?
Yeah, we agree on the same thing.
Are you from Ekiti?
No, I'm not from Ekiti State. I'm from Kogi State. But actually, this gives us a preamble of what to expect next year.
All right, which now brings me to the conversation of a lot of analysts have said that whatever plays out in Ekiti State today is going to be a determining factor of how the 2027 election is going to be in terms of INEC's performance. How would you rate INEC's preparedness so far for this particular election from what you have observed since morning and before now?
Well, I think Nigerians are becoming more informed than we think. We had a lot of issues with INEC over decades, over the years, and INEC perfection is a journey. And it has destination, but we are not there yet.
Have we even moved?
We have moved.
Okay.
At least we have moved, but we are not there yet. It's done. It's not only INEC. With the citizens, the electorate, it's a whole lot of collective responsibility of every right electorate. Your attitude as a voter can affect INEC, and INEC maybe violating his or her rules for peanut or for market sake can also affect the people. It's a two-way thing. The Ekiti election, yes, is a litmus test for 2027 poll. And in the village, some of our elders said, Sunday will go better. Now, how did they go looking for? So the whole world, all eyes on INEC, not only INEC, on security agencies. In fact, all the key actors, the stakeholders that are connected to the electoral empire, all eyes are on you. If you are watching me out there, you are on the field, you are a security officer, personnel from INEC, anywhere, whatever, observer. Because at the end of the day, we all go to the same market, we buy the same fuel, we use the same light, then students' school fees is there to pay, school is waiting, and there's no exemption that you play a tragic role during the election in favor of INEC or the common man or a particular candidate that buys you over or you were able to play tragic role, rig election, maneuver, manipulation, abuse voters' rights and all of that, I think that should not be mentioned. This is, for God's sake, this is 21st century. Decent democratic process will not come from the moon, and it's never a magic affair. It is a collective responsibility of the citizen, security, like all the key actors, the stakeholders. So it is not only INEC. I ought to get it right. If I, the voter, behave well, the security man behave well, the media man behave well, the man who is contesting for election behave well, we are going to have INEC of our dream. But in time past, we say INEC, there, the man becoming thug overnight. INEC is not hiring thug or employing thugs to steal ballot boxes or snatch whatever. Though they have their rules of fetching out or treating such bruises. But what I'm saying in essence is that we are not yet there, but as it is, INEC chairman, your workers, your personnel, your subordinates, please, this Ekiti election and other off-cycle election going on right now is a litmus test to 2027.
Let me turn to you, Mr. Ola. There have been rumors, and also it's no longer a rumor, because I mean we had a video where there were incidents of vote buying, and the people were quarreling amongst themselves that the money did not get to them. Right.
Money did not get to them.
I don't know if you saw that video, comrade. Yes. Maybe we can have that video play back.
Is there money did not get to them?
Let's see if we can have that video play back.
That should be a black market then.
That will be left for both of you to give us your reaction on. Let's have that video play back on the screen where.
Come here. I go. It's never done. Go and vote for whosoever that you want. This is our time. There's no talk. I'm not a talk. I'm not a talk.
Okay, so if you missed that, we had to play back that again. I could see that you were smiling at that. This is something that happens in almost every election in Nigeria. Yes. We see these incidents. Sometimes
I'm smiling and burning. So don't just say it's pain is too deep down my inside of me. I'm burning and I'm smiling at the same time.
Okay, let us channel that pain to in a very good way, right? Do you think that this could be a reaction from the level of poverty that is being experienced in the country?
Well, no doubt in the fact that Nigerians, maybe the voters and the vast majority, certain number of the population is entangled by mental, psychological, physical, spiritual poverty. When poverty moves from the stomach to the brain, it becomes dangerous to handle. People don't misbehave and malfunction. It's a shameful thing. This is not what we call democracy. This is not about Onitsha market. This is not Onitsha main market where you buy space pass and exchange money and all of that. And if EFCC is watching, who is even the person sharing the money? Who is behind it? Who ordered it? And you can see that what we preach against in our governance lectures, the mediator, the middleman sent to share the money now, he said, you go vote for the candidate of your choice because he's helpless at the moment. So in the same way, if dividends are disbursed through mediators between the people and the leader, it does not get down there. People monetize dividends. People begin to say, are you my in-law? Are you my cousin? Are you a member of my party? Are you my friend? Are you from my village? And all of that played out. And many people are denied. But this is corruption. And the EFCC, ICPC, I call on them to investigate whosoever abusing our democracy, How do you sell your future for 4 years in the name of 10,000 or 2,000 or whatever thousand they're giving you? You sell the future of your children, you sell your life, sell your community. In fact, you become a monumental generational slave and a colossal damage to the Nigerian economy.
Let me hear from you, Mr. Ola.
For me, I think over the years, just like you mentioned, we've had several elections. And these elections have just proven over and over again that we keep going round and round in circles. The most important thing why we have law enforcement agencies is the fact that these people are there to make sure that these elections are as transparent as possible. If a common man can get this video out, what does that tell us? That definitely one way or the other, the government or the law enforcement agencies should be able to get to these people at least. What I'm trying to say in essence is the fact that when these government agencies are there, they should make sure that people who try to corrupt the practice of the elections are to pay dearly for whatever they are doing, so that this deters other persons from going into such practices. This makes sure that people, just like you heard the man say, make sure or go and vote for your candidate. You don't have to be paid to vote for somebody. I don't even understand what I'm trying to say.
But you made promises to them. You told them you're going to give them this, you're going to give them
definitely.
that. So why are you not keeping your promises after they've gone to vote for who you asked them to vote?
Elongated frustration.
Just like you said.
Elongated frustration, deception, and failed promises can trigger frustration. But that's not enough. I know there's issue of poverty. And most people, some of the electorate refuse to be educated. That is not a work of INEC. And some decide that no, we've been hearing these stories. Share the money now. Because we cannot, tomorrow we'll not be able to see you again.
I'm not sure if you're going to work, so give me the money.
So are we going to endorse that as a democratic culture?
Okay.
It's a question which was asked. So it's not part of democratic principles. It's a criminal act, and like law enforcement agencies should be able to checkmate these ills. Otherwise, like you said, we'll be roaming the same cycle. But then, having said it, I want to see encourage our law enforcement agencies. Are they playing side? What if the man who is sharing the money is the ruling party, the incumbent or the reigning party that is under the present government? What will the EFCC do? I'll leave this question to the space.
Okay. All right. That's a very ambiguous question right there. Let's now talk about your initiative. I'm sure you have witnessed several elections, you know, as under your initiative.
From 1993.
Yes.
We did up to 24. So I was, as small as I am there, I witnessed I gathered so many lessons from there. Then no toggery. You will key up at a very dilapidated primary school then. This is our old school primary school then. You key up, you see it's taking up, taking kunu. You see the jubilation. It's like Christmas, like a kind of family affair, something. Oh, we'll go and key up there. These are candidates. They begin to count. You know, during option 4, there's no voter's card. We don't have voter's card. You key up like this, they will count you. See the excitement. We don't know what is toggery. Nobody carry machete, no gun, no police whipping people, koboko and all of that. It was a decent, organic, democratic journey until there's...
Do you think that our elections then were better than what it is now?
100% better.
I mean, aside from technology, right?
Aside from technology, 100% better when it comes to morals and decency.
How about you? What would you say about our elections then and now?
Yeah, I think for me, I see it as humans adapting to nature and growing technology. For me, I felt like technology should have made us better, but I think I have to agree with what we had back then to what we have today. Because coupled with what we have today, a lot of malpractices have gotten into the system, rigging the papers, gotten videos, manipulations, releasing elections results in the night. These are factors. These are factors that have made the whole thing very.
You just made a very weighty claim. Releasing papers in the night.
2 a.m.
The guys in charge will tell you that's not true. So I mean, nobody wants to agree that these things are happening. So,
you see, whether somebody says it's not true or not, with the media technology you have now, no hiding space for anybody. We have citizen journalism, of course. Some of the video you get, before you know what you think, you struggle at your comfort zone in your room, what you are hiding, somebody already have the clips. So I think the society is going more global, more digital. We are in the 21st century. So there's no hiding place. If you think they are not watching you, there's satellite, there's space everywhere. Even those in the... If I look at this, the insecurity, the banditry operation and all of that. If bandit can share video from the outskirts of forest and do TikTok and all of that, what are we talking about?
And to chip in, what I think technology does is simply a reflection, just like a mirror, of what we are actually doing. So there's no hiding place for anybody right now. It's just simply saying, oh, look at what this person is doing. Just like they say, you snap a passport, if you bend your face like this, you're going to get a result like that.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Garbage in, garbage out. So there's no difference in what we are getting. If we want a different representation from our technology, then we as the actors should do better.
The big question is, how has technology affected or positively affected our elections? That's a very huge conversation. Technologically, have we evolved? Has it helped us in our voting and election transmission? Has this technology been working well for us? Has it given us an urge, or has it been a source of problem? These are some of the questions that some persons are actually asking. We'll go on a very short break. When we come back, I will be talking with my guests more about the candidates, the big contenders, and the possibility that the people of Ekiti State might likely say, oh, let us give Oyebanji a second chance. And then we look at the activities of the incumbent to see if he is worthy of a second chance. Is Ekiti decides to go anywhere?
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the top questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Nigeria's economy, the global market, what does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the Main Street and of course the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Business Lens as I bring into focus the stories, strategies and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
All right, 16 local governments right there in Ekiti State preparing to get somebody new or stick to what they know. It's still Ekiti Decide right here, and I still have my guests, both of them here in the studio. I did tell you that we're going to be having a broad-up conversation when we come back. This aspect now has to do with the candidates, but before then, I want to get your reaction on what Abayomi Shogunle did say. He was asked a question about allowances of the officers, which it is being rumored that some of them are disgruntled because they didn't get their allowances. But then instead of replying to that, he did respond to electoral fraud, which these are two separate questions, answers. And so do you think this was him intentionally ignoring that question?
Well, the intention of election can make anybody react in a manner or way that you don't expect. But he's an expert and he's a stakeholder in the field. Allowance not being paid and electoral fraud, they are two different entities. And if allowance is not paid to affect election, a hungry man is an angry man. And you don't allow operator of the electoral empire to go to feed hungry on empty stomach, and you want him to come back behaving like angel in this current day Nigeria, Africa. I think the INEC, like I said earlier, need to sit up. It's a collective responsibility of all the stakeholders to have decent election. Your attitude, your behavior, your display, whether make or mar the electoral process.
All right, let's now talk about the candidates. I mean, this is some persons did not exactly describe it as a highly contested election, in the sense that a lot of analysts just pointed to the fact that, oh, we're going to have this person win the election, and their assessment were coming from the fact that the current governor has powerful backing. Does that defeat the purpose of an election when people are no longer excited for the contenders? There are about 12 contenders, but of course we have the top 4, maybe the top 3, right? But there's no anticipation as to, oh, who is it going to be? Because a large number of people seems to be saying, oh, it might just be the incumbent who is going to come back again. Is that a good thing for an election?
I'm worried. Before you go further, what do you mean by powerful backing?
Okay, so for example, we have reports that says that there are about four former governors who are supporting this particular current governor, Yebanji.
Okay, former for Ekiti. Okay.
Yes.
The level of Fayodele and Fayoshe and all that. Okay.
Yes, and of course, Ekiti State has never had any history of a present governor coming back again since 1999.
Yes.
They never get re-elected except afterwards, and so now you have four powerful former governors, supporting him, and looking at structure of other political parties, it almost seems like the odds are in his favor.
Well, Ekiti State is one of the competitive states I can say. My people there, the southwest from there, they are very intelligent, and I know they don't take things anyhow. If 4 ex-governors are coming to back the incumbent, well, that is a huge pointer to tell you that. But the difference between pleasing stakeholders and pleasing the generality of the citizens, they are two different things. It doesn't matter that I have 4 former governors backing up, but to balance it, as it translates to also that the citizens, the vast majority of electorate in Ekiti, are satisfied with these 4 governors who have ruled Ekiti before. So I think opportunity or getting the space of getting back should be centered on track records, most especially governance. How far have you performed? What is the rating? What is the perception of the people who are the receiving end of dividends? And they're not powerful individuals. Not powerful individuals who have privilege in the past to have enjoyed the system. So let us, can we also hear from the citizens that, we, the Ekiti people, we are satisfied, we have a reasonable governance that we can be proud of. This man is performing. Do we have any testimony or questionnaire shared for us to confirm? Because these big men can form alliance, satisfy their interests, use their connection because of what they are looking for at the federal level, aligned with their co-agent to continue the business as usual. So to me, it's not democratic until the majority of the people say this is, at least vast majority of the population say, we are satisfied with this governor is performing. Do we have trace of developmental structure that can prove re-election bid of this man? Or we are just, because we saw 4 former governors backing it up, automatically it becomes an angel that will deliver the state or is the best. And you look at others who are not having the backing of 4 former governors as ordinary or mere candidate. I think democracy thrives on majority, not minority. And it's not a monopolistic affair. We don't impose people. It's not an autocratic affair. It is a level free play affair that believes in the totality generality of the people's view. The opinion poll, where is it coming from? Is it from 4 stakeholders? So if the generality of the people are cut off from the affair, then it's no longer democracy.
Let me hear from you, Mr. Ola.
Yeah, like you mentioned, one of the important factors of an election is simply saying a majority or a major number of the electorate or the people are selecting a particular candidate. So when we take off that power from the majority and give it to anointed backed candidate, election loses its value.
You both, sorry, before you continue, you both have talked about anointed backed candidates, but isn't that what we see play out a lot in Nigerian politics?
That is contradictory to what election is.
The godfatherism, this is the person that we have chosen, this is the person that we think is going to be loyal to me as a godfather. When I don't want to start naming names, but we see how that played out in a particular state of concern, where due to the whole godfatherism, leader man and all, this person will likely not come back, right?
Yeah.
Let's not name names yet. We don't do that over here sometimes. But this has always played out.
Yeah, you see, over the years, like I keep saying, we've gone round in circles and circles.
And Nigerians have gotten used to it.
That's the problem. We need to break out. Let us identify these issues and move away from it. Now, I think the state of concern should be Rivers State. That is the latest godfatherism
Oh, you
issues.
spoke my mind.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Okay.
This is plain before all of us. We
Okay.
are all aware of this. So let's not pretend like we do not know what we are talking about. So the moment we begin to shy away from the problem, that's when the problem keeps getting bigger and bigger. Now, your track record should be what sustains you in the office. I buy petrol, I buy gas, I take care of myself. Security issues are my concerns. You understand? All of these factors, if you cannot provide that to me as a governor, then why should I listen to somebody else telling me what to do after I am the one bearing the pain the entire period? So there is just like once in a 4 years power given to the electorate. So nobody should allow themselves to be influenced by any anointed candidate or any godfatherism or anything that might be in quotes, that might be called whatever it is. So we should be the one to decide that factor. And every electorate out there should make sure that they don't allow this power that's been given to us by the Constitution to be taken away or manipulated.
Okay.
That's all for me.
Do Nigerians still have that power? I mean, some Nigerians don't even come out to vote these days, and like some persons will say, when Nigerians don't come out to vote, when people don't come out to vote, cast their vote for a particular choice, it gives room for rigging to take place.
Yeah, true. Let's
If you register, collect your PVC, and don't vote, it gives room for rigging.
Yeah, true. Agreeably, I was speaking with my comrade this morning, and I told him, you see, when you come out to agitate and you don't get a positive response, is it by folding your hands that you now finally get the response? So this is the dilemma that Nigerian citizens have found themselves in. And it's important that we come out in our numbers and make sure, now it's not only just casting our votes, it is also by protecting the vote that has been casted.
How do we protect it?
Yeah, in collaboration with the security agencies.
How do we protect it?
That we protect it by staying. Now, we have the budget for the INEC. We have the timetable for the election. INEC too should also make sure that they are also sticking to the timetable. Because, like I said earlier, talking about the night release of results, that does not allow persons or electorates to wait for these results to actually come out. So these are factors that should make, so that's what I'm saying, and it's just like this election is now, it's a litmus test of what we should expect next year. So whatever happens, let us single out the problems and also make sure that solutions are also given to it at the same time. We are not just only going to come out and make the same noise like we've done over and over and over again. And these elections, or this tenure that we are under, has also made everyone understand that these policies or these governments do not just only affect a specific amount or number of persons, it generally affects everybody. So what affects you and I, let us also make sure that we are also ready to give solution to it, no matter what it takes, because this period now is not going to extend forever. This is going to take us for the next 4 years of our lives again.
Okay, let's take a look at the candidates and some of the things that they probably are, just to refresh your mind. I know we talked about that earlier today, just to refresh your mind on what they're also bringing. You know, like how we say, what are you bringing to the table? Yes, we asked that question with a very serious look. I will start with the current governor of the state, which of course belongs to the APC, and he won his election under that party, and his administration is all about building flyovers, roads, schools, and of course other infrastructure, which we've talked about. And he is saying that his second term would be all about continuity, you know, deeper investment in education and curriculum reform, making healthcare a right, not a privilege. So the question people will need to ask is, what got done in the first term and what didn't? That is what the people of Ekiti need to be asking. If he was, if he was able to fulfill the mandate that he promised in 2022, and now he has been able to fulfill some, then maybe it's left for you guys to decide. Let's now, I think I have somebody here from the ADC who is Oluwadare, and he's a man from the ADC, and he has served, you know, but what has he done? His campaign is leaning into agriculture as an economic backbone, positioning Ekiti as a food supplier to Lagos and Abuja, and promising to fix the morale and welfare of civil servants, a constituency that often gets spoken about but rarely spoken to. And so, experience in his argument, the question is whether he's made that argument loudly enough. Which I will pause there. Some of that, his mandate is important to this question I want to ask right now, because he's talking about welfare of the civil servants and other things, which the current governor, it was listed under his achievement that he has taken care of civil servants' welfare and making sure that they are okay. So usually, you know, contenders would always look for where you are lacking, right, to build on. So his focus on welfare, does that now expose the fact that probably the current governor has not really done something good or reasonably well for civil servants and their welfare?
Well, I think there's an aberration there. If you talk about the position of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended 1996 in Section 14, Paragraph A, power belongs to the people. B says the security and the welfare of the people shall be the primary responsibility of the government. C said participation of the people in their government. So why are we so key about civil servants' welfare?
That's supposed to be a normal thing.
Yes. It's a right.
It's a right.
Primarily.
So this man is already working, taking salary. It's on allowances. And this young man from university, 20, 15 years, has no single job. He has the skill, no development, no training. In fact, and so many people live in hopelessness, frustration, jackpot here and there, committing suicide, and economic fraud, and all of that activities going on. I think party ideology, party manifesto should not be too expensive and bigger than what the people are looking at. Misplacement of priority. I see some of the things mentioned. For God's sake, what the local government chairman should be doing, the governor say, I'm the one doing it. Check Section 7, Schedule 4 of the Constitution. What the local government chairman should do is paid out. But today, do you have a functional local government chairman that can deliver dividends? Primary education is under local government. Street road and street light, market
under local government.
Under local government, tax, license of bicycle, cemetery, and I can go on and all of that. So, but today we know the chairman, the local government is in the pocket of governors.
So, what are the governors supposed to do? Because, of course, allocations come to the state, right? And these allocations, I would want you to refresh our mind and, you know, educate some Nigerians, for those who probably don't know. These allocations that come to the states where the governor is in charge of these things, what is it meant for? What are the things that the governor is supposed to achieve in a state versus what the local governments are supposed to take charge of, so that we don't have governor taking credit for what the local government is supposed to do, or local government working and governor is just taking...
You see, there's a kind of lacuna. There's a historic or monumental confusion over decades.
Okay.
Thank God for President Tinubu. He came with, let's have LG autonomy. Okay, what does that? How does that sound to you? Meaning something wrong? This marriage has not been favoring the closer. No, the local government is the closer tiers of government to the people. But there have been this amalgamation. There's a marriage that is suffocating the local government.
Local government.
Over decades. Local government cannot perform. Government collects it, the chunk. I've seen local government chairmen that collect allocation take it back to governor, lie down.
Wow.
And governor take his say, okay, go and pay salary and take care of yourself. Well, repeatedly, we're on the field. We network, we have information at our disposal. Some local government chairmen are just talks, errand boys, puppets who are just hired to just be just take care of the place for me. So we have seen somebody who cannot read and write. It was a local government chairman. So many I have seen things, and we are on the field. We are still watching, not just watching. We are acting to dismantle this ugly system called democratic structure. You see, the amalgamation, like I say, is suffocating the LG, and that's why Mr. President, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu JSFR, have said, okay, let us have autonomy, meaning something is wrong. Autonomy means local government, your money is coming directly to you, no longer branching through government house. Before they tell you how soon they shoot catapult to bed fly, the stone tumble, it did not kill the bed, and all the bed disappeared. And we have no bed to bring them but to source some money falling on the ground, so that to avoid this long torrential and the grammar. But another thing, you know, the leaders are taking advantage of we. Most Nigerians are not democratically informed. We are this issue of democratic illiteracy is a virus. People don't care. Even a copy of constitution, people cannot buy a copy of constitution to read. People believe in reading their problem and looking for immediate food to eat. I have said that if you want Nigeria to move forward, it's not by a protest. It's not by carrying gun against government. It's not by the revolution you talk about. It has to start with mental revolution. You must read. You must feed your brain and feed your stomach. If you believe in feeding only your stomach. So you see that the governors have hijacked the duty of the chairman, and governors are the spokesperson. Should there be insecurity in any local government today? You see a governor, they are going to interview the governor, which is very wrong. The closest man, the grassroots man, the village man, the community man is the local government chairman and his councillors. But anything happen in Karu, anything happen in Ahoda local government, anything happen in maybe let's say Jerry local government, is who are you going to see? The governor is the one that interviewing.
Which is not supposed to be.
In Kafuru, Katsina State, in Vandekia, in Boko, in anywhere. If there's killing anywhere now, governor is the one. Press will gather microphone, he be the one. No, it's the wrong thing we're doing. That tells you the autonomy. We need to go back and bring back this Tinubu campaign of autonomy. Every household to support it.
So the local government chairman is supposed to handle it and then give reports.
Nobody have first-hand information than local government chairman. So this is it's democratic criminality we have been doing over the years. Robbing the people, robbing the economy of the grassroots. You see, the local government is unique. The solid mineral they are stealing money today, the crude is from the local government, don't forget. The solid mineral, the crude, everything you talk about, the gold, whatever they are mining today is from the villages, it's from the community, and that's the hub, the foundation of the country. But you kill this, and everybody, including I and you here, we are from villages. Do you fall from the moon?
No.
Nobody fall down from the moon. We are all from villages, but we have allowed this democratic climate to linger for years, for decades. You know, what do you mean? And they allow governor to decide local government election. They don't even do election. All of it now they write list overnight. In 2 hours, 1 hour, it has been announced that people have emerged as chairman. So it's another issue. Thank God for autonomy. It's done on all the civil society, the legal empire, and the market women, the academia. Let us rise and make sure autonomy is executed. Otherwise, the governor will be talking as chairman and be acting as chairman, and there will be no chairman to take care of your village, my village.
All right. So you know what brought us here was the promises made by one of the candidates talking about, and you argue that those are things that are supposed to be carried out by a chairman,
yes.
not what a governorship candidate.
Like secondary education is under state.
Should be campaigning.
Secondary education is under state. Primary education is under the local government.
All right, let's quickly.
So security is a collective responsibility of the 3 tiers of government.
All right, so before, I think we're going to end with you telling us what state governments are what Nigerians should be looking out for their state governors. But before then, let's quickly talk about this other candidate from the Labour Party who his own line is, if he becomes the governor, he's going to bring integrity, competence, and compassion to governance.
This is grammar.
Oh, wow.
This is Weibo. Nigerians are not, see, we have been hearing this manifest.
That's the Labour Party candidate,
integrity, this is grammar. This is not what people are looking for.
Mr. Ola, do you think this is grammar? Oh, they're valid.
Yeah, for me, I think I agree with him. These are just mere fallacies and talks. And for me, we've been over and over and over again on these same issues. Just like, look at the manifestos coming out from a governor. The Nigerian society has become so bad that people are still campaigning, or governors are still campaigning with roads, waters, when these are supposed to be basic. We are looking at good infrastructure. We are looking at technological advancement. We are looking at agriculture. We are looking at security. But instead of going further, we are now going backwards. And now governors cannot contest and bring out manifestos that, when you look at it, it just seems so funny.
Written in a hotel room, in office.
Oh, wow.
With far bearing from what the people are talking about. Anybody can write manifesto and present to the party and begin to say this.
Why do you think he was written in a hotel room? He probably wrote it in his house.
I'm a fit person, and I can tell you beautiful grammars, how to write this. We know the packaging now. We know what it's all about packaging. If you go to the people that need the borehole, you are coming to give them Ankara, Kekena, Shushana bus, and the tricycle, and the sewing machine. People that need water. People that have dilapidated school. Because of your beautiful grammar they wrote for you, you are in a hurry to come and read. You see, I am born here. Let me not. I don't want to say. If I say what is in me, that
I mean, please go ahead.
No, to chip in this for me, I think we've talked about the problems for so long. It's high time we start to talk about the solutions.
The solutions. Of
now,
course.
APC came with a slogan the other time. They said the change begins with you.
And you too.
And yeah, definitely, and me. So now, an important factor to point out here is, you know you need water, you know you need good roads, but you decide to take 2K, or you decide to take bread, you decide to take Ankara. You as a person accepting that incentive already by a way, already sold out what you are to get. So as an electorate, when you know what you want, we as a people, sadly, we are not the people. But we as a people, we should be able to identify a collective problem and say, okay, look, this is what we are going to do. Sadly, yesterday I was looking on the internet and I saw the campaign vehicle of the APC sharing out bread to the
train bread.
They were throwing it. Disrespectfully.
Now we saw those videos.
Disrespectfully, people were running and picking up.
Maybe the local government chairman said they were hungry. Could it be that?
You feed them on the road by throwing bread to them.
Bread.
You can't all call them. You can't call them all in the restaurant.
People deserve the kind of leader they have. You know, I want to say this. Do you know it is undemocratic to say I? Where is it coming from? Democracy is not a monopolistic affair. It's not a sole proprietorship. Where is it coming from? We don't do I. It's unfortunate. We don't do
I wish you could share some of your experiences with us on the field. I mean, I always love talking to persons who have been on the field and are still on the field because they have first-hand experiences to what is happening, especially to elections, and they are always relating with people. I always love to hear that part. Please share with us.
Thank you. You know why? You don't know why leaders are under pressure.
Tell us.
And they are facing insult and all of that. The confusion is that the rulers and some leaders are the one thinking for the people. One man is thinking for the entire state. So we that are subordinate and receivers, we don't contribute. we are like people who are like a tree standing or object, waiting for until manna fall from heaven. So I, the governor, I feel this to be good for these people. So you see, what Nigerians want as dividends of democracy is not expensive, it's not much. If you create an enabling environment, there's light, everybody wake up in the morning, there's economic activities going on, there's good schools, there's good health care, there's security, people will not bother you much. But today, one leader felt he knows the people's problem, and I don't blame them. They don't have parameters reaching the people as well. And you are the one thinking, how are you not going to have gray hair, white hair, stroke, hypertension, and madness in the brain, and begin to steal money, and loot money. At the end of the year, after they start chasing up and down. Like the NNPC now just left GM, the NNPC military, allegedly looted the 210 trillion.
Yeah.
That's about budget of Nigeria for like how many years? For like 20 years. So, and some former governors are still on their toe, running up and down. Though we have had cases before, if you join APC, your sins are forgiven. And you know, we should know that we are already painting precedent for our children who are coming up.
Okay.
You see, now, if you as a leader, there's no parameter, you are surrounded by sycophants. Do you know, at a point, a local government chairman has 95 special advisors in Kogi State. A local government hired, give an appointment letter. I'm not talking about they say or hear it. This is what I know. I'm talking about fact, 95 special advisors.
And where is it going to be paying them from?
Paying them from the people's money fund. So we have these injuries. Our leaders are trading in monumental ignorance, and that's why they are suffering, and the people are suffering, and the economy is dying. I stop there.
Okay, let's just look at some updates before we wrap up this beautiful conversation. Of course, INEC has said that if you see something, say something. In case of an emergency, incident, vote buying, or security threat around your location, immediately contact the INEC Citizens Contact, which of course they made available about 2 hours ago for Nigerians to be able to assess them. But there are some updates that we need to share with you, which of course regarding to the election, police warn against vote buying. Well, would that be too late? Will I say too late? Because it's already happening. We just shared the videos. So when you're warning against vote buying, you need to put your leg on the ground to make sure that you're able to sniff wherever it is happening. But that is what the Nigerian police force is saying. Electoral offenses undermine democracy and will not be tolerated. They're warning against vote buying. Just also update you that the ADC candidate has complained that his driver was beaten, and he is saying that he was beaten and left bleeding after a physical confrontation at a polling unit. Abejide said he has reported the incident to the police. That is what he's saying. And unfortunately, we can't bring you that particular video, but that is the complaint he made. And there are a lot of other updates coming in, but we are very, very particular about what happens after now. From the collation to making sure that everybody turn out to vote. For now, we cannot ascertain how many people actually have come out to vote. Some might say it is still too early. But of course, the governor has voted, which we showed you earlier on. He has voted in his polling unit. And we're going to definitely get you that interview, because our men on ground had the interview when he had a press conversation right after he voted. So we'll bring you that interview. And some persons say that there is tension as PDP candidate protests police deployment. Well, these are some of the updates coming in from there. So yes, we'll just keep our fingers crossed. But don't forget that we're going to be going on a very long break, of course, but we'll still be keeping in touch with what is happening in Ekiti State. We'll go on a very long break, and then we're going to be back, right? We're going to be back to give you the election coverage. And so the election studios is still open. and we have more information for you regarding to the election. But once again, thank you to my guest, Comrade, for coming. Thank you, Mr. Ola, for coming to have this conversation with me. My name is Cynthia Agbo, and this is Rapid Television. Don't forget that we're live and direct on the free TV app, so you can download the app and watch us, for free from anywhere in the world that you are. Don't go anywhere. It's still Ekiti. Decide.
Dr. His camp.
The history of the people of Ekiti predates far back the creation of Ekiti as a state on the 1st of October 1996. On a close study, almost all the historical landmarks in Ekiti state tell stories about war, communal battle, fight and rivalry. At the end of every story, there is conquest, which by inference denotes the behavioral pattern of the people till date. Stretching from the state capital Ado-Ekiti through Ikere, the towns and villages, there are clusters of rocks and hills which have a historical connection with the people of yore, and in some cases associate them with the nature and indeed tradition. These aged men grew up in this area and have lived with this rock all their lives, but the story they now relate is what has been transferred from one generation to another, because there is nothing to suggest that they were already one when it happened. There is some shadow of doubt which makes it more of mere conjectures, which at best is not scientifically proved or any forensic explanation. But can one erase that belief from the people because it has permeated and planted into future generations? The Ekiti people attached some measures of myth to these rocks, which define the history, methodology, and the traditional beliefs of the people. Historically, the Ekiti people met the rocks here, but how are they formed? It is scientifically proven that a rock is formed when magma, which is found underneath the earth, comes to the surface in the form of lava during a volcanic eruption. The lava solidifies to form the rock. That is science. The people who live by the rocks may not be bothered about what science explains about the formation of a rock, but what is paramount to them is the cultural affinity with these rocks and indeed what they mean to them. This is Ikere, a 10-minute drive from Ado-Ekiti. These are called Olosunta Hills and Orele Hills, directly related to these other clusters called Ugele Hill. All of these rocks are reputed to have played a role in fighting different wars, just as they served as protective shield for the people. If you imagine how that could be possible, these very aged men are still alive to relive the story.
Fún ìdárayá, fún ọdún time tá máa ń ṣe lọ́dọọdún, tí a bá fẹ́ ṣọdún Ògún, eégún yẹn á jáde. Nǹkan tá a bá lẹ́nu bàbá wa nìyẹn pé obìnrin ò gbọdọ̀ wọbẹ̀. Olóòtútà ni wọ́n máa ń ṣọdún lọ́dọọdún. Ó ní àwòrò tó máa ń àwòrò ẹ̀ wà ní ìsàlẹ̀ odò ọjà lọ ní rádàbọ̀ tó odò ọjà lọ. Ibẹ̀ à ń pa ẹ ní ọlọ́jẹ̀. àwòrán rẹ̀ ọlọ́jẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́. Nínú kan tí àwọn bàbá wa sọ fún wa ni pé tó tá bá ń wá òjò nígbà ògbó dry season yẹn wọ́n á ṣọdún rẹ̀ wọ́n á fún ní èkejì màálù yẹn ẹlẹ́lá ṣẹ̀hẹ́n wọ́n á fún wọ́n á ṣọdún ẹ̀ òjò àrọ̀ tó bá ṣọdún ẹ̀ àwọn tó ń wọ́ ọmọ wọ́n á tọrọ ọmọ wọ́n á gbàdúrà wọ́n á bímọ.
òun ni òjò àjọlagun ó gba owó oṣù àpò kan 200 naira ó wáyà owó yẹn wọ́n san àwọn òyìnbó wọ́n san sí báǹkì owó tó tán san fún wọ́n san fún sí báǹkì wọ́n á sọ fún pé ẹnikẹ́ni ò gbọ́dọ̀ gba owó ni ohun tí iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n máa mú ṣe sáyẹn ìlú kẹ́rẹ́ líbí wọ́n ní ọ̀dà nìkan fi dà káàrin ìlú ọ̀dà ńlá kọ́kọ́ dà láàrin ìdásókèrè nígbà yẹn ìgbà tí wọ́n ń jagun yẹn gan nígbà tó ń jagun yẹn ó pẹ̀lẹ́ mọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo yẹn fẹ́ ní agbára ó bá kó àwọn èrò okun sórí okun ó bá gbé ọdún tó gùn má bàa pa nígbà tí òun pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ̀ wọ́n jọ jagun yẹn wọ́n náà lè kó tiẹ̀ ó kó tiẹ̀ sọ olùgbà ogun yẹn lá parí eléyìí ọlá kógun tiẹ̀ ó kó sílẹ̀ àwa lè yí lónìí eléyìí bí kò kó tiẹ̀ sílẹ̀ eléyìí kan máa bọ̀ ọ́n lọ́dọọdún nígbà yẹn.
At Ilukpeju Ekiti, shortly after Oye Ekiti, are these beautiful hills which involve climbing up to about 4 kilometers to get to the top, and they are indeed beautiful sights to behold.
I'm standing on one of the highest mountains in Ekiti State. It is called Orokeo, located in Ilukpeju Ekiti. You have to trek from the downtown 4 kilometers before you can get to this point. This is one of the untapped natural resources that could boost the revenue drive of Ekiti State. So others from other parts of the world can come here. The mountain is associated with a story that it protects its people during war.
From the top of the hills, we had an area view of Ilukpeju Ekiti and far-flung settlements. The hills are covered by mist which emits from the rocks, sometimes blurring vision, but certainly not diminishing the beauty of nature.
From this position on Orokiewo, we have the area view of Ilukpeju Ekiti, a beautiful sight to behold, and clusters of mountains. This city definitely will help to boost the revenue drive of Ekiti State if the government is serious.
This hill is called Orokiewo War Center. It is recorded in history that Orokiewo War Center, which curators are the Moba descent, is the preserved site of war between the people and invaders from Ilorin. The invaders met their Waterloo at Orokiewo, but at the time of our visit, none of the persons who have the traditional right to enter the war center was available. This lady is a member of a church built on this hill.
You said you know a little bit about this place, these hills and mountains. What do you know about it?
Perfectly Keloi. Perfectly Keloi. Rebound mountain. Perfect Keloi. This mountain.
It's called?
Perfectly Keloi.
Okay, Prophetic Keloi. He is the owner of this church?
So, yes.
Okay. Okay. So why did he come here? Why did you people come to church here?
Everywhere. Lagos State, Kano, Canada, Syria, South Africa, everywhere, Ekiti States, everywhere. You look from Ilukpeju, everywhere.
You come church?
You come church.
Here?
Yes.
So why prophetically you choose here to build church on top mountain? Why?
Nígbà tí higher mountain yẹ ibẹ̀ wọ́n nígbà tí ogun bá le tí ogun bá fẹ́ kó wọn lẹ́rú tó bá ti débẹ̀ ibẹ̀ lógun máa stop sí ìyá higher mountain tá a máa ń lóye orí òkè ọlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́ nígbà tí bàbá lọ tọrọ lọ́wọ́ bàbá lóòrè àná tó dolóńgbè orí òkè ọlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́ ni orí òkè ibi tó ti ń gba àdúrà tí àdúrà dẹ̀ ti ń gbà kò sí bí ogun bá ṣe le tí wọ́n bá gbé dorí òkè tó bá ti lè gbàdúrà ogun máa ṣẹ́ láì léwé láì lo nǹkan kan omi àti òróró nìkan òun là ń lò ní orí òkè.
Ikogo Seaworm Spring is another creation of nature in Ekiti. It is located in Ekiti West local government area. Here, the warm springs roll down a hilly landscape to form a confluence with Cold Spring, believed to be flowing from an opposite direction.
We are at the meeting point of the cold water and the warm water. These two waters are coming from different sources and they are having two different colors.
It's cold. This is the cool water. This is the hot water. See? God.
The local story says that the first person that located the warm water and the cold water was an hunter. His name was Olosun. Olosun, the hunter, came from Ile-Ife so many years ago to attend the annual Hunters Festival at Ikongunwosi. Ikongunwosi used to be the real name of Ikogosi town. When Olosun entered into this forest, in order for him to kill a reasonable big-sized animal to prove his fame as an hunter, he entered into this forest. He did not see any reasonable big-sized animal to kill. But when he entered into this part of the forest, because it was during the rainy season, the first thing he observed was that this place was filled with steam, like water vapor. He was surprised, and the climatic condition of this place was different. I mean, it was warm. Then, in an attempt for him to find out what was happening, he decided to stand by one side. After some time, he saw an antelope. The antelope ran to the top of the rock at the source of this water where we are still going. He ran after the antelope in an attempt for him to kill the antelope. He couldn't kill the antelope. He didn't see the antelope because as soon as the antelope got to the top of the rock at the source of this water, the antelope disappeared. So as an hunter, as a famous hunter, he wanted to actually search for that antelope and kill the antelope. His attempt to search for the antelope made him to fall into warm water. It became a surprise for him because he had been seeing waters, but he had not seen water that was so warm like that. So out of curiosity, he decided to trek, to trace
the source,
the water. He knew that the water was springing out from that point where he fell into the water. So he was trying to trace the length of the water. He decided to enter into the water. He now started trekking inside the water. When he got to this place where we call the meeting point now, he noticed that the water was flowing downwards, but there is another water that was coming from the opposite direction. He now decided, he thought within himself that the color of that other water was different, but he was thinking within himself that that could also be part of the warm water. So out of curiosity, he also went to the other, entered into the other water that was flowing from the other direction. As soon as he left the meeting point, he entered into cold water, extremely cold water. It became double surprise for him He now decided to trace the cold water. Getting to the source of the cold water, he decided to come back again. He now realized that the two waters are meeting at a point, and each of them are not flowing into one another, into each other.
Oh, this is cold. This is cold, man.
It was the oracle, the Ifa oracle, that related the story of the two waters to them. The Ifa oracle made them to understand that long time ago there was a man called Ogongong. Ogongong means straight shooter, atamatase. Ogongong came with his two wives to live in this forest. They were living together in form of polygamous home. Ogongong married two wives. The first wife was called Awele Otutubiosu. She was a gentle woman. Awele was easygoing. She's somebody that can tolerate people. She was the type of woman that any man would dream to marry. Whereas the second wife, called Awokpereje, was the direct opposite nature of Awele. She was temperamental, she was tough, she was somebody that is always angry. She's somebody that cannot just tolerate or take any nonsense from anybody. The Ogongong two wives, Awele and Awokpereje, they were quarreling one day. Then Awele, the gentlewoman, does not want to fight. She did not want to fight. She decided to go into the far forest. She lied down on the ground in the forest. Quietly, she changed to cold water. So the cold water is Awele Otutubiosu, cold water, after her gentle nature. When the junior wife, Awokpereje, saw the cold water on the third day of that quarrel, out of anger, she decided to rush to the top of the rock where the source of this warm water is. She angrily hit herself to the rock and she died there. And when she died, her flesh scattered. So each of the points that the flesh of Awokpereje touched became the source of this warm water.
The sources of the springs are natural mysteries better conjectured. These two springs don't mix even at the meeting point. Neither do they disturb the temperature of each other. They both have distinct medicinal and curative values in a symbiotic nature.
The Ikogosi people so much believe in the efficacy of that cold water to cure any type of diseases or sickness. In those days, if an indigene of Ikogosi, because that's the real name of Ikogosi, an indigene of Ikogosi living outside the town, maybe abroad or any state or any country or any part of the, if the person is having sickness that they cannot even figure out why that person is having that sickness, or that sickness is as rejected orthodox medicine. If they bring such a person home, that is the water that they will fetch. That cold water is the water they will fetch to bath the person. And there's something they called epita in Ekiti. Epita means when you are doing something that is bad to the other person. If such a person that they brought from home has not done that thing that we call epita, he has not been wicked to another person, and by the grace of God that created these two waters, if they use that water to bath the person, or the person drinks that water, after some time the person will get cured.
The symbolism of the medicinal valley cuts a wide story of nature. This is a tourist delight, but it looks abandoned. The tour guide reckoned that the last renovation was done by Kayode Fayemi, the governor as it then was.
The Ikogosi is a shadow of itself now, completely run down from what we did. When I was governor in Ekiti, we used to have 30,000 people in Ikogosi every December. There are 3 Nollywood films, popular films that were made out of Ikogosi when I was governor. Because everybody saw the place at the time as a good spot for whatever they wanted to do. When I was governor of Ekiti State, when I became governor, there were 2 standard hotels in Ekiti, Fountain Hotel and Pathfinder Hotel. By the time I left office, there were 10 standard hotels in Ekiti. You had Delight, you had Prosperous, you had Midas, you had Jewel, you have Coke Hotel, you have 10 new ones. And why? Because people were trooping in when I was governor.
Just by the meeting point of the springs is this conjoined trees which rest on a common root. They have been like this for 95 years, not falling. The leaves are not withering. There is a story behind this.
The existence of the 2 trees there spiritually has something to do with the existence of the 2 waters. The 2 trees have existed at the meeting point of Ikogosi, one spring and cold spring, for 95 years. Biologically, they said there is a symbiotic relationship happening between them. In symbiotic relationship, the palm kernel tree is benefiting something from the timber tree, and the timber tree is equally benefiting something from the palm kernel tree. But talking spiritually, I believe they are a symbol. They serve as a symbol to show that something of great importance is happening between the 2 waters.
Ekiti State is littered with tourist sites, both nature's gift and man-made. The Afeba Balola University is a big citadel of learning, though privately owned, but has become tourist collectors' site, partly because of the delicately manicured landscape and the serenity. This same way, the incumbent governor, Ayo Fayose, talks relishly about the imposing government house, which has deservedly given Ado Ekiti a beauty to behold.
You want to see a governor's office where the environment, the aesthetics is super. You want to go to the High Court, the new High Court, which is equally one of the best in this country. 5-star finish, and I stand to be corrected. When you see the interior, you can only find anything similar to that in Abuja.
The last census put the population of Ekiti conservatively at over 3 million, occupying a land mass of 6,353 square kilometers, bounded in the south by Ondo State, in the north by Kwara, in the east by Kogi, and in the west by Osun. The people are culturally homogeneous and they speak Ekiti, with a little flavor of the languages of the boundary states.
ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mútẹ́lẹ̀ o ẹsẹ̀ wé ipa títù náà mẹ́rọ jẹ́rẹ́rẹ́ o ẹsẹ̀ wé ipa títù náà mẹ́torí lọ́jà ìjàre ẹsẹ̀ wé. ipa títù ló balẹ̀ mẹ́rin ẹsẹ̀ wúre ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ́lẹ̀ o ẹsẹ̀ wúre ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ́lẹ̀ o ẹsẹ̀ wúre manuwe manugungun ẹsẹ̀ wúre ìkúlẹ̀ lọ́ní fọ́fánà ní ẹsẹ̀ wúre èyí peléke ẹsẹ̀ wúre èyí peléke kété olóṣèlú ra kó mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèjádò mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèkájò ìyẹjọ́ àtijọ́ fún democracy oko mo rọ́lá o mọ̀ lálá kó lógun yàgbàjọba o èyí peléke èyí peléke ìjẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ wúre ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ wúre oko ẹsẹ̀ wúre eke ẹsẹ̀ wúre eyín pa ká ìjà fún democracy àrùmọ̀yẹ mi kọ́lọ́ ẹsẹ̀ wúre àrùmọ̀yẹ ọmọ ìṣùkúrú kò kú sí ẹsẹ̀ wúre àrùmọ̀yẹ olóṣèlú kọ́lọ́ ẹsẹ̀ wúre ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀ o ẹsẹ̀ wúre ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀ o ẹsẹ̀ wúre manuwe manugungun ìkúlẹ̀ lọ́ní fọ́fánà ní èyí peléke èyí peléke kété olóṣèlú ra kó mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèjádò mọ̀bẹ̀ jákèkájò ìyẹjọ́ àtijọ́ fún democracy oko mo rọ́lá o mọ̀lálá kò lógun yàgbàjọba o èyí peléke èyí peléke ìjẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ wúre ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ wúre oko ẹsẹ̀ wúre eke ẹsẹ̀ wúre eyín pa ká ìjà fún democracy. Ìmọ̀kálẹ̀ o ìmọ̀kásí o ọmọdé ò lè mú kí àgbàlagbà ò lè mú kí o àlàáfíà ni mo bá ẹ o aboyún lẹ àbí wẹ́rẹ́ o àgbà mọ́ kò dùn nínú ọdún.
Great news! Your favorite station, Rapid TV, is now available on the free TV app. Catch the latest news, entertainment, lifestyle, sports, and inspiring programs anytime, anywhere. Simply download the free TV app, search for Rapid TV, and start watching for free. Don't miss a moment of the action. Stay informed, stay entertained, stay connected. Rapid TV now streaming on the free TV app. Watch free, watch anytime. Download the free TV app today and enjoy Rapid TV wherever you are.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
Correro, your front row seat to the most pressing issues, from the corridors of power to the heart of our communities. We bring you unfiltered insight, fearless journalism, and the conversations that matter. And I invite you to this big conversation table as we analyze the top stories, ask the tough questions, and hold power to account. News that informs, analysis that empowers, debate that drives change. Correro, the big conversation, every weekday at 7 p.m. only on Rapid TV.
Nigeria's economy, the global market, what does it all mean for you? From stock market insights to global financial news you need to know. From Wall Street to the main street and of course the marketplace.
Get the answers you need every week on Business Lens as I bring into focus the stories, strategies, and shifts shaping our economy. No angle is missed as I talk about the business, the people, patterns, and possibilities behind them. Welcome to the Business Lens.
Rapid TV, rooted in truth, driven by impact.
All right, Ekiti Decide 2026. Welcome back. I know I did talk about having a very long break, but of course, if there are conversations we need to have over there, it's important that we have the information reaching us is that counting is ongoing in some places in Ekiti State, which is really, really commendable. But right about now, we're being joined by Celestine Odo. He's the co-convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room. It's very important to, speak to persons like this so they give us updates of what is happening on the ground and, of course, their general thoughts about the election and what they've noticed. Good afternoon, Mr. Celestine.
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, if you can hear me properly, let's kick off the conversation. Civil society, very, very represented right there. We have also observers right there. From your perspective, how would you rate the election so far, from morning till now? This is about 3 p.m.
Okay, so good afternoon. Yeah, the Situation Room observers went across the 16 local government area. So the polling units we covered, they just issued our interim statements. But it's to say that I'll just take them bit by bit, looking at opening poll. So we can say that on that first arrival of material, look average in the areas we covered. So we have the materials arriving latest 7:30 a.m. So it's to say that material arrived in most of the places, but that doesn't foreclose other places that it didn't come early. But also in terms of the opening of the poll, the voting also commenced on time. In some places we saw they were ready before the 8:30 commencement of poll. Yeah, so they had to wait until 8:30 before voting commenced. Before the voting commenced. Yeah. So also we look at the beavers, which is also another critical component of the conduct of the election, is to say that they also function properly as at the time at the time of the opening of the poll, but also to say that also in some areas as you move away from the metropole Ado Ekiti, you can also see the drop in network coverage. It takes a longer time, up to 5 minutes, but the within the around the metropolis, it function like 1 to 2 minutes. But that was at the opening of the pool. But later on, our observers are still in the field. The voting period and the closing of the pool. So by the time the information comes in, they will know what that means. But also to say that looking at the beavers, there was serious challenge in terms of authenticating old people.
Okay.
Many of them were quite frustrated because the beavers couldn't accredit them.
Okay, all right. So you've mentioned a number of things, the beavers, and you mentioned something about the network, which now takes my mind back to an interview that the former INEC chairman did have, where he said that these machines can work even with, it doesn't require internet services for the machines to work, and even if it would require internet, even the tiniest of network can get the machines working, and you can deliver what it's supposed to deliver. Are we seeing that happening? Because one of the things we have suffered today, even with our reporters on ground, is that there is a poor network service in some of the places in Ekiti State. Now, is this going to be a problem? Is this going to really be a problem, seeing that you mentioned network issues, you know, for the machine? So is this going to be a problem when it comes to compiling the results and all of that?
So yeah, the still function or the slowness, yeah, compared to the speed, you know, within the metropole. But initially, even within the metropole, it was slower. But at a point, they all many of them peaked. So what we are seeing, what I chairman and all that, you know, they said like in terms of the upload, you know, you can still upload, even though it may not drop because there's no network, you know. But when, you know, as you are stepping into
I can't seem to hear
areas
you
with
again.
network. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can't seem to hear you again, sir.
Hello, but I'm hearing you very well. I can hear you very well.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm hearing you very well.
Oh, okay. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So I said that in terms of the upload into the IRF, you know, even though it's uploaded here, you know, it doesn't drop. But as you step out into the areas with network, then it gets dropped. But what we are seeing, you know, in terms of accreditation process, you know, is the slowness. So what this means is also a signal, you know, in terms of this is just an off-cycle election. We are preparing for the general election. So the question is, you know, are we getting into the general election with such epileptical, you know, function? So the answer is no. So it's a call to work, you know, meaning that if we may need require to upgrade or whatever thing that INEC needs to do, you know, for the beavers, you know, to function optimally. You know, but like I said, you know, it's quite frustrating, you know, in terms of the old people. You know, one mama was seated, they had to give her seats. You know, he got in there. He was even the first person to arrive at that polling unit. You know, but unfortunately, all efforts to killing her face, wash her face, you know, it didn't work. And the mama didn't want to go home, you know. She really wanted to go.
To vote.
So the other, you know, so she had to, so she had to take a seat. So at interval, they would try and see if he picks her, you know. But at the time we were leaving the polling unit, he didn't pick her.
Okay, before we talk about solutions to some of the things that you've mentioned, let's talk about people living with disabilities. You know, during the press conference, the INEC chairman did say that they're going to prioritize persons living with disabilities, and there are about over 2,000 plus persons who registered to vote in Ekiti State who are PW people. And did you see some of the provisions that the INEC said they've made available for these persons in the state? Were you able to see if these provisions were actually on ground to aid their movement? For example, the INEC chairman did talk about the fact that they provided glasses for those who will be needing it. They provided walking aid for people who will be needing it. Did you see any of these things?
So this aspect is that, yeah, sometimes they only take it to the areas that they are needed. What is to say that in terms of that, we didn't get any report, but there was challenge in terms of accessibility of the polling units by the PWD. Some of them have staircase, some of them are hilly. So even for a normal person, it's still quite challenging in terms of accessing some of the geography where the polling units were located. But what came to my heart was to see a PWD person who couldn't walk, but they have gone to like 4 polling units trying to locate his units, but he couldn't do that. He couldn't find it. So that was quite challenging, struggling with energy. I've gone to like 4, but he wasn't able to access. So I think there should be more attention to PWDs in terms of provision of materials and at the same time accessibility of the polling units.
Okay, let's now talk about turnout of votes before I let you go. Sarah, let's talk about voter turnout. In the last election, it was reported that there was about 36.5% voter turnout. From your assessment on ground, what is a voter turnout like? Not to also forget that the number of registered voters and of course those who have collected their PVCs is about 1 point something. So from the places you went to, do you think that there was voter apathy or there was a good number of voter turnout? Are they going to be able to exceed 36.5% that was witnessed in 2022, 2023?
So it's to say that we left the polling units around between 10 and 11, and it's to say that they are crowd, most of the polling units, they are crowd. But the question here is, the crowd, 50 people, 100 people is already a crowd. But you can see a polling units of 900 or 500 or 400 and all that, But when you see 50 people, it's already forming crowds. So that may not be enough in terms of the early determinants of, to say that, the turnout is high or low. We can't talk about percentage now, but by the close of poll this evening, we should be able to talk about percentage. But in terms of crowd, you see the crowd. But that crowd is also dependent on the number of voters, registered voters within such polling unit. Like I said, a unit can be 900. If you see 100 people there, it's already a crowd that require the officials to manage. But that doesn't mean the turnout is high compared to the number of registered voters within such a polling unit.
Okay, talking about management, how's the security been, over there? How would you assess it? And also, as a civil society person, do you think that there have been a very good conduct by the INEC of this particular election? I mean, from morning till now that it's 3 p.m.
So it's to say you mentioned security. So when you look at the security, we can say that there's adequate deployment of security personnel. Some of them we can see, especially in collection centers, we are seeing more than 10 or about 10 of them. Other places, the normal polling station, you can see up to 4, up to 3, up to 2. So, but to say that there is security presence, even in the rural communities that our colleagues covered. And it's also to say that in terms of conduct, there is a professional conduct of the officers within the areas that we covered. But we are still having that challenge in terms of it's not just about security being deployed, but the key thing is the security personnel deployed. Which role are they performing? So you see, you see party agents misbehaving, party agents intervening, party agents trying to, push, influence voters where to cast their vote. You see the polling booths being positioned where the agents can see it and be able to, monitor what the area the voter is voting, or even trying to direct the voter where to vote. So, but you see the police, they just stand aloof. No, not just the police. I'm saying the security personnel there, because it's not just the police.
Yeah.
They stand aloof, waiting. So you have to call their attention to perform their duty. So it's not just enough that they are there. I think why they are there is protecting the citizens, but also protecting the integrity of the vote and the integrity of the process.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for having this conversation with us. We'll still go. I mean, I wish it was maybe far into the time, maybe like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. We probably would have gotten a clearer perspective of this.
Yeah, it's okay. You can still come back to me later in the evening.
Oh,
I
that
can
would be
still
great.
talk to you.
All right, that would be so
Yeah.
great, because I am aware that in some places they're already beginning to count. In some areas, some polling units, they're already beginning to count. Have you seen that anywhere around you? The counting
I'm
is something.
actually seated I'm in the situation room, but our observers have gone back. The poll closed at 2:30, so we will start getting information about the closure. The poll first is the sort out, then the count, collated, and all that.
All right.
So but it's to say that even now is the major thing, when you talk about the process, now is even key, because the integrity of the whole process is also now in terms of sorting it, in terms of the transparency in the whole process. And when you talk about IREV as glitch, this is the time to look out for that.
Of course, this is the time for INEC to really prove itself that it's capable, of giving us a free, fair, and credible elections, and we can hold them accountable for 2027. Because some persons say that this is going to be, it's part of being a litmus test to what 2027 is going to look like, how well they're able to manage it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will definitely reach out to you again, hopefully, much later in the evening, to give us updates and we get your perspective. And of course, it would be great to have to hear from you. I mean, right there in the situation, because you always have the first-hand information.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a nice day. Yeah.
You too. You too. All right, Ekiti Decide, that is it, right there from Ekiti State. We'll still give you updates, but of course we're going to go on a very long break, and we still have our guys in the field who are going to be sharing more updates with us, and as these updates come, we will be sharing them with you. And we also look forward to the collation at the Collation Center, and we look forward to, we're very, very much excited to talk about who the winner is going to be. That is the climax of every election. It is Ekiti Decide. My name is Cynthia Agbo. It's Rapid TV. Of course, you can trust us to give you updates of what is happening in Ekiti State. Don't go anywhere.
World-class city.
The first thing that strikes you is the total change in ambience when you drive into Ekiti. If you drive in at night, it's even more striking, because the street lights this city used to sleep at 7 p.m. This city is still on most days midnight. It's improved the economy of the city.
Much of the credit for the rapid transformation of Ekiti State goes to Governor John Kayode Fayemi, a visionary leader who many here say has lived up to his campaign promises. 3 years ago, he said, "As I am ushered into the governor's office in Ado-Ekiti, make no mistake about it, I will ensure that you, the good people of Ekiti State, own this government."
That mission statement underscored the need for all of us, Ekiti people, to come together and move away from the path of disrepute that had accompanied governance in the previous years. It was the years of the locust.
In order to restore government credibility and reclaim public trust, Governor Fayemi's administration set out to make poverty history, to provide the greatest good for the greatest number of people, and increase the general well-being of the people of Ekiti State. This simply meant that fulfilling campaign promises would require transparency, accountability, prudence, creativity, visionary leadership, and a new way of governance different from what had characterized the administrations of previous professional politicians.
My campaign was about restoring the honor of Ekiti, restoring the integrity of the land, and the way to do it was not to put myself forward as having all the answers to the problems, but aggregating those answers and being the captain in a ship of very competent people all around the state. And that was the way we fought the struggle.
With the goal of reversing an almost decades-old trend of neglect and deterioration in key sectors, Governor Fayemi's 8-point agenda promised to democratize governance, modernize agriculture, improve infrastructure, promote qualitative education geared towards the development of human capital, provide free healthcare and social security to disadvantaged sectors of the state, ensure industrial development, develop tourism, and promote gender equality.
Clearly, governance has become more democratic, it has become more participatory, which was our objective, to ensure that the people are actually the architects of their own fortune. So no longer do we prepare budgets in this state without the input from the communities. Probably the only state where that happens. But we do not just stop at that. We also let the communities, through their own towns' unions, embark on self-help projects that are funded by government, but only by providing the money.
Transforming Ekiti State has not been without challenges. Governor Fayemi inherited severely deteriorated public infrastructure, a massive debt of 42 billion naira, and an ineffective revenue and tax generation system.
Before I became governor, the previous 7 years, we had 6 governors in 7 years. So that could give you the sense of instability that the state had experienced.
In short, transformation that would genuinely impact the people of Ekiti would require radical change across multiple sectors. To get a sense of what is going on infrastructure-wise in Ekiti State, there is no better spokesperson and champion than Governor John Kayode Fayemi, who many residents simply refer to as JKF.
We're no longer the Ekiti of old that wants to hide ourselves. Even in our excellence, we refuse to project ourselves. We refuse to sell ourselves to the world. For too long, we've hidden ourselves under the bushel. If you are in a valley, nobody sees you in the valley. If you're on the hill, everybody sees what you're doing. But with that comes a heavy dose of transparency. You can't go up on the hill without showing yourself up to the world. You must be ready to open yourself up for scrutiny.
Transformers to boost electric power supply have been installed in many communities. Some towns, such as Okeako, that have never had electricity are now connected to the national grid. For too long, Ekiti State was rarely ever mentioned in the league of highly developed Nigerian states.
If any good thing comes out of Ekiti, the shock that is often expressed is one that befuddles the mind, as though we are meant to be permanently in the dungeon as far as excellence is concerned.
Under Governor Fayemi, Ekiti State is focused on the present and also the future.
Advancements in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, in ICT. This is the destination of choice in tourism. But you cannot have any of those things if the infrastructure is not in top shape. It's when you have the right infrastructure that you can demand of people that they invest in you.
In the capital city Ado Ekiti, everywhere you look, there is construction going on. If you've not been to Ado Ekiti in the last 3 years, you may just think you've arrived somewhere else. A 12,000-seater multi-purpose pavilion, a museum, a state-of-the-art convention center, and an ultra-modern cineplex are all under construction.
When we were running for office, the one point we made very clearly to our people was that another Ekiti, a better Ekiti, a modern Ekiti is possible, and we will witness it. Our idea is that we need a place where students, we have a lot of students in Ekiti, and they're always so idle because there's no recreational space. We have a stadium that has been there for as long as I can remember, for as long as I was in high school. It seats maximum 4,000 people. Our public events, parades, Children's Day rally, National Youth Service Corps orientation, everything gets done inside my school, my old school, tiny pitch. It's an embarrassment. We're 17 years old.
The multi-purpose pavilion will be used for major public functions, parades, religious events, and music concerts.
It's 12,000-seater pavilion, and much more beautiful than Tafawa Balewa School. We are in the big league. We belong to the big league.
The Idoile Water Project, commissioned in 2012, is one of 5 mini water treatment plants that have been built in the last 3 years. It currently provides nearby residents with almost 2 million liters of clean drinking water each week, according to production manager Rotimi Bello.
If people are taking pure treated water, eventually their lifestyle will change, because healing, going to the hospital and all those things will be reduced if people are taking treated pure water.
Sir Thomas Omoyadigbe has lived in Idoile for more than 70 years. He says prior to now, residents only had one other source of water.
Omi abẹ́ omi tó wà nínú igbó láti yá pọn mi. Kò sí omi tí ò dáa mọ́, a rí omi dáadáa mọ́, ẹnu wa dùn.
Since 2011, more than 540 kilometers of roads have been constructed around the state. An additional 80 kilometers of roads have also been constructed in local governments under the 5-kilometer road per local government scheme.
We are situated on Atikonkon Road. It used to be a single-lane shanty town inhabited by the Hausa communities. But what we have done as of today, we have dualized the road. If you were here 3 years ago, you would be amazed. This used to be the it used to be a red light district. You know, we had hemp smokers, we had prostitutes. We have tried to make it as clean and as urban as possible for the state.
Expanding and dualizing roads has not been without challenges.
There was resistance. and the inhabitants of the area, mostly the Hausa community in Ekiti State, in Ado Ekiti, Atikonko area actually, did not believe that the state government would compensate them. So what we did was we did not move them immediately. We made sure that their checks were given to them. We made sure that their relocation was ready and suitable. Then we moved in and bulldozed all the shanties around.
Chief Olusegun Famuagun, the Shashere of Ado Ekiti, is one of the community leaders and residents of the Atikonko area affected by the government's urban development plan.
But 4 years ago, when I was installed as the Shashere here, I had to write several letters to both the local government and the state government. The road was very narrow and so congested that you could spend maybe 2-3 hours trying to get by through this bypass to the post office and to the palace. They made promises and pledges, even during their campaign days, that they were going to reconstruct the roads. But I never knew it was going to be into this magnitude. For the good of the community, half of my palace was demolished. And it is acceptable by me because it is good, it is in the good interest of the community. Now we are better off. We have a smaller place, but we are now exposed to a cleaner environment, better road network.
We've made the capital city look very, very urban. Ado Ekiti used to be like a glorified village, but what we've done, we have dualized the entry points into the state capital, Ado, to make it more presentable to any would-be investor that would want to come and do business with the government.
A massive ongoing legacy construction project is a new governor's mansion, complete with a helipad that will replace the guest house Governor Fayemi currently resides in.
There are those who would argue, why is Governor Fayemi spending money on building a government house on the hill? When you are passionate about legacies, symbols are important. Symbols are as important as substance. If you know our culture very well, the first thing a Yoruba man will tell you is, Irini sini sonilojo. If you put us in the dungeon, we will be treated as dungeon people. If you put us on a pedestal, people will respect us for who we are. And we're pedestal people. We're intelligent people in Ekiti. Everybody acknowledges that. This is the fountain of knowledge. So why then do we hide ourselves? I'm a very private person, but about this, I'm very public. Because Ekiti has to be first among equals. We must project ourselves, but on the basis of tangible evidence of quality. That, for me, is what is important.
From pavilions to convention centers, malls and cineplexes, road networks and mini water plants, Ekiti State is forging ahead into the future at rapid speed.
We're fixing our gaze on the future. That's why we're doing stuff that might not even matter to the ordinary eye in Ekiti. Laying the fiber optic infrastructure, developing an economic knowledge zone, because for us, that's where we're heading.
For generations, the people of Ekiti State have had a passionate love for knowledge and education. While raw data may be difficult to come by, it is often said that there are more PhDs and professors per capita here in Ekiti State than anywhere else in Nigeria. In this southwestern part of Nigeria, knowledge is king. The development of human capital and the love of knowledge is passed on to children at a very young age. Secondary institutions such as Christ School and Mary Immaculate in Ado-Ekiti were once the gold standards of education in this beautiful, scenic part of Nigeria. These and other schools in Ekiti have produced many of Nigeria's best and brightest. But over the last 20 years, as in many other parts of Nigeria, the quality of education here has taken a nosedive. Failing grades have skyrocketed.
We've had one of our toughest challenges in education. Remember, this is the fountain of knowledge in Nigeria. One professor per household. That's the tradition that we came from. But I'm afraid to say, when I became governor here, we had lost that edge. Things had gone pear-shaped. We were ranking very, very low in public examination, particularly in secondary schools.
No longer could Ekiti State lay claim to being the fount of knowledge. No longer could its elite schools depend on a once glorious history.
My own school, one of the top schools in Nigeria, when I came into office, my school had 20% pass rate in WAEC examination. That was the first exam that was done when I became governor, 2011. In 2012, my school had 9% pass rate. 9 as in 9, before 10. 20% in 2011, my first year in office. 9% in 2012. And 2013, 100% in Christ School. Of course, when I became governor, that first year, we had to really go into a brainstorming session. Yes, we had our agenda. We were going to offer free education, compulsory qualitative education. We were going to focus on vocational and functional technical education. We were going to do something about the tertiary education sector to improve it. But in Ekiti, that's not such a big deal. I mean, we've been enjoying free education here since 1955, in the days of Obafemi Awolowo. So coming in as a governor and saying you're going to do free education, to my people, is really water off their back. They don't see what is extraordinary in that.
The first task of Governor Fayemi and his administration was to identify the systemic problems responsible for the state's educational decline.
Low teacher quality, lack of the necessary incentives, the learning environment was crappy. Whether you did well or not, you had automatic promotion. So we stopped that. We introduced a compulsory examination in SS2, a statewide compulsory examination. And if you fail the compulsory examination, you are not going to be presented for the main SSC examination. The first set that took that examination were the ones who took the WASC exams in 2013. And that's why statewide, we had a result of about 70%. And statewide, we had schools like Christ School, like Government College Aede, like Government College Emory, scoring 100%, meaning every single pupil presented for WASC in those schools made 5 credits plus English and mathematics.
The Subeb Model School in Ado-Ekiti has been rated one of the top elementary schools in the country. It is fast becoming a model for what is possible in other parts of Ekiti.
Teachers are well paid compared with other states, and the school too is good for any pupil because we undertake holistic education here. You get to the library now, you feel that it is a state library, not even for primary school level.
Today, 48,000 laptops have been provided to every SS2 student in Ekiti State. Each computer is fully loaded with electronic curriculum for every subject.
In the global environment, competitiveness is going to be dependent on technology. So we entered into a partnership with Samsung Engineering, and we offered solar laptops to every secondary school child in senior secondary school, and extending it further to the junior secondary school.
The transformation of Ekiti State's educational system in just under 4 years is not limited to access to technology, e-based courses, enhanced teacher training, or improved staff welfare packages. For decades, many of the schools in Ekiti State had fallen into disrepair. Broken windows, collapsed ceilings, unpainted buildings, rot and decay. Today, almost 200 secondary schools and 100 primary schools have been refurbished in a serious attempt to create conducive learning environments for the younger generation.
When I was still in SS2, we had a building that is, if rain is falling, the ceiling will start dripping water. It was like hell. Immediately, students start shifting their chairs from the position of the dripping center to a particular, thereby causing problems to other students and distracting the teacher's attention in the class. That made it very miserable for us. But after the renovation of these classrooms, anytime we have rain falling, we don't even feel the discomfort there. We feel at home, going through our lessons, listening attentively. Even though the darkness, even if the weather change, we don't care because we are in a very comfortable place.
We have this building renovated by this government. The hall that has been abandoned for several years with mighty trees and snakes there. If you go and see the hall now, very beautiful. Then we have another building, a block of 4 classrooms that is being renovated too. In fact, it was completed last week. Very beautiful. The school has taken a new turn.
Today, there is an air of hope and optimism in the air. Ekiti State's education transformation is also not limited to elementary and secondary schools. The state's university system has also undergone massive changes.
We had 3 glorified secondary schools that were called universities. We've merged 3 universities into one, which has now become a model. It's been recommended to other states that instead of proliferating, why don't you focus on one and increase the level of support that you put in this one so that the products are really what they're sold. Not these days that you have graduates who cannot even write a page of intelligible English.
Professor Timothy Aino is the Vice Chancellor of Ekiti State University.
This university never had electricity for years before I came as Vice Chancellor. We are now connected. We now have water. The laboratories are being equipped. If you go around the campus today, we have 5 buildings being constructed. For the first time, we have the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences building, a very mighty building going on. We have the School of Postgraduate Studies building. We have the Entrepreneurial Studies building. We have what is regarded as the most modern College of Medicine Library building here in Eksu. This university is 31 years old now, and it has to transit to a world-class university. So this is my vision.
Ademola Adeleye is a Year 3 law student. He's excited about the positive changes taking place and the opportunities Ekiti State University provides.
Ekiti State University has witnessed tremendous changes in a lot of things. While I was doing my first degree here as a philosophy student, you see students sitting down in a class that there's no ventilation. You now see that some new buildings are coming up, and that is with the initiative of the Vice Chancellor and the state government of the day. We have new buildings. You have students now receiving lectures with projectors. We have e-libraries. So all these things aids learning, and we're very grateful.
Governor Fayemi is a passionate advocate of e-learning and a champion of a knowledge-based economy. What is all the more remarkable about Ekiti State's educational transformation under Governor Fayemi is that so much has been accomplished with yet so little, in comparison to other states who receive a much more generous budgetary allocation from the federal government. Many here believe that if the changes of the last 3 years are sustained, Ekiti State's once preeminent position as Nigeria's fount of knowledge will easily be regained.
The sound clap. 2 clap.
It's a song that's familiar to millions of Nigerian children. The adage, knowledge and education without the implements of farming counts for nothing, is ingrained in the minds of children at home and in school. However, in recent decades, it's a wise saying that has been pretty much ignored. Today, many international experts are predicting that food will become more viable than oil in the decades to come. Blessed with vast tracts of unexploited arable land and abundant water resources, Ekiti State is poised to become a major producer of food in Nigeria. After decades of neglect, there is little doubt that agriculture and agribusiness are now major sources of economic growth in Ekiti State.
There is an influx of commercial agriculture entrepreneurs in the state, which was not the case before now. We used to run a pretty sleepy subsistence farming. We weren't even into agriculture, if you take agriculture as business.
Already, the government is strategically and creatively fixing a list of perennial problems that will untap the state's huge agricultural potential. These include insufficient access to land, poor provision of basic inputs, high post-harvest losses, insufficient water supplies, and a lack of private sector investment. Ekiti State's approach to agriculture and sustainable development is designed to support and make smallholder and large-scale farming operations more productive and effective. While most farming in Nigeria is still at a subsistence level, Governor Fayemi's administration is opening up tens of thousands of hectares of fertile farmland.
Basically, when this administration came on board, there was a decision that we took that we're not going to do agriculture by talking and cutting tapes. What we wanted to do basically was to open up land, make the land tractorable, then now buy tractors that can work effectively on those lands, where we can now bring in youths, where we can bring in existing farmers, where we can increase their acreage of cultivation, where serious production can go on, where serious marketers can come and offtake whatever they produce within those hubs.
On the continent, only 7% of African farmers benefit from irrigation, compared to 40% for farmers in Asia. Under the leadership of Governor Fayemi, Ekiti State could very well exceed the national average. In partnership with development institutions such as UNDP and FAO, 3 senators representing Ekiti State, Olubunmi Adetumbi, Anthony Adeni, and Babafemi Ojudu, have selflessly made the 600 million naira Itakpaji and Ero irrigation schemes their joint constituency project. The Itakpaji and Ero dams will meet the irrigation needs of thousands of farmers by providing sufficient enough water for 1,700 hectares of irrigated land in Iyemero, Gede, Ikosun, Igogo, and Ewu farm settlements. Another strategic initiative is the Agricultural Development Program. Currently, 117,000 farmers are registered with ADP. The Odooro Upland Rice Farm is a model for what is happening in other parts of the state. Working closely with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Ekiti State provides farmers with land clearing equipment, 3 bags of NPK, and 1 bag of urea per hectare. In 2012, farmers received a 50% subsidy on seeds. In 2013, seeds were provided to farmers free of charge. Sunday Osanyi Lucy is an ADP beneficiary.
Ọdún kẹta mo ṣe 2 hectares, 5 hectares. Nígbà tí ìjọba assist wa ta rí improvement kò ní mí lára, kò sí pé mo ṣe tún lọ yáwó cooperative kó tó di pé mo ṣoko. So mo increase it to 5. This year mo increase it to 20. So mo wá gbà pé by the grace of God tí program mi kó máa lọ bílé kọ́ lọ kó máa assist àwọn ìjọba. Tó bá tún lè continue with this assistance by next year lágbára lórí mo mọ̀ pé 50 above ni mo máa ṣe lágbára lọ. Ọmọ mẹ́ta ni mo ní sí university. Pẹ̀lú oore ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú assistance kata rí bí tí mo dẹ̀ sanwó mo lẹ́ni tó wà ní health tech gan tó yẹ pé huge amount of money ni.
ADP participants are not limited to men alone. Gender empowerment is a key part of Governor Fayemi's 8-point agenda.
Inú ìgbà tí wọ́n ràn mí lọ́wọ́, ìgbé ayé rere ni mò ń gbé. Mò ń rówó tí mo fi ń ṣe nǹkan tó wù mí. Wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́ dáadáa. Torí gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń lò lóko àwọn ló ń provide ẹ̀ fún wa.
Another strategic agricultural initiative in Ekiti State is the ADP seed processing plant in Ekiti. It's a key part of ensuring that farmers receive quality input and higher yields.
We established this processing plant in the year 1985. It worked for a period of 15 years and it broke down. For the past 6 years, it had never worked.